Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 3 of What If Naruto's clone council infiltrated the academy? This is part 3, so strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 22, New Horizons. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Once again, credit goes to Archeo Lumiere and Essex on space battles for Beta. This chapter would not have been as good without their talented help. Prank Day 128. Tora found every member of his council looking at him for answers. He didn't have any. As such, he went for more information. Getsuko, was it? The leader of the Torison asked in his grave voice, to which the still bowing man nodded slightly. I understand that this is not a simple bodyguard mission, correct? If it was that, it would be easy. While clones weren't solid, a mix of real members of the group and Kage Bunshin could protect one from most dangers. But it didn't sound that way. I am afraid not, Samurai-sama, the retainer answered. While my lord's life and health require protection, so do our people. The Yakuza are pushing horrible drugs in the city, stifling commerce with protection rackets, and running prostitution rings with total impunity. The man fell to his knees, and his tears redoubled. I came to the Torison based on what I've heard in rumors, and the stories on the island itself convinced me. Please, O Samurai-sama, work the miracle you performed here in my lord's land. Rid us of those who would destroy our region, and bring prosperity once more. Getsuko was clearly begging by that point. Tora looked around once more, and found his teammates' faces mirroring what he expected his own to be. They'd stepped into the situation in wave because it was the right thing to do, because the people needed protection. When he had the flash of insight that led to the creation of the Torison, he'd expected them to vanish back to nothingness once their mission was done. That idea had been dashed when people started coming to them for work, and now their reputation was drawing them back toward violence. There was a good minute of silence before Tora spoke once more. This is a situation that bears further thinking. As such, please wait until tomorrow. We will have your answer then. The clone then waved to the man at his side. Rayon, find this man a place to rest, food to eat and medicine should he require it. Until he has his answer, he is to be treated as an honored guest of the Torison. The lion-like clone nodded and showed the Jin retainer to a bedroom. The clones waited until the two were gone, and then started discussing the situation earnestly. Your opinions? Tora asked. He might be the leader in name, but clones tended to see themselves as equals regardless of rank. I want to help, Hyo said. Jaga nodded. Yeah. You created the Torison for a situation like this, so it seems wrong to ignore this request. Kuga gave a thumbs up in agreement. Send the request up. I'm sure we'll get the okay, but the real Naruto will want to be informed. Tora thought for a moment. Any point against? What about Wave? Between our original numbers and the people we recruited, we could leave with 3/4 of the Torison and still have enough people to police the city, Hyo pointed out. And that's not saying we couldn't add more recruits, he made air quotes. If we needed to. Fact is, Wave doesn't need us that much any longer, Jaga added. If we leave enough people behind just in case of an emergency, we can easily have most of the group move out without issue. Everyone is in agreement then? The advisors nodded. I'm sending it up with all this information then, and asking for a response before tomorrow. They nodded again. And the very next day, the Torison were packing up. Sen no Kuni was waiting. Prank Day 130. Hinata sighed as she entered the Himitsu compound. It had been 3 weeks since the Hyuga heir had stepped inside this building, and she found it had been too long a time. Unfortunately, her new rank included new responsibilities. With the invasion, she'd been added to a scouting/hunting team, and had been tasked with making sure there were no enemy ninja hiding in the towns close to Konoha, or in the forests around them. It had been a tiring and repetitive task. While she was in Konoha every few days, she rarely had more than an hour free, and most of that was spent replacing equipment, or meeting with her father. She wasn't completely sure as to why, but the man had changed. Where, in the past, he pushed and pushed and pushed, he now took a much more distant position to her training. He had questions here and there, but the pressure was gone. She couldn't be certain, but rumors were running around the Hyuga compound that people were starting to question his training methods, which also implied issues with his leadership abilities. Niji had been undefeated in his rank until Hayashi had started training him, and she herself had grown in leaps and bounds when freed from the man's training regimen. Hinata herself didn't know what to think about it. She couldn't deny that Naruto's teachings had helped her beyond anything she'd hoped for, but she'd always taken her lack of progress while training under her father to be a personal failure. Now, she was no longer sure. Still, those were thoughts for another moment. Now, she was glad to be back here, where she'd found her confidence. "Ohio, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as she entered the Himitsu basement training room. Another Naruto waved, his nose on a map. "Good day, Naruto," she said to both with a smile. She then bowed respectfully. "Congratulations on your promotion, sensei." She'd at least managed to keep abreast of the happenings in Konoha while on mission, and had learned that Naruto had finally gotten the promotion he'd long deserved. "Congratulations on your own, student," one of the clones said as both came up. They then bowed the same way as Hinata just had. "That was all because of you, sensei," Hinata said as she rose. "I owe it all to your training." "You don't know anything," the first clone countered. "As one of my teachers says, a hard-working student is all the reward a teacher needs." There was a moment of silence. "What can we do for you, anyway?" "I was hoping," Hinata said, lowering her face as she blushed. She also pushed her fingers together. "That we might continue with the training." The first Naruto thought for an instant. "I don't see why not." He nodded to the second clone, who returned to his map. "Anything in particular?" "Do you have any recommendations, sensei?" The Naruto Bunshin nodded. "Well, based on the fight in the arena, it might be a good idea to think about close-range combat while using the Matsuri." Hinata had to agree. She remembered Niji's charge, and had clearly been unprepared for it. "What do you think?" "Can you create a shadow clone?" he asked. She did so instantly. "Well, there are two ways I can see of going at this," the clone explained. "First, the gentle fist. A charge makes for an easy target, and Prank Day 132. Normally, Iruka spent his Sundays either training or grading papers. The latter wasn't much of an issue ever since he'd learned the Kage Bunshin, so he'd expected to be able to hone his skills for an entire day inside the Uruhara basement. Having hundreds of people to train against was a boon that gave great results. Unfortunately, they hadn't been prepared to find an ANBU operative right outside his door, holding a message from the Hokage. That was how he found himself in a meeting room seated between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Marino Ibiki. "Thank you for coming," Yamanaka Inoichi said, standing up from his place opposite the Hokage at the table. 4 days ago, I was placed in charge of a team going over academy data for signs of conspiracy. Based on preliminary findings by Yumino Iruka here, Inoichi nodded in the teacher's direction. After a comprehensive review of said data, I can clearly affirm that academy results have been manipulated on a large scale to force certain students to either abandon the ninja program or be forced to repeat years. Troublesome Shikaku, present as Jonin commander, sighed. The ANBU beside him nodded. "How long has this been going on?" Hiruzen asked. "At least 10 years, Inoichi replied. "Quite probably more. We only checked 10 years' worth of records, and the signs have been there since the beginning." "How was this not noticed before?" Ibiki questioned. "Whoever these people are, they were very good at covering their tracks. Also, they targeted only students without living shinobi relatives, which meant the children had nobody to turn to for answers beyond their teachers," the Yamanaka intelligence agent explained. "Unless someone looked at it from an outside point of view, it was very difficult to find. They selected only a few students per year, and with the modifications starting from the very first exams, there wasn't any trend to break. The targeted students began with failing grades, and those were maintained for the entire term." "Do you have a list of affected students?" the Hokage asked. "Here." Copies were given around the table. The list had 26 names, and Iruka recognized a few of them. He remembered their smiles, their hopes, and their dreams, and those memories made him sick. He'd failed them. Have these the Hokage started, then stopped? No, have every student who failed to graduate in the past 10 years brought back for retesting. Konoha failed these students, and they deserve their chance at their dream. Everyone nodded. How about those who failed their Jonin's test? Shikaku asked. Have those retested too? We don't know to what level this conspiracy infiltrated the system, so retest everything, the Hokage ordered. Inoichi, Irika, I'm placing you both in charge of this. I want new tests made, ones that outside forces will not be able to manipulate for their own goals. If needed, I'll have a new ready-to-accept teams. There's one issue with your orders, Hokage-sama, Inoichi interrupted. He then handed the village leader a sheet of paper. Please read. There were a couple of seconds of complete silence before the Hokage stamped the paper down on the table so hard that it bounced. What? Irika sneaked a look. It was a similar list to the previous one, only instead of the recalculated notes there was a status column. And outside Naruto and those who failed the last exam, every line had one of 3 different statuses. Missing, dead or suspected dead. Irika's stomach curled into a knot. That's not all, Hokage-sama, Inoichi continued. When we had enough proof of his involvement, ANBU were sent to arrest Maki Kazuki, the current maths and history teacher. Said ANBU arrived there to find the house cleaned out, and the man is nowhere to be found. We have infiltrators, Ibiki growled. Beside him, Shikaku scowled. The Hokage rose, and when he did his face was blank as a steel shutter. ANBU guards before me. Said 3 ninja appeared bowing on the other side of the table. Irika, my secretary if you will. The quickly complied, returning with what he knew was a Naruto clone. Irika returned with Tsuya just as the Hokage finished relaying orders to Marino Ibiki. Your will, Hokage-sama? She asked. Please have these sent out. Be careful not to miss anything. The clone grabbed the papers she was handed and quickly made her way out. Inoichi, here are your orders, Hiruzen continued. You are to personally interrogate every member of the team that went over the academy data, along with everyone linked to this investigation. I want that leak found. Yamanaka nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Irika, I'm placing the academy under your command. Recruit whoever is needed. I'm placing my trust in you for this. They rose and bowed. It will be done, Hokage-sama. Shikaku, get me your best hunter team, pronto. I want Maki Kazuki to be found, and I wanted him yesterday. The Jonin commander simply bowed. Wolf, the ANBU are yours to review. I want Konoha's special forces to be cleared of all suspicion, and any infiltrator found. Work with Inoichi on this. Hi, Hokage-sama. The village leader looked around. This goes without saying, but this entire investigation is now an S-rank secret. There will be no discussion of these matters outside those already involved and present here, understood? Hi, Hokage-sama. All the ninjas replied in chorus. You have your orders, all. The meeting was adjourned, Hiruzen said, turning toward the door. I expect quick results from you all. He then walked out the door, and the room quickly emptied after him. Prank Day 138. Saki couldn't help but look around as she entered her apartment. She felt watched, and from multiple directions. And she hated that feeling. She suspected it had to do with the recent overhaul in the ANBU Corps. She had no clue why, but something had lit a fire under the higher-ups, and they were revetting everyone in a search for spies. She'd even passed a day in torture and interrogation, being examined by a Yamanaka after they asked for volunteers. She didn't have anything to hide. There were, however, those that had refused such measures, and that meant everyone was looking over their shoulders, wondering. She was glad she had a week's vacation incoming, as going to work had become a painful chore, even worse than it usually was on her team. Hopefully, whatever was happening would pass by the time she came back on the clock. Then she stepped into her bedroom, and froze. Someone had gotten inside her room. A quick glance to the side revealed the warding seals hadn't activated, but her carpet clearly indicated someone had stepped into her room. She'd made sure this morning, as she did every morning, to place her carpet in such a way that anyone stepping on it would disturb its pattern. Maybe it was paranoid of her, but the hazing she'd faced when she'd started in ANBU had stayed with her. A slow look across her room found nothing. All the other tells she used were intact, so either someone had gotten in and out without touching anything other than the carpet, and without affecting the seals, or the intruder was still inside. And there was no reason to take risks. Swaytun, Susan Nagar. Saki invoked, water flowing from her hands. She disliked using this technique in her bedroom, as it would take at least an hour to remove the water from everywhere, but better that than be ambushed. An inch of water quickly covered the floor, then the walls and finally the ceiling. Her chakra-filled water found nothing. Bed it was, then. Exit the bed, whoever you are, she ordered. 2 seconds and I drown you where you are. Normally, she wouldn't even give the warning, but cleaning up her mattress afterward would take twice as long as the floor, and she was tired. Her top pillow transformed into a man in a burst of smoke, and he nodded at her. I see your rank is well deserved, he said, as if he wasn't in any danger. What do you want? She recognized him instantly. He was one of those commonly known as the Dakeshi, who'd turned the invasion around. A second's thought made her realize why this person might be here, and she allowed herself to hope. The man withdrew a scroll from a side pouch. Aokusaki, correct? She nodded. As per the Sandaime Hokage's orders, you are activated as a Dakeshi starting this very instant. Here are the relevant papers, as well as your mask. He handed her the scroll. A few seals cancelled her technique, the water on the ceiling and walls quickly pooling on the floor. She gave the scroll a quick read, noting the Hokage's seal at the bottom of the document. A quick hand seal confirmed that this was the real thing, and she smiled. Ever since Namikamono has been promoted to team leader, the sexist prig has been a pain in her neck. He took great pleasure in contradicting everything she said, and took credit for all of the team's successes. Kurokuma, as usual, did nothing, cold as he was, and Kujikubato was a newbie who wasn't going to do anything to draw attention. She'd given serious thoughts on leaving ANBU, but she didn't feel like returning to the regular ninja corps yet. Transferring to a new branch, especially an anti-invasion one like the Dakeshi, seemed the best bet. A quick surge of chakra released her new mask from the seal. It was silly, with a long feather-like mustache and what looked like a patch of grass on her head, with flower attached, but it was no worse than the tacky purple and mustard monstrosity that the ninja recruiting her wore. She quickly hid her long hair in the attached net. Only then did she nod in the direction of her fellow Dakeshi, indicating her readiness to go. The ninja nodded back, then generated a shadow clone who quickly took her shape. Said clone went to the cupboard where she stored her cleaning products, withdrew her mop, and started cleaning up. She smiled at that. Dakeshi led her to a side window, somehow opened it without triggering her alarms, and indicated for her to go first. Once on the other side, he quickly led her to the closest sewer access, and ran straight in. She followed. The two of them quickly switched to ceiling running, and 10 minutes later found them in a large chamber through which many different channels flowed. 4 Dakeshi were already there, and 2 more arrived not a minute later. 8 people, Saki noted. 2 teams of 4. If her deductions were correct, there would be 3 more new members like her here. Welcome, new recruits, one of the Dakeshi said while the others disappeared in puffs of smoke. Among all applicants, you 4 have been selected to form a new Dakeshi cell. He ran his fingers through his visibly fake beard. My name is Kyoha, and I will be your contact with the rest of the organization. Any requests, be it for training, equipment, or information, will go through me. I will also be the one to dispatch you on missions once your training is complete. He paused for a moment. Since all of you are already proficient in the basics, we will first be focusing on the 2 main techniques you will need as Dakeshi, the Kage Bunshin and the Kawarimi, Kyoha explained. The Kawarimi? Saki exclaimed in surprise. That's an academy technique. Everyone here can do that. The Kage Bunshin made sense, since masses of clones were known to have died during the invasion. But the replacement technique? Then, flower, Kyoha said, pointing at her. She could hear the smile in his voice. What's the maximum distance you can do with the Kawarimi? Saki didn't know how to answer. Kawarimi wasn't made for distance, and she never used it in that manner. Shunshin was more efficient for those kinds of distances. 100 meters, at least, she finally answered. I can do 50 times that, and I'm not the best at distance, Dakeshi pointed out. How about something like this? He disappeared. She didn't even have time to see where he appeared before she was switched against her will. She appeared a couple of feet above the water, easily 20 meters down a side tunnel. Luckily, he'd switched her close to the wall, so she grabbed hold before falling face first into sewer water. A quick shunshin from there, and she was back with the rest. I withdraw my objection, she said clearly. She could see where the ability to switch easily with others could come handy, especially paired with the Kagebunshin. He'd proven his point. Good. Kyuha withdrew a scroll for each new member. Here are the instructions for the Kagebunshin. Read them now. I'll answer any questions you have on the subject. Taicho, another of the new members, asked, raising her hand. Saki was surprised to note it was also a woman. ANBU tended to be at least 75% male. Are we always going to be meeting here? One could hear the disgust in her voice. Kyuha shook his head. No. This is a temporary meeting place while a permanent one is being built. All Dokeishi cells are made to work separately and be as independent as possible to prevent infiltration. As for team leadership, I am not to be considered your leader. Who gives orders will have to be decided among you. I am simply your trainer and contact. Is everyone okay with that? Yes, sir. Every new member answered in chorus. They knew a rhetorical question when they heard one. No sir needed here. You can all call me Kyuha, and use whatever nicknames you feel most appropriate between yourselves, he countered. Now, for the Kagebunshin. The most important aspect of the jutsu is the Prank Day 142. Today, we'll talk about rumors, Jiraiya said from his place in the meeting room. Wait a minute, Nico said, looking through his notes. Didn't you say a few days ago that rumors were the least valid source of information? Beside him, the real Naruto nodded. This was their 5th lesson in Spycraft. Unfortunately, Jiraiya wasn't the best at keeping an exact schedule. Lessons came whenever he was available. When he did teach, however, the results were always good. The man clearly had a plethora of experiences, and had tips for nearly everything under the sun. He'd even helped the Earth Ninjutsu team by teaching them a few basic Doton techniques. I did. Rumors are clearly what spies should rely on the least, the Sannin explained. However, rumors tend to be the first form of information that is available. The thing is that there are 2 forms of rumors, normal ones, and deliberate ones. And finding which one a rumor is can give a lot of insight into its source, and how to react to it. How so? Naruto asked. Let's take a basic example. There's a city with a gold mine, and there's a rumor going through the bars that the gold's running out. What could be the cause of that? Well, the gold might really be running out, Nico pointed out. Of course, Jiraiya said with a nod. The miners might not have found anything in a few days, and word of mouth might have spread. What else? Well, Naruto started, then couldn't find something else to add. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya finally spoke up. Think about it another way, what could be the impacts of such a rumor? Well, the value of gold might go up, Nico said. He was a former member of the merchant clones, so supply and demand were things he knew well enough about. Miners might start fearing for their jobs, also, Naruto added. The Sannin nodded. Yes, among other things. And those are the main points of a deliberate rumor. That kind of rumor comes up because of an expected result, not out of word of mouth or simple truth. The mine owner might have started that rumor out of simple greed, trying to maximize his profits by artificially raising prices. A rival of the mine owner might have done it to cause panic among his rival's employees. There are dozens of different reasons why such a rumor might have been created, outside the truth itself. Makes it difficult to find out what's really happening, Naruto said. Which is why rumors are the least reliable source of intelligence, Jiraiya reiterated. Added to that is the fact that rumors are fluid, and change with time. By the time you hear about it, a rumor might be completely different from what was originally said. Nico wrote something down. Can you give an example? Sannin smiled. Here's an example I encountered in the past. An artist comes back from an island vacation saying he'll treasure the place always. Someone overhears the words island and treasure, and from there the rumor starts. Now, later down the line, someone replaces treasure with gold, because any good treasure is gold. Another adds pirates into it, because who else but pirates would put their treasure on an island? Of course, Naruto replied, lips curling. Another adds traps, because how else is the treasure still there? Jiraiya continued. The next, piles of corpses to represent everyone who tried and failed. I think you get the point by now. Yes, Nico answered, having noted everything. But I don't see how that's useful. Well, this particular rumor isn't of much interest to ninjas, but you have to remember that every rumor has a grain of truth inside of it, in this case something about an island, the Toad Sage explained. Say the rumor was that a clan would get revenge on the Fire Lord by killing him. A rumor like that would be much more important to follow up on. And how does someone do that? By going back to the source and finding its origin, Jiraiya replied. In the case of a normal rumor, that will be the least modified account, therefore the most valid. In the case of a deliberate rumor, you'll find the person who's trying for something, Naruto continued. Jiraiya grinned. Exactly. Now you remember the lesson I gave you about body language, tics and liars? Nico nodded, withdrawing a number of pages. Applying that lesson is crucial to reach the truth. Some people might lie, either because they have something to gain or because they shouldn't have heard whatever the rumor is about, and in the case of deliberate rumors the source will try anything to hide its part in it. Noted, Nico said, writing it down. Now, the best way to hear rumors depends on who's doing the searching, Jiraiya continued the lesson. For men, bars are the classic place to go, along with. Naruto nodded along, focusing on the lesson as much as he could. It wasn't the type of thing that interested him, but he needed to learn this. He'd failed once, and the invasion had cost him more than he could bear. With the Torisan halfway to San no Kuni, going at civilian speeds, he needed to pick this up as quickly as he could. He had the feeling the samurai would need those skills before long. Never again was he going to let something like the invasion happen. Prank Day 145. His brother and sister didn't realize it, but Sabaku no Gaara was glad to be back in Suna. Even though he'd found someone he could call a friend in Konoha, Suna was still his home. It wasn't the people, who still looked at him in fear and hid, but the land. He could feel the sand all around him for miles, and it was a real comfort. Not knowing everything around him made him twitchy, and he now realized the stress made him react more violently. But that was the past. The trip from Konoha to Suna had been a pain. While Mother had been silent around Naruto for some reason, she hadn't been on the way to Suna. Mother had raged for blood the whole time, and he'd been forced to hold back his sand from reaching out to kill multiple times during the trip. Those from Suna recognized the signs and kept their distance, but the Konoha ninja with them did no such thing, and he was forced to restrain his sand in their case. He promised Naruto not to kill unless there was no other solution, and he intended to keep his word. Such actions would also hurt any chance of rekindling the Suna-Konoha alliance, which was the reason why he was back in sand. Turning, he made his way down one of Suna's main streets. The time now was the best for being out, not the cold of the desert night nor the heat of Suna's days, but in between both. It was the most comfortable. As usual, people moved quickly out of his path. Naruto had said that he would find others who cared for him, but he expected this to be long in coming. For the moment, he had at least a meter free on each side, and people farther up the street changed direction rather than walk on the same street as him. It hurt somewhat. Surprisingly, a man coming out of a shop to his left moved straight toward him. For a moment, Gaara thought the man hadn't seen him, only for him to stop and raise his hand, as if to talk. "Many excuses, sir," the man said. "Might you know where I could find a ramen shop?" He was of average height for an adult, so taller than Gaara, and judging by what he wore he was newly arrived in Suna. It explained a lot. "Continue straight east," Gaara said, pointing, "until the building in red farther down the street. Turn left there and walk down 4 blocks, and you'll be in the dining quarter. I do not know of any restaurant specializing in ramen, but if one exists in Suna, it will be found there." "Many thanks, young man," he replied, bowing. "Would you mind talking some more? I am new to this place, and the help of a native is just what I'd need." "I'll pay for your meal in exchange," the man said with a smile. Gaara thought for a moment. He wasn't particularly hungry, but had to admit a good conversation would do some good. He'd gotten somewhat used to Naruto's place, where he could converse easily, and found he missed it somewhat. Comparing Suna's ramen with Konoha's might be something Naruto would be interested in, when the two of them met once more. He could do his rounds later, when everyone was asleep. I have no problem with keeping you company. No need to pay for my meal, Gaara countered. I insist. Gaara bowed his head in acceptance. He wasn't planning to eat much, anyway. The man started talking, asking questions as soon as he turned in the right direction. Gaara, in exchange, gave straight answers, walking beside the man. There was no fear there, he found, but there was something eerily familiar in the conversation, something he couldn't put his finger on. Then he noticed a pair of goggles on the man's arm. He'd seen those on some clones, he was sure. As a ninja, Gaara didn't believe much in coincidence, but still, he needed to verify. He paused, taking a deep breath. Is there a problem? The man asked, curious. Gaara said nothing, focusing on his senses. He didn't practice much in chakra sensing, but he still had the aptitude. At this range, he could identify people as long as he concentrated. The man's chakra felt like many different things, as did anyone's. Wind first, sand and earth next, then an undercurrent that felt like nature to his senses, but under all that, there was the mixture of sensations he'd associated with the many Narutos he'd met. A clone, then? No, nothing, Gaara said, starting to walk again. A small smile appeared on his lips. His friend hadn't left him all alone. It took a while, but Gaara did find a restaurant that served ramen. It wasn't a stand like the place Naruto had shown him in Konoha, but it did allow the two of them to have an isolated booth. The pair of them were served very quickly, and Gaara waited until the server was gone before starting with his part of the conversation. Welcome to Suna, Naruto, was what he said when he finally did. The person opposite him simply smiled at that. How could you tell? I know how you and your clones feel, Naruto, so feeling your chakra was proof enough, Gaara explained. Those goggles on your arm are a big hint, also. Naruto snapped his fingers. You got me. Can I ask what you're doing in Suna? Quite a few things, the clone answered. First was, I was pretty sure you wouldn't mind having someone to talk with. Add to that quick communication between Konoha and Suna with the negotiations going on, the ability to expand my trade network and to see how another ninja village is run, it's no wonder you can find me here. Thank you, Gaara said. He knew Naruto-san by now. He would have still come if only for him. My pleasure, Kage Bunshin replied. Now, what should I expect from Suna? Well, like I said the day we met, most important is the temperature, the Sand Genin explained. It's frigid cold at night, and blisteringly hot during the day. I could tell you were from outside the village by looking at your clothes, because what you currently wear is simply wrong for most if not all of the day. Noted, the clone replied quite seriously. Gaara took a bite of his noodles. Not as good as Konoha's, in his opinion. Second is water. With our climate, water is at a premium, and... Prank Day 150. Business was picking up for the Merchant Council. Part of it was his contacts finally bouncing back from the damage inflicted by the invasion, while another part was Jiraiya's help. The man had fingers in every pie, and contacts within many of Konoha's shops. As such, between Kuroneko's rising reputation and the sage's help, the network had more orders than ever before. Unsurprisingly, most of the shops Jiraiya was involved with were brothels, bars, massage parlors, and bookstores. Still, the transportation of alcohol was very lucrative, and even with their lower rates they made good profit. Torikoishi was on his third run to Water Country since the invasion, this time with an order bigger than any before. It seemed like Tucci was planning on adding new dishes to his menu, since he'd never ordered kirimasu before. Normally, those fish were either for the Konoha Zazenkyo or the Koju. Their supplier for those was a family with an estate in Yunokuni, who had a number of large lakes filled with the things. It was somewhat off the beaten path, but perfect for clones. The jumper did another long-distance switch, this time appearing on top of a tall oak. His feet instantly glued to the bark, proof that the training they'd done hadn't been fruitless. He then turned to get his bearings. Another pair of jumps should have him close enough to land. That was when he noticed the smoke in the distance. He thought for a moment that this was a forest fire, but it seemed too small for something like that. But it was in the direction of the network's supplier. Torikoishi didn't wait. He jumped straight in that direction, as far as he could. He did another jump in midair, his legs nearly twisting as he landed on the tall pine in the middle of the estate. The place was a total loss. The fire had clearly been burning for a while. The second floor was gone, as were 2 of the walls. Every meter of fence was broken, and the lakes were filled with dead fish lying belly up. Most of the trees on the estate had been uprooted, and the place was silent as the dead. Torikoishi scowled in disgust, and quickly generated 5 more clones. Without a word, they rushed over the scene. Black balls quickly extinguished the flames, only to reveal what had happened there. Their supplier and his wife were dead. The first was a charred body, recognizable only because of his wedding ring, but the wife had been in the kitchen, and had survived the flames mostly unscathed. She clearly died from a stab wound to the back, fresh blood everywhere on the back of her dress. The group went over everything, but nothing else could be found. Whoever had done that had even made sure to kill each and every animal on the property, leaving none alive. This was clearly not the work of bandits. The clones dug graves for the fallen, and buried them with as much honor as they could. Inside they were seething. They had a good idea who had done this, as well as the cause. Those false Inbi were back in business, and they were clearly playing for keeps. Chapter 23, Skirmishes. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Archeo Lumiere, Essex and Ordo Hereticus on space battles for Beta. This chapter would be in a much worse state if not for their talented help. Prank Day 151. Traveling at civilian speeds was hell for Naruto's clones. With San no Kuni being past T-country on the peninsula, the clones could have made their way there in a couple of days if they'd been going at full speed. It would have taken 4 days at most getting to where they were now. It took the group 3 full weeks by caravan to get to Jincho, the capital of the Jin province and hometown of their current employer. The leaders of the Torison had discussed their entry in the 2 days before it happened, and had come to an agreement. A small force of mercenaries, all clones, went ahead of the main group with a message from Getsuko, and would be supplementing the young heir's guard, while the rest of the force would arrive all at once by caravan. The main reasons for that were twofold. First, as they were, supposedly, samurai and not ninja, infiltrating the city little by little would only hurt their cover. Second was that they wanted reactions. That was part of Jiraiya's spycraft training. One found a thread and pulled until everything unraveled. By entering this way, as a show of force, the group was sure to cause something to happen. Tora, who was looking around from his place at the front of a chariot, already didn't like what he was seeing. He'd gotten used to the various reactions the group invoked while passing through cities, and this was one of the most depressing yet. The streets were empty save a few drunks here and there, and he couldn't help but notice civilians at the windows looking at the group with fear and caution. He'd expected at least some hope here and there, but he couldn't find any trace of that. It took a good 30 minutes before the Torison's caravan arrived at the gates of the Jin residence. The place was a manor at least, if not a palace, and had walls with guards at every 10 meters. The members that had been sent as an advance force were present there, along with the other retainers. Said retainers looked tired, as if they'd had long days with little sleep, and that did not inspire confidence in the least. Still, that didn't stop him from doing his job. As soon as the chariots were inside the compound, Tora dispatched everyone to their respective places. A good quarter of the troop were going straight to the walls, with others connecting with the members of the staff present. Getsuko stepped down when an older man came forward. He went before him and bowed. "I return as promised, Yatsuko-san." The elder reached down and hugged Getsuko, something which clearly surprised the retainer. "Is everything fine, Yatsuko-san?" The older man's face fell. Subion did not make it. Getsuko nodded sadly at the words, and waved Tora down from his place. The leader of the Torison felt like an intruder interrupting their moment, but still came down. He then bowed to the elderly servant. "You need not bow to me, Samurai-sama," the elder said, bowing deeper. "I am Yatsuko, seneschal of the Jin family, and I thank you for accepting our selfish request. May I be of any use?" he asked. "I would meet your lord, if it is possible," Tora asked. The man bowed again. "I will get you an audience at once," he replied, and quickly went inside. Tora then waited as the rest of his council fell beside him. He knew very little about their employer. Getsuko had remained tight-lipped about his lord, not offering information, and the group had mostly focused on what they would need to do once they arrived, and who would be opposing them. The only descriptive they had was young, and the fact that he was the last remaining member of the family. And young could mean many things when regarding nobility. A 25-year-old lord would be young by their standards. The group did not have to wait long before Yatsuko returned. Jin-sama will see you now. The 5 leading members stepped forward, following the seneschal into the building. Surprisingly, the man led them down to the basements, stopping before a room guarded by 4 retainers with swords. 2 of them opened what was a heavy steel door, and inside was clearly a storage room repurposed as a meeting hall with a bedroom attached. Please take a seat, Yatsuko said, indicating a number of cushions on the floor. The 5 Taurusans sat, removing their swords and laying them beside their seats as honor demanded. The retainer came back a minute later from deeper inside the room, introducing Jin Shippa, lord of the Jin family. The 5 members bowed as a second person came to sit on a raised throne in the middle of the room. Tora managed a glance before averting his eyes, and was surprised. The Jin lord was a girl. And very young at that. Tora wasn't sure, but he estimated that the real Naruto was older than her by at least a year. Thankfully, his bowed head would hide his reaction. Rise, members of the Taurussan, and be welcome to our lands, Shippa said, clearly trying for an authoritative tone. The samurai rose. Tora forced himself not to react outwardly, and decided to treat the situation as if he was speaking to any other member of the nobility. With the many experiences the Naruto clones had, this was something they knew how to do. Thank you for your hospitality, Jin-sama, he said, bowing slightly once more. It is us who must thank you, she replied. The members of your group already present have been a boon to my retainers, and it may very well be that we still breathe only because of your men. The last few days have been restful like no others lately, and that is clearly due to your service. Thank you for the kind words, Tora answered. Now, what services do you require for the Taurussan? As Getsuko told you, both my person and my people require your services, the Lord explained. Along with the samurai currently supplementing my guard, I would like 4 or so bodyguards from my person. The most important part of your troop will be needed in the city, cracking on Yakuza businesses and enforcing the law. You will, unfortunately, have little help with that part. I no longer have enough retainers to protect my own house, and the police have been eliminating a man in the last few months. Ideally, I would like to see those who blight our lands executed for their crimes, but it is the safety of my people that takes priority, and I will be content if the Yakuza lose the ability to do our land further harm. We will begin at once, Jin-sama, the Taurussan leader replied, preparing to leave, when something came to mind. Any requests for those who will be your bodyguards? The girl thought for an instant. Who is the strongest amongst your group, mister? She blushed, suddenly realizing she had no clue about the individual names of the mercenaries before her. I am Tora, Jin-sama, the leading bunshin replied with a smile. And the strongest among the group are all in this room. That was simply pretension, since the clones were all generally at the same level, but they'd found that people believed such a thing more easily. Then you, Tora, along with the man to your right. I am Rayon, Jin-sama, the man replied. Rayon, yes, with 2 other members of your choice, Shippa continued. I will trust my safety in your hands. As you will, Jin-sama, Tora said, rising and bowing with the other Taurussan. We will enact your edicts immediately. By your leave. Go, the Lord said with a nod and a smile. And may the gods smile on your works. The 5 of them quickly made their way out, and were led to a wing of the mansion that had been reserved for Taurussan use. They found and ducked inside an empty room as soon as they could. So, opinions? Tora asked as soon as the door was closed behind them. Am I the only one who finds it sad for a person of that age to be at the head of a region this big? Kuga said, looking at his fellows. Everyone shook their heads in answer. You're not the only one, Tora voiced, but it doesn't change anything. If she asks for help, we'll give it to her, but we can't do much about it. She clearly feels the need to act as if she was an adult, and worse is she may very well be right. We don't know enough about the situation to say otherwise. That's the first thing to fix, then, Hyo pointed out. The official Taurus leader nodded. Yes. And get the merchant network in on it. This is right up their alley, and we don't know if this is something with global repercussions, like the situation in Wave. While the entirety of Gato's business had officially fallen into the hands of the clone network 15 days after his death, making that the complete truth was still a work in progress nearly 3 months after the fact. Selling properties, ensuring the arrests of criminals, finding caches and selling legitimate businesses took time, especially if one wanted to do so without drawing too much attention. Everyone agreed with a nod. Rayon, take 3 clone members with you and go back to the Lord. If she asks, tell her that I will have the second shift, said the clone nodded and took off. Yo, Kuga, you're in charge of patrols. I'm leaving the specifics up to you. I just want more men on the ground than in Wave for whenever something happens. Yes, sir, they both exclaimed. Jaga, you're in charge of defending this place, Tora continued. You should already have enough men on hand. Speak to me if you need more. I'll be doing my own, personal patrol, just to get a good eye for the layout. He looked around. Everyone has his orders, so let's get cracking. This place won't fix itself by doing nothing. Hi! Everyone responded, each going in their own direction. There was work to be done. Prank Day 154. So, merchants, status report. The real Naruto asked from his place at the head of the table. The network representative rose. Well, as most already know, the false Anbu are back in the interference business. There were nods all around the table. Outside our Kirimasu suppliers who were eliminated, we have 3 other sources in other countries who now refuse to do business with us for the flimsiest of reasons, and a pair of jumpers had to escape when mercenaries attacked them. All that in the past week? Jiraiya asked. The spokesman of the merchants simply nodded. And no events like this had happened since the false ANBU base was found. The sage scowled. I don't like this. It sounds a little too much like Root to me. You're not the only one who made the link, no, the Hokage's Bunshin replied. And? Danzo is under watch as usual, and nothing indicates any link to this group, Sandaime answered. All former Root members are accounted for, and the 3 outside Konoha were confirmed to be with their respective teams for the entire period those false ANBU would have been active. No missing members? Jiraiya said, making a face. I find that surprising. There are some that are missing and presumed dead, but those under that heading have been so for nearly a decade, Hiruzen explained. A good number of former Root members went missing during the Kyuubi's attack, and you know how many empty graves there were following that event. The Toad Sannin scowled again, and said nothing. Naruto did, however. What's Root? The Hokage turned to the blonde with a smile. They were a former Black Ops ANBU branch headed by a man named Danzo. They were outside the normal Konoha hierarchy, and did assassination missions, infiltrations and the like. They were disbanded 5 years ago after it was found they had abused their privileges and performed missions opposed to Konoha's policies. So, in a way, they were the ancestors of the Dukeishi, Naruto countered. No! Hiruzen cried out, slamming his hand on the table. The Dukeishi are nothing like Root was. Root was amoral, doing whatever it could to oppose what it saw as enemies of Konoha, regardless of who they were. They started wars, assassinated Konoha civilians, and even tried to have me removed by force as I was seen as too peaceful for Konoha to prosper. I will hear no word that the Dukeishi are in any way similar to Root, and want you to put the idea completely out of your mind. Naruto gulped. Hi, Hokage-sama, he quickly answered. He then shook his head, dispelling the mental image he had of the Dukeishi fighting the Sandaime to the death. It wouldn't happen, not while he had a say about it. Still, we need to solve this. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can do outside of the village, Sandaime pointed out sadly. If you give me a list of your suppliers, I'll see what my own network can find out, Jiraiya added. It isn't much, but we might find something out. The real Naruto thought for an instant. What would the both of you think would be needed to take this group out? Jiraiya and Sandaime looked at each other, and Hiruzen nodded at his student. Finding where they operate from is first, certainly, the sage explained. Infiltrating the place is then a good second step, if it is possible. If not, more general information gathering will be needed. After that, there's 2 ways of going at it, depending on the group's structure. You either take out the leadership, hoping that there isn't a strict hierarchy that'll allow a successor to take over easily, or you take out the troops one by one, hoping they can't replace them easily. And if both methods don't work? Nico asked, curious. Then, you get ready for a battle of attrition, the Toad Sennin countered. Those are long and bloody, and they tend not to be worth it. Such a plan will keep an enemy busy with your forces, at minimum. Noted, Naruto replied. Nico, set up a troop under your command. Their job will be to watch over our suppliers, and track our mystery Anbu to wherever they lair. We'll get to step 2 once that's done. Hi, the clone said, saluting. Next point, then Naruto continued. Techniques. We had people going over our library, and there still isn't any agreement on how we should do things. Right, another council member started. I had 24 clones going over everything, and we still can't find common ground, even after a few weeks. The numbers are split into multiple small groups, each with his own idea on what to do. Prank Day 155. Ebisu had to admit his team was shaping up well. By now, at the rate of 2 or 3 D-ranked missions a day, the group was well past 50 missions of that rank. They had more than enough to start on C-ranked missions, if Ebisu decided to do so. Still, he hesitated. It wasn't his team's teamwork. No, that had never been an issue. The 3 of them had hit the ground running, and there had never been a problem at that level. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was the leader of the 3, something which didn't surprise him with the boy's personality. The other 2 were clearly followers, and had followed his plans from day 1. The special had to agree that the boy had some talent in leadership, so that was a good thing. He supposed his 2 other genin had either picked up on the fact, or had been intimidated by the boy's techniques. He was the powerhouse of the group, that was certain. Part of his hesitation was the so-called C-ranked curse. He'd faced it when younger himself, when a simple career mission ended up with his own team facing the 7 swordsmen of the mist. If Guy's father Guy hadn't been close enough to assist, he shuddered to think what would have happened to them. He visited the man's tomb every year on the anniversary of his death, drinking the pain away with his team. But there was also something else. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was something going on with his team. It wasn't anything bad, just a feeling he couldn't shake, but there it was. Mainly because everything was going too well. There were no altercations. No fights, no extra sparring. Nothing bizarre that stuck out. It was like the 3 of them had been a team for years. They were used to each other in a way that you normally saw after years of working together, if even then. Yes, the Hokage had said that they were more advanced than normal genin, but this was ridiculous. Still, keeping the group from C-rank missions because things were going too well felt wrong. Team 1 turned the corner, coming back from their latest D-rank, when Ebisu saw what he hoped would be his future team. Konohamaru was there, along with Udan and Moegi, his ever-present shadows. Then the boy saw him. Ah. So you're the poor team that got saddled with 4 eyes here, Konohamaru said, making a face. Well, better you than me, that's for sure. Those words hit Ebisu right in the gut. Omego-sama. That got me disgusted. The special was surprised to see Naruto stepping up before him. You take that back. What? I don't know who the hell you are, but no one insults my sensei, the blonde replied. Especially not a pipsqueak that doesn't know his left from his right. You tell him, Miramara said, stepping beside his teammate. Ariko quickly moved to the other side, and her face was grim. If he's the only guy who taught you anything, I could probably take you, Konohamaru boasted, stepping up. Easy at that. You want a piece of me? Ebisu stepped between the 2 groups. Everyone calm down, he ordered. Team 1, this is the Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, along with Moegi and Udan. As they are academy students and you are ninja, fighting them is prohibited. Konohamaru smiled. You're just afraid they'll lose and prove me right. Anyway, I have better things to do. Good luck, wannabes. He then walked away with his group trailing behind him. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. Sorry about that, sensei, he finally replied. You need to control your emotions better, Naruto. Ebisu then turned to the other 2. That goes for the both of you, also. There will be many in the future who will do things like this to get a reaction out of you, and there are situations where acting like this could cause an automatic mission failure. I know, Naruto said. Just insulting the team? In the middle of the village? He scowled. That shouldn't fly. The special smiled. Thank you for defending my honor, but if the words of an academy student could hurt me, I'd be stripped of my rank instantly. He turned around. Now, to the mission center. There is a second mission waiting for us there, and soon it will be done soon. Inside, he smiled. He couldn't help but be proud of his team's reaction, misguided as it was. He now felt silly for holding back because of a simple feeling. Give it a few more days to find the right C rank, no missions near water, for sure, and they'd be moving to the next level. They were ready for the next level, he was sure. Unfortunately, having his back turned, he missed Naruto's summoning of a single shadow clone. They looked pretty tough, actually, Udon pointed out as the trio arrived at a training ground. You sure we could take them? Konohamaru scowled. If Ebisu's all they had? Sure. Man's useless. If he was so good a teacher, why couldn't he teach a technique that could actually hit the sand aim? Prove it, came a voice from behind him. The three students turned around to find the blonde boy from before. You again? Yeah, me again, he answered. Name's Naruto, and I don't take people insulting my team lying down. You're just gonna cry to your teacher when I beat you, the Sarutobi child jeered. Nope. If you manage to beat me, I'll deserve the beating, he smiled. Tell you what, I'll even teach you the technique of your choice, if you actually manage to put me down. For real? By now, Naruto's smirk was positively hellish. I'll even make it easier. I'll only fight back with a single technique. An academy one, to make things fair. That was the last straw. Konohamaru drew one of his academy kunai. You're on. He then charged straight at the blonde. Said blonde easily dodged the first swing, then the second, then the third. He was moving back all the while giving ground, adding comments like, you're telegraphing your moves, your stance is wrong, and you're not aiming at the right places. But after a minute of evading, Konohamaru had finally backed his foe against one of the pools that dotted the training ground. Can't retreat anymore, can you? The student said with a smile. A valid tactic, I had to admit, Naruto replied. He then grinned evilly. My turn. He was then gone, and a second later Konohamaru found himself in the air and in freefall. He was there only a few seconds before he hit the pool with a splash. He quickly came back up to find Naruto smiling at him. Had enough? The student scowled. Not until I see you on the ground. The blonde shrugged. Your choice. He then vanished once more. That set the tone for the next few minutes. Konohamaru found that he couldn't even get out of the pool. As soon as he answered Naruto, he found himself back in freefall and headed straight for the middle of the water. I'll never give up, he finally shouted. Naruto shook his head. I can respect tenacity as much as anybody, but this is ridiculous. Konohamaru simply swore. Suit yourself. And the academy student was back in the air once more. Only this time, there was a clear difference. He was higher, true, but the main thing was that he wasn't headed for the pool this time. He was headed for the ground. No! He yelled, and braced himself for impact. At the last moment, he felt another switch, and a second later he was underwater once more. And once more, he broke for air. As usual, Naruto was there with his smile. Had enough this time? Yes, he finally admitted. The blonde could have let him break his legs on solid earth at any time, he now realized. And there was nothing he could do about it. Then something came to mind. You cheated, though. Naruto inclined his head in thought. How? That's no academy technique. That, actually, was the Kawarimi technique, when done by someone with a lot of training, Naruto countered. Really? Moegi said as she came up, with Udon not far behind. Really, Naruto replied. Why do you think those 3 specific techniques are taught to everyone at the academy? The clone technique is great for distractions, especially when escaping. The transformation technique is the basis for all infiltration and social manipulation, and the body replacement technique is a very efficient dodging method. Yeah, but you can't beat someone with them, Konohamaru pouted. You notice you're saying that when I just beat you with Kawarimi, right? Naruto said with a smile. Anyway, Bunshin is great for leading people into traps, and I even knocked out the Hokage once with a modified henge. In those words, Konohamaru was all over Naruto. Teach me how, sensei. Tell me how to beat the Hokage. This took Naruto aback instantly. You want to beat your own grandfather? He asked. Why would you do that to Gigi? I'll beat him, and take the Hokage's mantle from him, just you see, the Sarutobi child answered. Naruto's eyes went wide in incredulity. Then he started laughing. That's not how it works, kid. Trust me, I know. Yeah, right. Anyway, say you're right. You managed to beat Gigi somehow, and now you're Hokage. How long until someone else comes against you and beats you? The blonde pointed out. Someone like me? Konohamaru opened his mouth, then closed it after a moment. It was clear he never thought about the fact. How does someone become Hokage then? There's a lot of things that a person needs, Naruto explained. He has to be a strong ninja, among the strongest in the village, that's for sure, since the Hokage represents the ninja forces. He has to know politics, economics, strategy and tactics, along with dozens of other subjects. He has to be a proven leader to be a candidate, and be popular enough that the village would follow him. All of that would take years. Konohamaru cried out. There's a reason why no one has been voted Hokage before his 20s, you know, Naruto pointed out. He knew the third had started earlier, but that had been a battlefield promotion and a completely different thing. The Sarutobi boy simply sighed. Anyway, how about I help you 3 trains? The clone said with a smile. He couldn't help but like Konohamaru. The boy made him think of a younger version of himself. Really? All 3 students replied excitedly. Really, Naruto said with a nod. Let's start with what I just used. Can you all tell me the seals for the Kawarimi? The trio started talking over each other to answer. Naruto simply grinned. He'd had Iruka, and now it was his turn to help those that followed. Prank Day 156. The Tourisan had now been doing patrols for a week, and it was clear they'd gotten a reaction from the Yakuza. Silence. The Lord Jin had said that things had calmed down upon the arrival of the first group of mercenaries, and she hadn't joked. Outside of a few drunks here and there, the samurai group hadn't had any issue in the city. It was like whoever the Yakuza were, they turned tail and hid as soon as the Tourisan had entered the city. Hugh didn't trust that one bit. Especially revealing were the reactions of the people. The civilians were still clearly afraid, even after a week without enemy action, looking over their shoulders during the rare times they left their houses. There wasn't a kid in sight, even on the brightest periods of the day, and shopkeepers were reluctant to sell anything to the mercenaries. While the Naruto clones didn't drink, the non-Bunshin member of the group did, and alcohol was hard to find. At least the last fact would soon be a problem of the past. There was a merchant team on the way and expected any day now, which would help the alcohol shortage and give the team another point of view on what was happening in the city. Talking to the civilians hadn't helped, the few times they could be found, and they needed information to advance. They would be there for a long time if it didn't come. Prank Day 158. Naruto was surprised to see someone waiting for him at Training Ground 6 when he arrived there after his supper. It took a moment for him to remember who the man was, but he stepped forward as soon as he did. You're the trap guy, aren't you? The boy asked as he came up. Tutu Tekuno, was it? You got it, the man said with a grin. Tekuno Kanden, and trap specialist. Naruto looked around. Not that I mind talking to you again, but why are you here? The simply smiled. I talked to your sensei a few weeks ago, and he offered to let me take over part of your training whenever I was available. I'd have come earlier, but well, specialists are in high demand, you know. I'm sure, Naruto replied with his own smile. Is sensei coming today? I am, the special interrupted as he came out of the woods. If you don't mind, Kanden-san, I'd like to sit in on this lesson of yours. Be my guest, Tekuno answered, then turned to Naruto. Now let's talk about traps. Tags, in particular. What do you know about them? They're strips of paper with an explosion sealed inside of them, Naruto replied as he'd been taught in the academy. They're mainly used in trapping techniques or to improve the power of thrown weapons. The textbook answer: yes, Takano replied. Now, what can you personally do with them? A lot of different types of traps, pits, kunai and the like, the blonde enumerated. I know how to set them on a timer, and how to prime them for contact, along with using them on kunai and shuriken. He stopped for a moment. Oh, and I also know the Fubaka Hajin. Nice. The last is very useful, and there are never enough users who know it, Takuna replied. Now, how about detonating a tag remotely? Naruto thought for a moment. No, I don't know that one. That's a classic, and it has plenty of uses. Here they handed Naruto a bundle. Those are training tags I made especially for tonight. They're no more powerful than a firecracker, but they explode bright green, perfect for night training. Now set up 10 of them a meter or so apart on the trees, primed for contact. The genin did so, returning to his spot afterwards. Now let me show you, Takano said, whipping out his own tag. He made a visible show of activating the tag, then threw it forward on the ground. A lot of people don't realize it, but a prime tag is waiting for a burst of chakra, the trap specialist explained. Normally, said burst comes from another part of the tag which is set up to react to pressure, but there is nothing stopping someone from preempting that and triggering it remotely with a surge of chakra. He pointed dramatically at his tag, which exploded. Since the tag is already primed, it doesn't need much, just a pencil-thin beam of energy. Now you try it, the man said with a wave. Naruto pointed straight at one of his tags which were 5 or so meters away, and pushed chakra down his arm, thinking of a laser-like beam. He didn't get the result expected, however. The 10 tags he placed exploded all at once in 10 green flashes. No, Takano replied instantly. That's like 20 times too much. With that much chakra, it was more a cone or a wave than a beam. Really? Naruto replied. That's like barely anything. Takano's eyes went wide. If I may, Ebisu pointed out from where he was seated. Naruto has immense chakra reserves, probably greater than mine and yours combined. Takano looked at the boy as if he was seeing him in a new light. Naruto simply blushed and scratched the back of his head. Well, the finally replied. Practice makes perfect. Set up another 10, and try again. This time, try to use half of what you did the previous time, and try to focus it tighter than before. Will do. While there was slow improvement over the next dozen tries, it still wasn't a complete success. Naruto quickly reached a point where he couldn't use lower amounts of chakra while still being too much, and at best he only caused 3 tags to explode at once out of 10. It's clear that it will take you more than a single day to master this, so let's move on to something else. The man went and withdrew something from his front pocket. Wires, he said, handing Naruto the item. We're still talking about tags, correct? The genin asked. Indeed, Takano replied. While remotely detonating a bunch of tags close to one another is useful, there are moments when you need more than that. That's when wires come in, the man explained. It's especially useful in demolition, where you might need to stagger different explosions with different timing. Now set up a tag and try it. It's the same concept as the prior exercise, only channeling the chakra down the wire. This time, Naruto succeeded on the first try. That's a lot easier, he pointed out. Yes, Takano countered. But it has its own flaws. Since you're now reliant on the wire, that's a clear point of failure for enemies to attack. Cutting the string makes at least part of the setup useless, and it adds extra visibility to the whole thing. Naruto nodded. Now, there are multiple ways of sidestepping those weaknesses, the joining continued. First, you can build redundant systems, with multiple lines to connect them. Now, of course, that means. For his seat on the grass, Ebisu noted everything. He needed to make sure he could continue Takano's instruction should the man be absent, and building his own knowledge base was always a plus. He could see that sharing teaching duties with Takano had been the right decision to take after all. Prank Day 170. Team 1 arrived in the mission office at 2 sharp, as was usual. On this particular day, the Hokage was in residence, and he smiled at their arrival. He had a surprise for them. Team 1, reporting for missions. Ebisu exclaimed, standing straight. Beside him, his genin emulated him. Punctual as usual, I approve, Sandaime replied. Now, any preference on this day's mission? A shopping request, if possible, Hokage-sama, said the ninja, nodding and handing the special a scroll. Also, I would reserve a training ground cleanup if you have one available. I do, Hiruzen said with a smile. I also have the mission you requested earlier this week. The older ninja handed Ebisu a different bordered scroll. Naruto gazed at the scroll for a moment. What's so special about this one? Ebisu turned toward his team. The Hokage and I agreed that, based on your training and hard work, it was time for this team to move to C ranks. Really? Miramara asked. Yes, the sensei replied. This is a request for a courier mission to a village near the border with Yama no Kuni. We are to deliver a scroll to the lawman in residence, and bring his reply back to Konoha. Does anyone think they aren't ready for this mission? No, sensei, Ariko replied, while beside her the two boys shook their heads quickly. Even the rabbit did the same. This mission should take no more than 2 weeks, so you will need to pack accordingly. We will not be having any training tonight to give you time to do so. We will be leaving tomorrow at 6 in the morning from the East Gate, he explained. I expect everyone to be on time. Hi, the 3 genin replied. Now we have 2 missions before us, Ebisu continued. The first client is Shiromatsu in the market district. Team 1 move out, the special cried out. Hi, the trio repeated, turning as one. Both Ebisu and the Hokage could easily see the extra spring in their step from the news. They were clearly ready for it. Chapter 24, The C-Rank Curse. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Archeo Lumiere and Essex on space battles for Beta. This chapter wouldn't be as good without them. Prank Day 170. Team 1 managed to go through the 2 D-ranked missions their sensei had chosen today in half the time they normally took, and Ebisu was kind enough to give them leave to prepare for their C rank instead of going back for a 3rd mission. As such, the group split up shortly before 5, each going in their own direction. Naruto was headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen, to bolster himself against a long period without his favorite food, while Miramaro went directly home to prepare. The 3 Narutos would clearly see each other later today in the Uruhara basement, but for now each had things to do. Which was why Ariko was waiting in front of the academy, counting down the time before classes ended. She didn't have to wait long. Hey, Jen and Bunny, Ringo said as she came out, the rest of the fashion club behind her. Long time no see. Hello girls, Ariko responded more calmly while Ichibo waved. How does it go? The students looked at each other. Could be worse, could be better, Fumishi replied with a shrug. I can't wait until they find a more permanent replacement as taijutsu teacher, Mihoshi whined. Having a different one every couple of days is a pain. The rest of the group nodded at that. How about the new maths and history teacher? The genin clone asked. She, like all Naruto clones, had been informed of the man's treachery and disappearance. You won't hear a complaint here, Mihoshi replied with a smile. Same here, Fumichi added, echoing her fellow students' reaction. Ren-sensei's somewhat harsher than Kazuki was, but a much better teacher. Ariko forced down all the comments she had about how the man had treated Naruto, and how harsh he'd been. It was the past, and it should stay there. Glad to hear that, at least, she finally answered. So, what allows us the honor of seeing you here, on a Wednesday no less? Nishi asked. My team finished early, and we have the evening off, she explained, taking a deep breath. Team 1 has a C-rank mission starting tomorrow. Mihoshi squealed and hugged her tight at those words. Congratulations, she exclaimed, and the rest of the group wasn't long in following suit. Nice, you're progressing, Nishi said after a few moments of cheers and hugs. What kind of mission is it? Career mission, Ariko replied. Tell us everything you can, Ringo added. Better yet, Fumichi said with a smile, let's go get ourselves a table in a restaurant. We need to give our most advanced member a proper send-off. Here. the rest of the group replied. Ariko would last in the Uruhara basements that day, talking for hours with the fashion club. Some of them would even have tips on what to bring or on things to look for, but even without that the female clone would have appreciated the gesture. It was nice having people behind you who cared. Prank Day 171. Ebisu was glad to see his entire team present at Konoha's East Gate, 5 minutes before 7. While lateness had never really been an issue with them, today was more important than any day before. Sure, they had leeway on their travel time, but it was always easier to start with a reputation for professionalism than to build back to one. "Good morning, team," he said as he stopped before his students. "I see everyone is ready to go," he said as he took out a sealed scroll. "This is the document we are to bring to Fumoto-cho, the closest town to our border with Yama no Kuni." "Are they secret mission plans, or a treasure map of some sort?" Naruto asked, clearly intent on adventure. "Nothing so grand," the special replied. "These are answers to questions the lawman in Fumoto-cho had, along with orders, updates, and the like." Naruto's face fell. "Do not be disappointed. While this is clearly not the most important of documents, one must start somewhere. You wouldn't expect a capital dispatch to be given to improve in ninjas, would you?" "No," the three answered. "There you have it," Ebisu replied. "Even if this is routine communication, treat it as if it were the most important decree of the Hokage. Outside these walls, you never know what can happen." "Aye," the team answered in chorus. The sensei took good luck with his 3 students. All seemed well prepared for the trip, holsters full and backpacks not too light or too heavy. "Any other questions before we depart?" Muramaru raised his hand. "How long do you expect the trip to take?" "On a good walk, we should arrive at our destination in 5 days, Ebisu answered. "With a day or 2 in Fumoto-cho and 5 days to return, that gives us 2 days of leeway in case of unexpected happenings." Muramaru nodded at that. "Have you ever done this specific mission before, sensei?" Ariko asked. Ebisu was about to answer when his watch beeped. 7 in the morning, time to go. "We'll discuss this on the way, if you don't mind." His female student nodded, shouldering her backpack as she turned. The 2 others did the same, and the group left the village for the first time. "No, I have never done this specific mission," Ebisu replied once they were away from Konoha's gates. "I became a genin before the 3rd Ninja War, and career missions near the border weren't given to genin then, when they were even given. I did, however, do quite a few of this type of mission, carrying messages back and forth to various other groups. Now, this was more dangerous, because..." Prank Day 172. Kyuha dodged back, narrowly evading a spike of rock that erupted right below his feet. The rest of the clones beside him spread out, only for a burst of wind to bring up a cloud of dust. The Dukeshi leader reacted instantly, and did a blind substitution straight up. That was a new variation of the technique the Naruto clones had developed in reaction to the rising skills of the new members of the Dukeshi. Some of the clones didn't react in time, they died instantly. Kyuha himself did a second kawarimi, landing on the side of a tree, and waited for the dust to settle. With the rain, it wouldn't stay up long. When he could see the ground again, only a single person remained standing. Most people wouldn't be intimidated by her, but the Naruto clones had learned their lesson harshly. Kyuki Ikonja might be less than 1.5 meters in height, but she made up the difference in ferocity. Among Kyokuba, the new team, she was the close-range specialist. Surprisingly, she was the only one of the team that wasn't from ANBU itself. She was a medic, who'd wanted to be moved to a more active, i.e. less boring, position, and she had no problem in using the medical techniques she knew to cause horrible damage. When under her cherry-red mask with attached antennas, she went under the name of Seed. Kyuha counted the leftover markers on the ground, proof of fallen clones. 5 more of them had succumbed, bringing their number down to 15. Of course, these losses didn't go unanswered. A rain of kunai and shuriken surged from the trees, going straight for the land-bound ninja. Kyuha did nothing, expecting what would surely follow. He wasn't disappointed, as the weapons never reached her. A big boom rang through the area, and all the flying projectiles flew off course in the shockwave. Seed used the distraction to disappear, leaving only the fallen markers behind. A second later, a second explosion was heard, and one of the trees fell under the attack. One of the sources of projectiles, of course. Trunks' handiwork. The former male NBU was, surprisingly, the team's defensive specialist. Normally, people specializing in fire techniques weren't much for defense, but Serero Ikiai wasn't anything near normal. Almost 2.5 meters tall, he towered over near everybody, and was so talented in causing explosions that he could and did annual attacks with them. He was the one who wore a sun-yellow mask with a lion's mane attached to it. A single clone managed to land safely after dropping from his fallen perch, only to disappear a second later. Kyuha caught a flash of antlers, clear indicators of Root's presence. Born Khan Neko, he was the closest thing to an assassin in the group. He was somehow as comfortable underground as above, and was very good at erasing his presence. Forgetting to account for him was a mistake you didn't do twice, as he could attack from ambush like nobody else. The Dukeshi leader summoned another wave of Kage Bunshin, then did a trio of switches in quick succession. With the rain serving as radar for Flower, the new clones were quickly found and dispatched, mainly with more explosions. The clone leader had no choice but to continue on that route, as the flagging numbers of his team forced him into summoning more clones and moving after each wave. The battle quickly became a stalemate, with either side having the upper hand. The alarm rang after 10 more minutes of jockeying for advantage. The few remaining clones dropped out of their hiding places, while the 4 Kyokuba members did the same. Flower rose from the middle of a pond that didn't look like it could hide a fish, and Root rose beside her. "You're getting better at that, Flower," he said. Her nickname had stuck. The woman sighed deeply. "I couldn't have managed 2 more minutes of this. Between the stealth jutsu, my rain sense, and manipulating the puddle to give targeting indications, I was just about to fall unconscious." "None of that," Seed said with a growl. "I'm the one who'll have to deal with you if you fall from chakra exhaustion, and after the last time I will make you regret it, mark my words." Trunks simply grunted in agreement. Hi, Flower replied, clearly too tired to argue. "Fall into position," Kyuha ordered, and the 4 Kyokuba members stood at the ready before him. "Great work, team. Another test passed. You're one step closer to being a full Dukeshi." That's what Kyuha had been doing for the past week. After discussions with Jiraiya and the Sandaime, he'd come up with a number of scenarios the new Dukeshi should be able to complete. Rescue missions, captures, scouting, invasion, countering. They'd gone through 15 different tests to make sure they'd be able to work properly together in all situations. And they'd all passed with flying colors. Everyone nodded, save Flower, who fell on herself. "And how many are left?" she said, tiredness evident in her voice. Kyuha had been waiting for that one question. The other times he'd been asked this, his answer had always been a few. And he could see in everyone's face that this was what they were expecting. As such, he answered differently. "None." "What?" Flower replied, eyes growing wide. And she wasn't the only one to react. "There are no more tests," Kyuha said, waving for them to follow. "You've proven your ability to work together well in all situations. Now, all that's left is mastering the kinjutsu that makes the Dukeshi such a danger on the battlefield, and that makes us an endless army in combat." Silence answered him. He clearly had the group's complete attention. He pointed down toward one of the caves. "Go inside." Everyone did so. The place wasn't one of the Uruhara pathways, but a new base the Naruto clones had built with Jiraiya's teachings and help. It was somewhat far from Konoha, being more than 20 kilometers away, but the Hokage was planning on a second base being built in the village itself. For the moment, this was perfect as a training area. Inside, a dozen clones were waiting, scrolls at the ready. They split into 4 groups and waited. "Now, the first technique you'll learn today is the most important, and the one that'll be used the most," Kyuha explained. "Like all jutsu you'll learn today, this technique is only to be used by clones and never by flesh and blood ninja. In humans, it has side effects that'll end your ninja career in months if not sooner. Clones, demonstrate." One of the clones stepped forward and bowed. He then did a few hand seals, then slapped a glowing hand on the floor. "As you can see, the technique drains chakra," the Dukeshi leader continued. "It affects everything: trees, seals, people, and even nature itself. With it, one of the main flaws of the Kage Bunshin, their limited chakra reserves, can be easily dealt with. I'm pretty sure everyone here can understand the implications." Everyone nodded. Seed did so hard enough that Kyuha was afraid she'd broken something. Now split up. The clones will teach each of you individually, and we'll move to the next technique once you've mastered this one. It didn't take long for each Kyokuba member to join his trio of Dakeshi clones, calling a shadow clone as they did so. Even Flower managed to summon a Bunshin regardless of her exhaustion, interested as she was. Kyuha smiled. His team was growing well and fast. Prank Day 174. Thank you, come again, Sho said as the two peasants left in a hurry after their purchase. The merchant clones sighed after they were gone. Again, they hadn't learned a thing. The place hadn't been open long, they were only on their 4th day of business. Not that they had much. The Torisan had been clear that this place wasn't a healthy city, and that could be seen in the habits of their clients, especially compared to those of the people in other cities. Here, in San no Kuni, they had very little business. Nobody ever came alone, always in pairs or more, and never while there was any other client in the shop. There was no arguing, no window shopping, no haggling, just enough words to order things, if there was even that. And when they left, the clients ran like the fires of hell were after them, sometimes not even waiting for their change. Clearly, nothing good. Unfortunately, that made it so that they could barely gather any information. There weren't any rumors going around, mainly because no one was talking. Which meant they weren't of much help. Sho was about to sigh again when the bell attached to the door rang once more. "Welcome to Kuroneko," he said, looking at the pair who'd just entered. He then forced himself not to tense. Between the fashion group's teaching and Jiraiya's training, the Naruto clones had gotten pretty talented at reading people. And the two civilians who'd come inside rang alarms. As usual, it was a man and a woman, but they weren't like the ordinary clients. The man wore a sword at his belt like he knew how to use it. He wasn't the first to come with a weapon, but the others who'd entered armed clearly had them on only to comfort themselves. This guy was visibly ready to draw at any moment, and the clothes he wore did nothing to hide the fact that he was a warrior. Loose clothes that wouldn't hamper movement, good quality sandals, hints of something rigid under his shirt even without the fact that he was looking everywhere as if seeking sources of danger. Sho would bet his life he was a bodyguard. The woman was no better. First, she wore a kimono, which was the first he saw in this place outside the Lord's mansion, with a purse hanging to the side without care. In other places, that would have seemed normal, but here it was another first. He even detected a hint of perfume. It was more than suspicious. "Good day, shopkeeper," she said, bowing very slightly. "Am I speaking to the owner of this place?" "You are." Another first. Nobody had asked this question before in this building. Good, good, she looked around, stopping when her eyes fell upon the stacked bottles of alcohol behind the counter. "What alcohol selection do you have?" Sho recited his stock from memory. With the small number of sales he'd done, there was nothing he'd lack stock of. "How about 5 barrels of rice country sake?" she asked. "Of course," he replied automatically. Inside, he was goggling. 5 barrels? Even if that was the only suspicious action she'd taken, it would have been enough. His biggest sale had been 3 bottles, and this was more than an order of magnitude greater. He then turned to the bodyguard. "Does Mr. need anything?" He caught a hint of a scowl before the woman smothered it. "He won't be taking anything." The man just grunted. "I see," he said, tallying the price. She paid without argument, something that raised alarms since he'd put a good 30% markup compared to the normal price, and she didn't even react. He'd expected an argument at the very least. "Will you be taking it with you, or will you need it delivered?" Sho asked. The woman shook her head. "No need for delivery. I'll have someone come get them." "Your receipt, then," he said, handing her the paper. She grabbed it and tucked it in her purse without looking. "Pleasure doing business with you." "Come again," he said, waving. As soon as the door closed behind them, however, he did the cross seal of the Kage Bunshin and informed the other members of the network of what had just happened. He was pretty sure there would be a cat or dog trailing them in the next few minutes. He then set himself to wait. Rare was when they had 2 sets of customers, one right after the other, and 3 had never happened. He probably had at least a good 30 minutes before anything else happened. Maybe he could find a way to train that wouldn't be immediately visible. Prank Day 175. By the afternoon of the 5th day, Team 1 had left the main thoroughfares for smaller roads, those being wide enough for only a single cart to pass. The land was getting bumpier, and the ground less maintained, while dense forests surrounded them on both sides. And, after a good 2 hours' march on said road, the group arrived in Fumoto-cho at last. "That's the city we were waiting for?" Naruto said, turning toward his sensei. "It's barely bigger than a village." Muramura had to admit Naruto was right. The place from what they could see was only somewhat bigger than the roadside villages they'd passed on the way. One could see farms just off the main road, and there were very few businesses on the main street. The only one that drew attention was an inn barely a block away, as it was the tallest building in sight. "Indeed, this is where our mission leads," Ebisu replied. "While I will agree it is much less populated than Konoha or other such towns, it is still the biggest city in the region. As such, this is the place where the region's administration is concentrated." He looked around. The few people in the street flinched as his team's eyes went over them. The teacher then turned toward his students. "Unfortunately, there will be no training while we are in Fumoto-cho. While larger cities tend to have no issues with ninja due to seeing them more frequently, remote places like this tend to have superstitions regarding our presence. We tend to be associated with death, and that simple fact makes the common man fear us. No need to pour oil over the fire by openly practicing ninjutsu." "Hi," his 3 students answered. The fact was, they didn't mind too much. Ebisu had used the 5 days on the road to teach the group a number of low-level ninjutsu that were useful for a ninja on a mission. Nothing one would use in combat, but rather small techniques that made life easier. A jutsu to purify water, another to create heatless light, one to blow away dust and remove tracks, all sorts of useful things that made life outside cities easier. "Now, while we camped outside the last few nights, we will be staying in an inn tonight," their sensei said, pointing forward at said building. "Please remember that you are still on mission, and that you are representing Konoha. As such, no pranks, fooling around, or anything of the sort." "Hi," the trio repeated, following their teacher. The inn was basically the same thing the many Narutos had seen all over the continent: a bar with tables on the first floor, and a staircase leading to rooms on the second. The place was actually quite clean, compared to the many other examples the Narutos had seen, which boded well. "Hello, hello," the old man behind the counter said as the 4 came in. Then his eyes went wide. "Shinobi-san!" he exclaimed while bowing. "It has been a long time since any shinobi stayed at my humble inn. Welcome to the bottom of the hill, sirs, miss." "No need to bow before our group, innkeeper," Ebisu replied as he stepped forward. "We are simply travelers. Tell me, do you have any rooms you might rent us?" "This is not the busy season, Shinobi-san," the innkeeper answered. "All my rooms are open. How many would you need?" "2, please." The old man grabbed a few keys from behind the bar. "Please follow me." The civilian stepped out from his workstation, doing a bizarre clacking sound at every step. As he came out from behind the bar, the 3 genin couldn't help but stare. The man had a wooden leg. "Eyes front," Ebisu whispered harshly, and unfortunately it was too late. The old man stopped, realizing he was being stared at. He then smiled. "No worries," he said. "Everyone stares at first. I'm more than used to it." What happened?" Muramura asked. "Well, when I was younger, I was a somewhat skilled hunter," the man explained as everyone walked upstairs. "One winter, however, while I was coming back from a hunt, a starving wolf decided that what I'd caught was exactly what he needed. He took me by surprise, and we fought for a while. I ended up killing him, but by that time the wolf had taken a big bite out of my leg. I made it back to the city, but by that time my leg had gotten infected. It was beyond the skills of the resident healer, so she cut my leg just below the knee to save me. I carved this leg while I was recuperating in bed, and I've been walking on it ever since." He stopped, and pointed to the rooms on the opposite sides of the corridor. "These are yours. 2 beds in each. Supper is included and at 6 tonight. How many nights will you need?" "1 should be enough," Ebisu replied. "Please pay at supper then," the innkeeper said, walking back toward the bar. "I'll leave you to your things then." "One last detail, if you will?" Ebisu asked. "Yes?" "Where could I find the person in charge of this city?" the special joint said. Old man Chaochu? The innkeeper replied, stopping. 4 houses down, on the other side of the street. You can't miss it, it's the only place with 2 floors outside the inn. He paused for a moment. It's been a while since I've seen the man, though, and usually he comes every evening. He might not be in. Where could we find him, then? Their sensei asked. He might be in one of the smaller towns around here, or in one of the surrounding farms, the old man mused. Outside of that, no clue. Thank you, Ebisu said with a small bow. No need, the old man replied, walking away once more. Just happy to have business. The innkeeper had said it was true. The lawman in charge was absent when the team visited, and no one had any clue where he might be found. Between training and missions, Sasuke didn't find much time to look into the mystery that was Naruto's graduation. Kakashi could be a slave driver when he was actually training people, and on some days he couldn't help but fall directly into bed after the team disbanded. Still, he did what he could to listen for whatever was happening in Konoha, hoping for more information. Unfortunately, he missed the days directly after the invasion, when the news was fresh, and very little could currently be heard about his blonde classmate since, as he'd found out, the boy was outside the village on his first C rank. Luckily, after a few weeks, he finally got the opportunity he was waiting for. Kakashi had finished the training early, since he needed to accompany Sakura for Mednin testing, while Sakaki had a training bout with Rock Lee, who he saw as a rival. That left him with all the time in the world to go directly to the best source of information. Yumino Irika. This wasn't the first time he tried to talk to his former teacher, but the man had been absent repeatedly. It seemed that some days he left the academy at the same time as the students, only to reappear home hours later. This time, however, he was there right as classes ended, pushing his way in while all the students did the opposite. Finding Irika's office wasn't an issue, as he hadn't moved in the past year, so Sasuke went straight there and knocked. Come in. The genin did so, seeing his former teacher for the first time in months. He wasn't sure, but Yumino Iruko seemed in better shape than he remembered from his classes with the man. Perhaps the rumors of intense training were true. It would explain the absences, also. Good day, Yumino-san. Uchiha Sasuke, the man said, rising and extending his hand. Sasuke saw no reason not to shake. I don't see former students often. What can I do for you? He said, indicating an empty chair. Sasuke sat down in the offered seat. I seek information, he said. Just to confirm, Naruto was promoted to genin, correct? Yes, the teacher replied. Him along with 2 members of the latest class. Did they get the authorization to take the exams early? Irika shook his head. Then, how did they get promoted? It ate him a little inside that Naruto had found a way to bypass the exams. If he could have started earlier, he'd be that much closer to his brother, he was sure. Irika took a deep breath. What do you know about the invasion? He asked. Not much, Sasuke admitted. Most people were reluctant to talk much about it, after all the losses. I know that it was Sand and the new village Sound against Konoha, and that Sand surrendered while Sound was beaten back. I don't know most of the details. Okay, the teacher said, preparing himself in his mind. There were multiple hot spots during the invasion, the walls, the summoned snakes, the hospital, but the most important was the stadium. Where the last round of the Chunin exams was happening, Sasuke interjected. Exactly, Irika replied. The reason was clear, that was where the Hokage was, and he was one of the main targets of the attack. Now, the invaders were well prepared, with a sleeping genjutsu over the entirety of the stadium and infiltrators all over the place. I was there myself, with Naruto, and everyone was caught completely by surprise. Sasuke's eyes focused. While he agreed that Irika was a good teacher, Sasuke wouldn't expect it to come out undamaged from such an attack. He thought the man had been far from the fighting. Continue. I can't say everything that happened in that arena with all the fighting, the Chunin explained. But one thing was clear, Naruto filled the place with as many shadow clones as he could, taking the fight to the infiltrators. They died in droves, but that way they kept leaf losses to a minimum. Shadow clones? Sasuke asked. Think regular clones, only with the ability to affect reality. Not any more solid, but they can still fight and use techniques. Sasuke nodded at that. Now I ended up escorting some members of the nobility to a shelter, so I missed the end of the battle, but I've heard that it was Naruto that broke the jutsu that held the Hokage prisoner, which forced Orochimaru to retreat. The Uchiha Genin couldn't believe it. Dead last, saving the Hokage? That was preposterous. He had to agree, though, that this was the kind of action that deserved promotion. What about the others? Irika continued. Muramaru, the boy in Naruto's team, reputedly saved the Hokage's life while also helping civilians to safety, while Jordan Ariko, the girl, took out 10 or so enemies of higher rank, and also assisted the Hokage in his battle. The fangirl, with 10 kills? He couldn't believe it. But Naruto's exploit was even less believable. How could Naruto have? Irika interrupted him. Have you ever seen Naruto shy from combat? Sasuke couldn't say he did. The blonde boy had many flaws, but fearful had never been one of them. Still, he was dead last. How? What makes you say he was dead last? Irika asked. Everyone said so. Even the teachers. Then, I have an exercise for you, one that should help you become a better ninja, Irika said with a smile. You had top marks in memory exercises, so you clearly remember information well. Ignore what everyone said about Naruto, and focus on what you saw and lived through. How would you rate him, using only that? Sasuke sat down and thought. Bottom of the class in maths and history, he remembered a few of the exams the blonde had received. Can't use the clone, unreliable substitution. He's seen many examples of both, though he had to agree that he had memories of Naruto succeeding at the Kawarini. Average weapon throwing again, many examples. He then started scowling. Decent taijutsu. While Naruto's forms were horrible, the Uchiha had to agree that he was clearly above Sakura's level, and he'd had some victories against talented students like Sakaki. Very good transformation, which were mainly used for pranks, but credit was due there. That's all, I think. You're missing trap evasion, where Naruto is among the best in the class, but that's a valid evaluation, the Chunin replied. Now, taking all that into account, what would be your opinion? Now that he thought of it, the only things that really pushed Naruto down were his maths and history grades, which even he believed were overly represented in the exams at a third of the grade. Outside of that, with some good points and some bad ones, Naruto sounded pretty good average. Good, Irika said. Making valid evaluations of allies and enemies is capital both in battle situations and not. Also, one should always reevaluate facts based on one's first-hand experiences. Also, there are facts that you are not aware of. Do tell. Some are not mine to tell, but I will tell you what is commonly known, the teacher said. Naruto had special issues that were not caught until recently, and was also the target of deliberate sabotage by at least 2 teachers. Unfortunately, with Kazuki's escape and the need to bring back the students whose last exam had been sabotaged, the manipulations in the academy hadn't stayed secret very long. Keeping things hidden in a ninja village when students were involved was nearly an impossibility. What? Irika nodded somberly. I've gone over the numbers, and the Konoha analysts agree with me. Naruto should have scrapped a pass the first time he did the exam, had his notes not been tampered with. And he wasn't the only one. That's he didn't have words for it. The idea that a paper pusher might have managed to force him to fail, if he'd decided to do so? It made him sick to think about it. Were my own? No, the teacher countered. Your grades were untouched. The group who did this targeted mainly students of civilian families or orphans, people who had no resources to fall back on for shinobi subjects. That was another fact that had managed its way to the rumor mill. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then rose. Thank you, sensei, he said with a bow. He had to agree, he'd learned more than he thought coming here. I have much to think about. The teacher smiled. Don't be a stranger. Do come back. I think I will, Uchiha replied. Good day, Yumino-san. Good day yourself, Uchiha-san. Walking outside, one thing stuck to mind. Sasuke agreed, things seen firsthand were the best source of information. As such, he'd have to see Naruto once he was back and test the blonde genin himself. Yes, that was the best way to go. Team 1 came back to the inn as the sun was coming down. As they had no indication that the lawman was even in the town itself, it was decided that the group would sup and sleep before starting the search the next day. The innkeeper clearly knew shinobi. He gave the ninjas the table farthest from the door, back to the wall. He then delivered a complete roasted chicken with gravy and side dishes for the group. After a few days of travel rations, Naruto had to agree that it looked delicious. However, before they could even start eating, people started streaming in the inn, some going to the bar and some to tables. The old man and a boy, who they supposed was the cook, went back and forth bringing food. Ignoring them, Naruto started on his own meal, only to be interrupted by Ariko. "Are they all looking at us?" Naruto turned around and noticed that yes, Ariko was right. Each and every person at the table was staring in their direction, eyes barely blinking. Even the people at the bar did the same, ignoring their glasses. Turning back to his team, Naruto shivered. "Creepy." "Ignore it," Ebisu said, seemingly unaffected. "Reactions like this one are unfortunately common in isolated regions. This is actually not the worst case I've lived through." He then launched himself into a retelling of one of his missions deep in the Fire Country. The people there had been even worse than the citizens of Fumoto-cho, blaming the passing ninjas for everything that had gone wrong in the last 2 years. It had gotten to the point where Ebisu's team faced a lynch mob, and only the fact that Ebisu's teammate Might Guy had been especially talented in knocking out adversaries instead of killing them had kept the situation from becoming a bloodbath. "I get that," Miramara said, trying to ignore the looks. "Still, it's disturbing." Ariko nodded, handing Ichibo a second carrot. "Then, let us focus on something else," Ebisu said, putting his half-full glass of water at the center of the table, out of sight from the rest of the room. "Look here." He did a pair of hand seals, then put his hands at both sides of the glass. Nothing happened. "Was something supposed to happen, sensei?" Ariko asked. "No," the special replied. "But watch this." He reached into his pockets, withdrawing a clear vial. Opening it, he let a single drop fall in the glass before putting it back in its place. He then made the same set of hand seals once more, and this time, the glass shone clear blue when he put his hands on it. "This jutsu has the following florid nickname, the Poison Taster's Nose," he explained. "And it is a simple one that detects dangerous components in liquids. Ninjas and bodyguard missions use it regularly, and with experience one can even learn to identify what type of poison is inside based on the color of the light." "Now your turn," he said, waving to the rest of the team. Each of the genin tried in turn, though none managed the technique that night. It did allow them to ignore the looks, at least. Prank Day 176. The 4 of them were down at breakfast, alone, thankfully, when a man entered the inn, coming straight for them. The genin all tensed for combat, but the man stopped a few feet from the table. He was clearly old, based on the wrinkles and white hair, but was still visibly in shape. He had the tan of a person who worked long hours in the sun, and had an air of authority along that. "I heard you were looking for me, Shinobi-san?" he said, turning toward Ebisu. "You must be the lawman, I suppose?" "Indeed," he replied with a booming voice. "I am Chujuru, and I've been placed in charge of this region by the Fire Daimyo. Call me Chaochu, everyone does." He looked at everyone. "Now what can I do for you sirs, miss?" Ebisu stepped forward. "We have a dispatch from Konoha for you," he said, withdrawing and handing the document. Chujiro waited no time, breaking the seal and quickly reading the missive. "I see," he finally said. "I have the requested documents in my office. Come with me, I'll get them for you." "Team, follow!" Ebisu ordered, and the 3 genin rose instantly. No need," the lawman quickly replied. "My office is not big enough for all of you anyway." Ebisu thought for a moment, then turned to his team. "Pack everything," he said. "I want to leave as soon as I return." He made a signal offhand, one of the few he'd thought Team 1. Keep together. He had a bad feeling about this, somehow. The 3 genin did as ordered, gathering everything in their rooms. Miramara took Ebisu's backpack, and the 3 retreated in the 2 male genin they had used last night. "I'm not the only one who doesn't trust this, right?" Miramara said. "Nope," said both Ariko and Ichibo. Naruto shook his head. "No, I didn't like this place from the moment we got here. Anyone getting flashbacks of San no Kuni?" The clone network had already gotten a good number of updates from that region. Both clones nodded. "There's clearly something wrong with the people. That level of silence for so long? Not possible." Miramaro was about to reply when Ebisu's voice rang out. Team to me. Let's go, Naruto said, rising. The three genin were halfway down the corridor when Ichibo whistled, before jumping intently. Ariko's eyes went wide, and she flicked 2 fingers at her nose. Rabbits speak for bizarre or uncommon smells. The three quickly took combat positions. I don't smell anything, Miramaro said, and Naruto nodded in agreement. The innkeeper walked out of Ebisu's room. Your sensei's downstairs waiting, he said with a smile. Naruto saw something wrong in that smile, and dashed forward. What did you? He started, only to fall on his knees short of his target. Behind him, Ariko and Miramaro fell to the ground, unconscious. You ninjas are all the same, the man said, no longer hiding his disdain. Always underestimating the weak. He tapped twice of his wooden leg for good measure. Naruto tried to grab the man, but he was losing strength too fast. He left face first to the ground, and could see no more. I love binary poisons, was the last thing Naruto heard before he blacked out. Chapter 25, Depravity. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Ordo Hereticus and Essex on space battles for Beta. This chapter wouldn't be as good without them. Prank Day 176. Naruto slowly came to. Everything was blurry and distorted, and even with his eyes open he couldn't make sense of things. Luckily it seemed like whatever was causing this was fading, as his sight started clearing up. He shook his head side to side, hoping it would help. Welcome back, he heard somewhat bizarrely. After a second of thought, he recognized Muramaru's voice and turned in that direction. It didn't take long for the remaining fuzziness to clear up, and he moved his head around, trying to get a better grasp on the situation. His arms were stuck behind his back, clearly chained, and a look downward revealed his feet were restrained similarly. Also, surprisingly, his shirt had been taken off and paper seals had been placed all over his belly. What? He asked aloud. Yeah, Ariko replied, that was my first reaction too. She was chained on the opposite side of the room, right next to the other clone. You clearly went through a different treatment than we did, she continued, indicating her hands with a movement of her head. Her fingers had been taped together tightly in front of her, while her arms were chained with solid iron links which were bolted to the wall at her back. A quick look at Muramaru revealed he'd gone through the same treatment. Naruto wriggled his fingers and found no obstructions. Any ideas why they didn't do the same with my own hands? He asked. No clue, Muramaru replied. I can see seals on the chains at your feet, Ariko answered. Those on your arms are probably the same. I guess you're the one who got the special treatment, not us. Why would I? Naruto started. Oh yeah? Quibi. He normally didn't pay much attention to his tenant, but others might not do the same. The other 2 clones nodded in agreement. Probably, Muramaru answered. There was a moment of silence. Well, anyway, we don't have time to lose, Naruto said. Any clue where we are? Ariko shook her head. None. By what I can remember, you were the last one who lost consciousness, and the both of us were already chained here when we woke up. What about Ichibo? The blonde asked. Ariko made a move with her head, indicating one of the corners of the room. Twisting so he could look in that direction, he noticed the rabbit standing in that corner, immobile. He was restrained as heavily as anybody else in this cell, and didn't react when his name was called. Is he okay? Naruto asked. I'm pretty sure he's still under the effect of what took us down, Ariko replied, a note of uncertainty creeping in her voice. Any clue what it was? Muramaru added. Naruto thought back, trying to remember what had happened earlier. I think he said it was a poison of some sort. Poison? Muramaru echoed, surprised. Aren't we clones immune to poison? That was at least the general idea, especially based on the clone's resistance to alcohol. That's what I thought also, Naruto replied. It's not like we tested that part, however. At those words, the 2 clones looked down. Believing themselves immune was dangerous, especially if they weren't. Anyway, Naruto continued. That's not important right now. What is getting out of here, and as soon as possible? And how are we going to do that? Nuramara said, rattling his chains. We can't do hand seals, we barely have any leeway to move and we're chained to the very walls. Said walls were stone, and looked very sturdy. How can we manage that? Naruto nodded, face serious. Then, let's figure out what we can do without hand seals. Anything comes to mind? Well, Ariko said from her spot. There's already a few things. Mostly chakra exercises, but Hara Coil 3.4. Diaphragm Coil 3.1. Central Lung Coil 3.7. That and the sound of a quill on paper were the only things Ebisu could hear as he came to. Since he had no clue where he was, he did his best not to react in any way, keeping his eyes closed as he cast his mind back to how he'd gotten here. The last thing he remembered was following the lawman back to his office. He'd been on edge. He couldn't tell what, but some instinct was telling him things weren't as he'd suspected. Still, the lawman made no offensive move, leading him directly to his office and withdrawing the requested documents from his desk. The special remembered that he not even touched the documents, preferring to use a variation of the leaf floating method to grab them. The first was what had been requested, and he'd fallen while reaching for the second. He couldn't think of anything else. Welcome back to the land of the living, Ninja-san, a voice came from above. I was starting to think you had an uncommon reaction to my poison. The antidote normally works much quicker. Ebisu could hear the smile in the man's voice. Though I will suggest that you should train your body more, Ninja-san. I've rarely had a high-level ninja with such a weak body pass through my hands. Ebisu opened his eyes to find a man standing right above him. He had short white blonde hair that was slicked back and ended at his nape, along with a bizarre seal right in the middle of his forehead. He wore an open white lab coat with casual clothes underneath, nothing that especially drew attention. No, what immediately drew the eyes were the glasses he wore. Steel gray, they were nearly a half mask with how much of his face they covered. Also, one couldn't see his eyes through the lenses, and not because they were tinted. No, the effect was similar to a microscope, distorting the eye beneath. I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself, the man said cheerfully. My name is Shinsei Shukuen, and this place is my very own lab. Ebisu tried rising, only to fail as bands of metal held him down. What am I doing here? He asked. You are here to help the advancement of knowledge, of course. Shukuen replied with a smile, sounding as if such a thing was self-evident. We don't get many Konoha shinobi here, but your fire nature will be perfect for many tests. The blonde's hands formed into seals. Now, please stay still. We wouldn't want to generate invalid data, would we? Ebisu's eyes went wide. You're a ninja? There had been no indication of such a thing, no Hittite, no weapons or armor. Not even the classic scars and other bodily consequences of shinobi life. Never call me that. The man spat out, his cheerful demeanor vanishing in an instant. I'm a chakra scientist, not one of those stupid brutes that care only about money and violence. He put his hand on the immobile Ebisu's throat, and paralyzed the special from the throat down. None of them care about research, progress, or anything like that. They only care about killing each other off. He stooped for a second. There are exceptions, though, such as my own sensei. Thank the kami for them, or humanity would have killed itself off by now. It didn't take long for Ebisu to guess who the man's sensei was. You work for Orochimaru, the special spat out accusingly. Shukuen didn't notice the tone. Great man, isn't he? He replied. He might have started as a ninja, but he's really like me, a scientist at heart. He understands what's truly important, and that sacrifices have to be made in the name of science. He grabbed something to the side, and shoved it into Ebisu's mouth. He then tied it off solidly. MMPH. The special grunted, his words made incomprehensible by the plastic ball between his teeth. I'm sorry, but I have to test your brain's pain response now. We need to have everything noted down before we proceed to the next batch of tests, you see. The scientist grabbed a bladed tool from a tray beside the table. Now let's. Almost there, Naruto said as he watched the proceedings. Muramaru inched his foot forward as Ariko forced herself to stay immobile. It took 3 tries, but he finally managed to hook his foot right where he wanted. Got it, the male clone said. Just a little more. He pushed his foot forward a tiny bit, forcing Ariko's side pocket open millimeter by millimeter. So? Ariko asked hopefully. Muramura let his foot fall back down. Nothing. Pockets empty. Damn. Naruto swore. That's another thing. Anything else? The three Narutos had spent the last hour trying to figure out ways of escaping their chains, listing things they could do without hand seals. Unfortunately, they hadn't gotten any results yet. The Academy's escape techniques weren't enough for solid chains like these. Both the leaf floating technique and the chakra shield didn't affect the bandages that were preventing them from using, and while they might be able to prime tags without their hands, their captors had not forgotten to remove every weapon they had on themselves. Naruto himself was even unable to use chakra, which was either because of the seals on his stomach or the chains on his limbs. This wouldn't have been such an issue if they'd had some clone backup available. Unfortunately, the three Narutos had taken Ebisu's warning seriously, and hadn't used any ninjutsu since entering Fumoto-cho. Not that it would have mattered since, with the low population of the city, the clones would have been evident from the start. I can't think of much, Ariko replied. The only thing left that comes to mind is the tree-walking technique. That's the opposite of what we want, Naruto said with a sigh. We want to make things leave, not make them stick. Muramura's eyes went wide at those words. I'm an idiot, he said, causing the others to turn towards him. Clearly focusing, he started channeling chakra to his fingers. What are you trying to do? Ariko asked. Muramura didn't answer, continuing to concentrate. A ripping sound echoed through the room, followed by another, then another. After a minute of such sounds, Muramura spread his fingers wide, then let them flow into a familiar pattern. He then disappeared from his spot, appearing on the other side of the room. Naked. Oops, he said as he looked down. I think I left too much behind. He then walked back to the chains to withdraw his shirt and pants. How did you do that? Both Naruto and Ariko asked. You remember Kuratori's lesson on the tree-walking technique, right? He answered as he dressed himself. The two others nodded. Remember what happens if you put too much chakra into the technique? It damages, the Naruto said, then realized what the male clone had meant. Right. He looked down and tried channeling chakra once more. Nothing happened. Doesn't work with what I have, he said with a sigh. Not surprising, Muramura said as he made sure everything was properly in place. Beside him, tears were already appearing in Ariko's restraints. We'll help you out as soon as Ariko's free. The boy then went to help his female compatriot escape. It didn't take long before she was free, even managing to use Kawarimi while leaving only the chains behind. She then quickly went to the corner where Chibo was staying, and stripped him of his bindings. That done, she put a hand on his chest and slowly smiled. He's fine, she revealed, placing the rabbit on her head. Both Naruto and Muramura released a sigh of relief at those words. That was one less thing to worry about. How about my chains? The blonde asked. The paper seals weren't an issue, but removing those didn't allow Naruto to escape as the other two had. The two clones tried everything from replacement techniques to wine chakra, but in the end, they were forced to melt the chains and manacles down with Akaraka Jigoki. Doing so unfortunately took time as they had to be careful, which meant it was another hour before the seals had melted enough for Naruto to escape. Now what, boss? Muramura asked. Normally, he wouldn't be calling Naruto that, but this was nothing close to a normal situation, and the three of them were alone here. We're getting out of this cell and finding Sensei. Any issue with that? He asked. The two clones shook their heads. It's quite possible he's already been captured, Ariko added. Naruto nodded. Since Konoha Genin teams were always attached to a more experienced ninja, common sense would be to go after the Jonin first. Anyway, I'm filling this place with clones. If Sensei is inside, we'll find him. If not, I'm pretty sure we'll draw enough attention that he'll come around soon enough. You know that's gonna draw the attention of every enemy in this place, right? Muramura asked. Fine by me, the blonde genin answered with a bloodthirsty grin. I'm not gonna hold back, not now. With what's happening in the village and Sensei missing, there's definitely some backsides in need of kicking. You two with me? Always, Ariko said, while Muramura nodded. One cross seal later, a dozen more Naruto appeared in the room. Seconds later, a stream of fire melted the lock that was holding them prisoner, and all of them rushed out. Let's go, people! Naruto yelled, and was answered by battle cries from the rest of his team. "You really should take care of yourself better, you know," Shukun said as he finished with another medical scanning technique. "Your liver's resistance to toxins is downright pathetic for a career shinobi." Ebisu resisted the urge to yell once more. Not only was he tied to a table, stripped near naked, and analyzed like a piece of meat, but his tormentor had the gall to complain about just about everything regarding his body. Yes, he knew he wasn't the example of physical perfection that his teammate Guy was, but having it pointed out to his face in clinical terms was pouring salt on the wounds. Still, with the gag in place, there wasn't much he could do anyway. The special Jonin heard the door open, and then the clack of wood on tile. He recognized the sound. That was the innkeeper's leg, for certain. Ebisu realized that they'd been in the enemy's lair from the start, and hadn't noticed. He mentally swore at himself. He should have been more careful. "Master, the genin has escaped," the innkeeper said as he advanced. The door was forced, and the alarms rang. "Really?" Shukun replied. He looked at the side, where Ebisu could see a clock from the corner of his eyes. "They should still be unconscious, and for at least 5 more hours. You did restrain a lot of them like I told you?" "Yes," he said, then recited his orders. Both pairs of chakra seals on the blonde boy. 8 chakra siphons on his stomach along with 4 coil blockers, placed as you directed. The other 2 were tied like every other ninja we've captured. "One of them must have some special bloodline technique, or something," the scientist replied. He'd only done a cursory scan of their chakra and nothing else. He should have done deeper tests. "No matter. Release all the experiments. That should take care of them. Which suit do you want?" "I'll take the last Earth one. It's the best you've gotten me since my first." Ebisu could hear the raw satisfaction there was in those words. He didn't know what they meant by suits, but he wasn't looking to find out. "Let me just stop things here and I'll transfer you," the scientist then turned to Ebisu. "I'm sorry, but duty calls. Don't worry, I'll be back later for more tests. We'll have some good times together, you and I." MMPH. Ebisu tried yelling as the man's chakra-enhanced palm reached for his face, but once more the gag stopped him. He wanted nothing to do with the man's tests, and questioned the sanity of anyone who thought otherwise. Then fingers touched his brow, and he knew no more. The place was a complete labyrinth. Running down long corridors with barely enough light, the 3 Narutos felt it was a little like being inside the Uruhara tunnels. Those tunnels, however, didn't have side rooms every few dozen meters. Up until now, the group had found only cells, with nothing worse inside than a dead rat. Still, they checked everything. It wouldn't make sense to miss Ebisu's cell simply because they'd skipped 1 or 2. "Incoming," one of the clones scouting ahead of the pack said before diving to the side. Still, that didn't help as a claw swipe burst him as the enemy passed by. It wasn't anything the Naruto clones had seen before. It had a wolf's head on a gorilla's body, with a crocodile's tails and way too many arms. 6 of them to be exact, with 3 different pairs. All the pieces were attached together by bizarre black thread, crudely stitched in a way that shouldn't work, but still did. The clones in front didn't wait, charging 3 at the time. 2 died before doing anything, but the last managed to electrocute the beast before disappearing. It fell down in a heap, dead on the spot. "Well," Muramura said as Naruto generated another dozen Kage Bunshin. "That wasn't so tough." Not 4 seconds after those words, another patchwork chimera rushed down the corridor. This one got no farther than the previous one, taking 3 clones with it. Another 2 creatures ran forward screaming before it even hit the floor. "Defensive formation," Naruto yelled, creating more copies. He then stepped back as Bunshin formed protective lines in front of the Genin team. Against them, wave after wave of unnatural beasts pushed forward, biting and clawing everything in their way. The situation quickly became a stalemate. On one side, the monstrous beasts seemed endless and ever different, while on the other Naruto used the side rooms to summon more clones, bolstering the lines. The fact that the corridor was barely 2 meters wide meant that the numbers that could effectively fight were limited, and the lack of ranged weapons, or time to prepare more powerful techniques, made it so the clones were the ones doing all the fighting. Simple punches and kicks weren't enough, and they hadn't been able to retrieve their weapons as of yet. This bloody, close fighting went on for more than 5 minutes before one of the clones found a better way. Instead of directly taking the charge of some bizarre bear/bull/tiger mix, he dodged to the side, climbing up the wall to stay outside the creature's reach. He then jumped on its back and shocked the creature before being dispelled by the lightning technique. "Follow that example," Naruto yelled. Luckily for the group, the first who did so was a clone trying to rush over the enemy lines. As soon as he was above the combat, he took an arrow to the knee and turned to smoke. "What?" Ariko cried out. "None of that, Shinobi-san," an unknown voice echoed over the beastly howls. It came from somewhere between two of the lights, making the source invisible in the dark. "I'm sorry to say, but the curfew is in effect. You should all return to your rooms to sleep some more." "Who are you?" Naruto yelled back. "What, you don't recognize me?" the voice answered, a hint of a smirk clearly audible. "You kids, you make an old man sad." "Old man?" Muramaru replied, perplexed. "And that's the third," the voice answered. "Muramaru, was it?" "How do you know?" the male clone yelled back. "You'd be surprised at what an innkeeper hears, kid," the voice said. "Well, good night all." At that, something shattered right over the heads of the genin. All three jumped to the side, expecting an explosive, but nothing like that came. "You missed," Naruto retorted victoriously. "Oh, did I?" Naruto's elation was short-lived, as Muramaru and Ariko fell right beside him. His knees failing, he forced himself to cross his arms, channeling all that he could into what might be his last technique. "Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu," he yelled, only for the floor to welcome him back into darkness. Naruto was unfortunately more of a doer than a thinker. That was why, when faced with a dangerous situation, he tended to act instead of doing the smart thing, like informing the rest of the network of the latest happenings. As it often did, this meant that all the clones had only been updated once the first Bunshin fell in battle. Not the way one prefers learning about a situation. Of course, orders had been dispatched quickly. Kyuha, who had the most experience leading troops during such a situation, had quickly given orders. The clones closest to Fumoto-cho, who were part of the merchant network, had been ordered to send support as fast as possible. They were, however, hours away at quickest speed, and that was if they didn't miss the paths that the team had taken. Other clones were dispatched. Tsuya informed the Hokage of what was happening as soon as she was free, and he ordered the network to find Jiraiya as soon as possible, and to order him straight to Fumoto-cho. He seemed to have an idea about who was the cause of this, and wanted the Toad Sage on the scene pronto. The clones, however, were one step ahead. Sara was a former guard of the merchant network, and she'd been one of those dispatched to find the Sannin from the very moment they'd first been informed about Naruto's situation. There were 24 like her, all over the village, trying to find the older shinobi. Unsurprisingly, most were concentrated on the red light district, which was where Jiraiya could usually be found. Sara had another target in mind. Last time she was out of the tunnels for ramen, she'd heard rumors of perverts spying on women relaxing in the hot springs. She hadn't given the matter much thought, but now that she was looking, she wouldn't be surprised to find that Jiraiya was the source of those rumors. And, as the man himself had said, a rumor always had bits of truth at its source. It wasn't like a single clone outside the brothels would make much difference anyway. Doing quick replacements, she efficiently canvassed the many hot springs close to the wall. Nothing, nope, nothing, a singular cat, nothing. What was that? Perched on the side of the wall, there was someone there. Sara couldn't tell who it was, as the man, she supposed, had some form of camouflage coat hanging over his shoulders. She wouldn't have noticed him if not for the slight movement of a pen of some sort drawing her attention. One last switch brought her right beside the man. From this close, Jiraiya's white hair was evident, and he had a lecherous smile going from ear to ear. He was also mumbling something, but it was too low to be heard, a fact she was glad for. "Sensei, the Hokage is calling for you," she said clearly when it was evident he hadn't registered her presence. "Hiruzen knows I'm busy right now," their mentor in Spikecraft replied, not taking his eyes from the hole he was looking through. His fingers wrote out 3 more lines, and Sara could swear he was about to start drooling. "Naruto's in danger," she continued. Jiraiya went instantly from his crouch to look her in the eyes as if he'd teleported. Gone was the perverse grin, and the man's glare was all business. "Clone?" Sara nodded. situation. Jiraiya didn't blink, staring her down intently. Naruto was taken down and captured in Fumoto-cho, the location of his C-ranked mission, she explained. He managed to free himself, but he's currently fighting some sort of bizarre patchwork beasts along with at least a poison specialist. It's in some form of underground base, probably close to the village. The toad Sannin scowled. Orochimaru. The next second, he clapped his hand on the ground, and the largest toad Saro had ever seen appeared before him. He wasted no time jumping on the amphibian's back. Fumoto-cho, on the double. The toad's leap was prodigious, taking Jiraiya right to the wall, with a second carrying him out of sight. Sara didn't know what to do for a second. She'd completed her mission, but things didn't feel right. An idea quickly came to mind, and she didn't waste a second before implementing it. A pair of kawarimi took her beyond the wall, and 5 more allowed her to catch up to their teacher. "Are you coming with me?" Jiraiya said, not moving from his position on his summons. "How else are you going to get updates?" Sara replied, sticking herself to the amphibian's back. It wasn't something she'd practiced, so it would be good training at least. "Real-time situation updates, right?" Jiraiya said with a grin. "I could live with that. You have a name?" Saru, the clone, replied as she sent an update to the network. "Ha!" The man laughed. "That brings back memories. Well, Saru, hang on tight. We've got at least an hour's road to Fumoto-cho and Gamasoku. Here's a fast but bumpy ride." The wave of newly spawned clones, which was the largest to date, saw the 3 genin go down as they appeared. As such, they reacted instantly. "Fan out," the clone who'd appeared closest to Naruto said. "Those in the back, I need drainers and spheres. Front, we need to push forward and make some space." They couldn't play for time anymore. "Whoa!" the clones yelled in unison, charging forward. Arrow after arrow pelted those who had appeared on the walls and ceiling, but the number of Bunshin thinned slowly. Those arrows that didn't break were gathered, if only to have extra weapons to use. "What are you?" the voice demanded, an undercurrent of fear now clear in his tone. "Your end," the leader replied with a scowl. Another clone had a flash of inspiration. With some judicious use of Akaraka Jigoki, he'd weakened the hinges on one of the doors enough that a couple of clones could rip it out. It was then given to a pair of Bunshin on the ceiling, who accepted the impromptu shield gladly. Using said protection, the duo charged forward at speed, the few clones still above dropping to thin the beastly herd. Behind them, a horde followed, regardless of cover. Arrows still thinned their ranks, but they were now advancing fast toward their foe. That can't be!" the man cried as he fired while stepping back. "No genin can do something like that." "Watch us," the pair of shielding clones replied, echoed by a number of those following. There was a last shot from the archer, then the man was heard running away at full speed, leaving the clones with only the beasts. With him gone, the chimeras were quickly eliminated, as the few who could reach the ceiling weren't enough to counter the few hundred Bunshin left. The Naruto clone who'd taken command looked around as the last few humanoid beasts breathed their last. "Everyone, teams of 6. Go on and scout. I want Ebisu and that archer found. Rip the doors out and use them as shields. No reason to get sniped." "Hi," the many clones replied, acting as ordered. The group that already had a door ran forward, accompanied by 4 more Bunshin, while the rest started gathering more shields. The leading clone moved to the group that had taken up the original trio's protection. That was the largest group at 10. 4 had hands on Naruto's back, replenishing their reserves in case of combat. While they could drain chakra from the air or the walls, it wasn't as fast or effective as draining people, Naruto especially. In a case like this, the extra time wasn't worth it. "You 10 are staying with me and the team. We're getting out as soon as an exit is found," the leader said. "We already have troops on the way, and it's better if we can point them directly to the base. Not to mention, I want everyone who fell unconscious as far from here as we can get them." He didn't know why the poison hadn't worked on the new clones while taking down the originals, but now wasn't the time to think of such things. There would be plenty of time in the future to do so. He then sat down in the cell the group had chosen and waited behind an impromptu barricade. An exit would be found, they just had to wait until then. Shukun knew he should have gone back to the Konoha ninja in his lab, but he couldn't help but make sure his masterpiece was still in perfect condition. It was the crowning achievement of his scientific career. The body was solid enough to maintain the grudge near indefinitely, and it was built of the greatest parts he'd harvested over the years. The control system was more complex than any other suit he had in this place, but it was worth it for the results it gave. But, as usual, his time admiring his greatest work was once again cut short. Jero ran in like the Shinigami's hounds were after his soul, and went straight for him. "Master," he cried out, clearly winded. "Surprising, given the body he was in. We have to escape." "Escape?" Shukun repeated, confused. "Why would we escape?" "The swarm," he continued. "The swarm is coming, and it won't stop." "The swarm?" the scientist asked, not making sense of what was said. "I send you against a trio of genin, the lowest actual ninja, and you come back yelling about a swarm?" The blonde-haired man suddenly noticed a detail. Did you run out of arrows?" That was surprising. Jero was a crack shot with a bow at any distance, and the suit he wore only made him deadlier. "Yes," Jero finally answered, looking down. "I shot and shot and shot, but there were always more targets to remove. Every single one another of those orange boys, and they took down the beast too at the time." "Shadow clones," Shukun replied. "That wasn't so dangerous. If Jero was right, with those numbers they'd fall out of chakra exhaustion soon enough. Even with whatever was sealed on that boy." "Go back," the scientist said, handing the hunter a pair of quivers. "The clones are just a ploy. They'll disappear soon enough." "Are you crazy?" the servant replied. "They're infinite." Shukun sighed. There was no such thing as infinite chakra. Everyone who used it knew that very well. But Jero had never been a ninja, and had never had any form of chakra training, so superstitions like that did appear from time. "They aren't, I can promise you," the scientist explained. "Depending on that boy's reserves, they may even already have disappeared. Kagebunshin aren't made to be used in great numbers, especially not by genin." "Really?" Jero asked, unsure. Shukun nodded. "Really." The servant turned to the door, only to find the lock and handle reddening quickly. It burst open a second later, and four similar faces could be seen on the other side. "Found you," they chorused in an eerie echo. The tunnels near the cells had widened into a full complex once the clones had escaped from the part they had been imprisoned in. With all the crisscrossing corridors they found, the teams split up in every direction, trying to find their targets. They still opened every door, not leaving a single room unsearched. And most of the time, they wished they hadn't done so. Judging by the number of rooms, this base had once been the home of a much larger contingent of people than the number they'd already faced. There were numerous labs, each equipped differently, clearly prepared for whatever gruesome experiments they were used in. And oftentimes there were still results of those experiments to be found. There were limbs and claws hanging from hooks here and there as eyeless faces of both humans and animals stood in proud places upon various tables. There were human chests open for all to see, some with organs missing, some not. Everything was abnormally fresh, with no traces of decomposition or the like, something the many Narutos attributed to the seals that could be found everywhere. More than a single clone tried purging their non-existent lunches at the site, and those that did not could only feel an uncommonly strong rage surging from their core. This was even worse than Gato and Wave. This was plainly inhuman. The leader of the fifth group was one of those who raged. Actions like this shouldn't fly, not in any self-respecting world. He and his group went from room to room, checking each face in turn. Ebisu hadn't been found yet, which was both a good thing and a bad one. Bad because he was still missing, and whoever had done this could be doing the same to him any minute. Good because they hadn't found anyone alive yet. If Ebisu had been found, it would have been in any state the clones would care to see their sensei in. The groups were receiving regular updates as the various teams finished their assigned corridors. By the time the fifth group was halfway done with their own path, they finally received one of the updates they were looking for. "Sensei found," it said. Along that was the last sight of the sending Bunshin, that of Ebisu's stripped to his boxers lying tied up and unconscious on an operating table. The thumbs up of the clone beside him was especially helpful in that regard. Ebisu was barely breathing, and without that part of the vision there might have been doubts. That news brought the morale of the team back up, and they rushed through the next rooms. Since Sensei had been found, there was no need to check every face that stood frozen. If it wasn't an enemy or an exit, there was no reason to dally. 8 rooms later, the clone at point stopped the whole group. "Shush!" he whispered, and everyone stopped. With all the beasts dead and the clones being as widespread as they were, the place should be completely silent. But not here, as voices could be heard coming from farther down the corridor. The sounds were much too low for words to be made out, but it was still the first indication of their foes since that archer escaped. The 6 clones didn't hesitate, skipping forward as silently as possible. The room the voices came from was quickly found, and it was a big one, judging by the closest doors on the same side. With only hand signs, the leader quickly ordered everyone around. A single black sphere was brought up to melt the lock open, while a clone at the back updated everyone. The 2 shieldbearers stood doors at the ready, prepared for any incoming attack. This door was no more resistant than any before, and the metal melted in seconds. A good kick later, and they were in. "Found you all 4 clones at the door," said in chorus as only Bunshin could. The archer reacted instantly, losing a single shot directly at the clones. It hit only metal, as the blockers had been ready for such a thing. Now that they were in an area with more light, the archer could clearly be seen. He was a tall man with the usual scars ninjas acquired during their lives, with short cropped hair and a solid build. Like all the beasts, though, he had changes all over. His eyes were more animal-like than human, and there was an extra pair of feline ears laying atop his head in addition to his human ones. But most evident was the extra arm at his back. The man was clearly practiced with it, as he used it to reload his bow at a rate that was phenomenal. Behind him was a blond man in a lab coat, who the clones supposed was his boss. The rage rose again at the sight. This was the horrible person who'd done such things. Behind him were more examples of his inhumanity. Even though the bodies there were clearly in a better state, the stitches could easily be seen from their position. The light and the size of the room had another advantage, which the clones used quickly. After quick kawarimi, they were spread all over the room, no longer at the mercy of the archer. 2 of the Bunshin attacked him, while the 4 others went directly to the person they saw as the mastermind. The archer managed a last kill before being taken down with a Saishu Hoden, while the scientist released a short-ranged wave of lightning that only a single clone dodged. "Irritating," the man said, only for another clone team to enter the room. Behind them, more could be heard, all rushing toward combat. This didn't have the expected reaction from the man, who smiled. "Well," he said, "it seems it's time for some actual battle testing then." He did 4 hand seals, and slammed the palm of his hand to his forehead. "Ainshinten Bunshin no Jutsu," he yelled as he did so, his body falling to the ground. And deeper in the room, everything rumbled as a giant rose from his resting place, a bizarre echoing laughter ringing all over the place. Chapter 26, Aftermath? Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Ordo Hereticus and Essex on space battles for Beta. This chapter was much improved with their generous help. Prank Day 176. The last remaining member of the 5th clone group didn't know what to do. He could hear chains clanking to the ground and could see the distant form of something rising under a tarp at the far end of the room, but didn't know how to react. He had no clue what jutsu the man had just performed. Should he go and secure the man's body? Was it a decoy? Beside him, the newly arrived group of Kage Bunshin took position, a pair even readying black spheres. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Shukuin's voice rang out, the laughter somehow continuing in tandem with his words. The giant form took a step forward, causing the cloth covering to fall to the ground behind it. He could tell with a glance that this monster, not the patchwork beast from before, was the goal of whatever horrible research was going on here. It stood just inches shorter than the ceiling, was thicker than the oldest trees, and was crisscrossed with the black stitches the clones had come to associate with the chimeras in this place. Like the chimeras, he had more limbs than was natural. 2 extra pairs of mismatched arms jutted from the sides of the thing's chest, while a heavy tail like that of a lizard trailed behind him. There were eyes everywhere, from its stomach to its elbows, and its feet ended in things more akin to talons than to regular toes. Worse, however, was its head. It was like someone had tried smashing 5 different faces together, then had said close enough before giving up. It had more noses than mouths, and it had several of those, and he suspected the scattering of mismatched eyes stretched all the way around to the back of his head. Its cranium was abnormally large, as if it had more than one brain, and various animal ears twitched in every direction from the top of its scalp. The laughter stopped. "So, like what you see?" the many mouths exclaimed in a bizarre echo. The clones were too shocked to answer. This was the biggest thing they'd ever fought, save the giant serpents during the invasion, and those had required special measures that weren't currently available. With the armor-like plates that were clearly visible and the chains swinging from the biggest arms, it was a clear contender for the title of physically strongest foe that the many Narutos had ever faced. Most skilled wasn't a question, Orochimaru. "Well?" the monster asked. "We've waited long enough." At those words, it barged toward them with ground-eating strides. Everyone reacted instantly. Those with spheres threw them forward while the rest responded with the first jutsu that came to mind. The beast ignored the blinding flashes, and a wave of its chains took out the few clones who'd countercharged, intent on electrocuting the thing. The member of the fifth group, however, did a quick kawarimi backwards out of the room. It wasn't that he was retreating, no. It was just that the creature's bulk was larger than the door, which meant his new position would give him the advantage. His thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of hands clapping together. That was when the entire room's floor turned into jetting spikes, instantly dispelling all the other clones. Oh, it could use jutsu too. Thinking quickly, the last Bunshin arrived at a decision. "Hey, you muscle-bound brute," it yelled, grabbing the thing's attention. "You can't catch me," it screamed, adding an obscene gesture to the mix. He then ran off in the opposite direction from which he'd originally come. He hadn't made much distance before the beast burst through the too small door as if it weren't there. Luckily, the corridors were smaller than the room had been, which should slow him down some. "Doton, Dumantapa!" it yelled, slamming its hands on the walls. Or not, the Bunshin thought as the corridor doubled in size. He didn't stop, yelling insults and the like as he continued running. He gained some more breathing room as the thing turned to send a bolt of lightning to intercept clones coming from the other way, but lost more as the creature quickly caught up. With his stride, he covered ground nearly twice as fast, and quick replacements weren't useful in the dark and twisting corridors. His play for time was rewarded a few minutes later when a quick memory message arrived. An exit had been found. Better yet, it was on the opposite side of the complex. A confirmation came the next second from the team defending the real Naruto, along with new orders for the clone groups. Orders that he very much agreed with. Trusting the others to do their jobs, he turned left at the next junction, preparing a quick sphere. The Bunshin fired it as soon as the monster came into sight, then resumed running without looking at the results. Behind him, the sound of the beast's chakra force chains intercepting the incoming projectile was followed by the sphere's premature detonation. A quick jutsu widened the corridor, and the chase was back on. That was how things went for the next few minutes. The clone kept the thing's attention with insults and quick techniques, all the while ignoring the man's words. He made sure not to provide too obvious of a target after a lightning bolt nearly took off his head, but outside of that he kept to his role. Which meant that, once he got the message he'd been waiting for, he circled back to a very specific location. He ignored the man's taunts as he did so. He knew that he was running out of chakra, but he had more than enough to last until his role was done. He ran straight through the next junction, looking back only at the last instant. Which meant he didn't miss the look on the face of his foe as dozens of clones fired streams of flame at him from every direction. He didn't get the look he'd expected. No eyes widening in surprise, no scowls, no fervent denials. Just him coming to a stop in an instant, while a pair of hands, the middle ones this time, he noticed, quickly formed seals. "Doton, Hirado," he announced simply. The clone then knew no more. The Kage Bunshin leading the group defending the real Naruto, along with the other two genin, winced as the memories of multiple dying clones hit him. Their last moments weren't very revealing, only informing the Bunshin that it was a Doton technique that had ended them. Turning around, once he opened his eyes, was much more informative. On the east side of the village, there was a crater-like depression, easily 25 meters wide. The main part of it was in the street, but a good chunk of a nearby field had also been destroyed, and there was now a building which was missing a wall and, as such, was in danger of crumbling. The hope that their foe had died in the ambush regardless of its last move were dashed when the beast burst from the center of the crater. It wasn't unharmed, having some burns here and there, but it was still clearly mobile and able to fight. He didn't wait a moment before sending out new orders, as everyone still alive below was needed up here, pronto. The numbers of Bunchen that responded as the monstrous creature climbed out of the crater it was in didn't reassure the leading clone one bit. They were left with fewer than 100 clones. While the ones defending Naruto had charged up as much as they could while waiting for an exit, that still didn't leave them with much to work with. Now what? One of the clones who just arrived asked. The leader didn't have a ready answer. Crawling out of the broken remains of the corridor he'd been in, Shikuin shook his head and got his bearings. He'd been having so much fun testing the limits of his creation that he'd lost track of time. The ambush had been an unpleasant wake-up call. He'd been injured somewhat before taking the clones down, but nothing serious. Eyes and skin were easily replaced, and the grudge compensated for the rest. He had to admit, this was the longest he'd worked this body, and it responded as well as he'd expected, if not better. He was glad to see his masterpiece deserve the name. Anyway, he'd played long enough, time to take down whatever foes were left. Taking a deep breath with his 2 pairs of lungs, Shikuin focused on sensing his adversaries. The difference between his original body and this one made the exercise somewhat difficult, but after a few moments he had a fair enough feel for the surrounding chakra. And better yet, he could still detect his tracking seals. While he'd not taken the time to install said seals on the prisoners, those made it easy to ignore the various tag villagers to focus on the real targets. He wasn't surprised to find a number of them crowded together inside the inn. One of the most available exits led into its basement. A quick shunshin brought him right to the door, where he spat out a bolt of lighting at the biggest grouping of chakra signatures. He took down at least 3, while the rest spread out in a burst of chakra he associated with the replacement technique. He followed that with another flat earth jutsu, leveling the building and bursting the numerous clones still in the corridors below. There hadn't been anything other than storage rooms close to this exit, so nothing of importance was lost. Jumping clear of the falling building, Shikuin tracked his remaining targets. 17 left, he noted, no 18, he then amended as another clone popped into existence. The scientist didn't hesitate, charging the summoner. Whoever this ninja was, his reserves had to be giving out. They were running out of clones. The clone who'd taken charge of things had been lucky enough to evade the first bolt of lightning, and he'd taken position on top of the mayor's house, after a pair of quick kawarimi, to keep himself aware of the flow of battle. They were losing. Worse was how clear it was. By now, the clones fought in 1s and 2s, trying to buy time. Below, a pair of clones had the beast in a pincer, looking for an opening where they could use their spheres to full effect. So far, said opening wasn't forthcoming. They'd tried just about everything. Their blinding technique wasn't affecting it, and the creature wasn't leaving them time to set up a tornado. Getting close enough to shock it was basically impossible, as it didn't have any blind spot they could take advantage of, and the thing had the blatant Hellfire's measure, dodging it without fail. Their last main technique, their water jutsu, was just an invitation for a lightning bolt, as they'd found out the hard way. It even had some form of close-ranged electric surge, which meant that grabbing on and draining it wasn't an option. Disarming it of those chains had first seemed a possibility, but they'd learned that the things were more solid than expected. They resisted high heat and didn't channel lightning, which meant another avenue of attack was cut off. Frankly, the best they could do was buy time. That, and flee, but Ebisu was still trapped below, along with a few clones, and they weren't going to abandon their teacher to his fate. He knew they had reinforcements incoming, if not what they were, but he was afraid they wouldn't make much of a difference. He made a sudden realization as 2 clones below fell to the creature's Earth Spikes jutsu. The Naruto clones only had 2 ways of taking down enemies. One was quick takedowns with forbidden techniques, which had been the staple of individual ninja during the invasion, and the second was outlasting whoever they were battling, like they did against Gaara. Unfortunately, this beast seemed like it would be the one outlasting them, this time. A quick replacement saved him from a bolt of lightning, depositing him on the other side of the road, while another clone tried to use the opening to slam a flaming sphere right in the creature's leg. He wasn't fast enough though, as the opponent managed a quick shunshin to emerge unscathed. That's all you can do? The same techniques over and over? The thing yelled in his bizarre echoing voice. Pathetic. Also insulting was the fact that the thing had started on a critique of their combat style, analyzing each and every technique that came its way and pointing out their flaws. Most of them were already well known by the clones, which only made it more grating. 7 left, it pointed out. With 3 of those unconscious, which probably means that they are the real ones. Shit! Time to end this. He then started chaining lightning bolts one after the other, targeting them with unerring precision. His 3 pairs of arms somehow allowed him to use 3 copies of the same technique at once. All the clones started replacing themselves repeatedly, hoping to delay the inevitable. One lasted 2 jumps before getting hit, while another vanished out of chakra depletion after the 5th. The 2 left looked at each other from opposite sides of the street, sharing a meaningful glance, then shifted to the road proper. If they were going to be falling, better to go out fighting. A ninja to the last, it said, and Naruto could find a note of contempt in its voice. How unsurprising. The one formerly leading prepared for a charge, hoping to land at least a final attack, when a message arrived. Incoming. He nearly mistimed his jump and fell prey to the field of spikes because of that. His compatriot wasn't as lucky, being burst on the spot. Which was when a giant toad fell straight on the thing. It was at least 4 times as big as the beast, and squashed it to the ground instantly. It didn't manage to kill it though. No! It yelled. I won't be defeated so easily. Glowing from visibly chakra-reinforced strength, he started pushing himself to freedom. Rasengan. The toad sage disappeared from the summoned's back, only to reappear right above the man. In his hand was a glowing sphere of chakra, making a whirring noise like dozens of buzzsaws acting in unison. Before the beast could do anything, Jiraiya smashed the ball straight into his chin, pushing through without any resistance. The monster's head was blown to pieces instantly, and it fell back under the giant toad's mass. The last Kage Bunshin fell to the ground in a heap. After the long battle they'd gone through, such an end felt pretty anticlimactic, but he was glad for Jiraiya's presence. This was the closest the clones had been to actually dying off, and that would have been the best scenario. With what they'd found, the man might have kept the real Naruto alive for his experiments, but he was sure he wouldn't have made the same mistake twice. You okay? Jiraiya asked as he stepped forward. What was clearly a female Naruto clone was right behind him, appearing with a kawarimi. Give me enough time to drain some chakra, and I'll be fine, the Bunshin replied, rising. Clone then, Sannin noted. The original? Give me a second and I'll lead you to him, he said, flashing his hands in the seals necessary for chakra drain. He maybe had one replacement left in him before he burst, and this wasn't the time to take risks. Naruto came back to consciousness for the second time that day, and was happy to see that he wasn't chained up or imprisoned this time. Inside his head, however, he had images fighting each other for supremacy, and he wasn't able to make heads or tails of whatever had gone on. As such, he shook his head and rose. Being that he didn't seem to be captive, he'd be able to get answers quickly enough. His rising quickly drew attention, and he found himself with the rest of his team to save Ebisu. 2 clones were also present, along with, for some reason, his spying teacher Jiraiya. He focused on the last. I'm surprised to see you here. You think I'd let one of my students fall against some Orochimaru wannabe? He replied with a smile. I was on my way as soon as I heard, he then continued in a more serious vein. And thank God for him. The only Naruto clone dressed in his normal orange jumpsuit was added. Without him, we'd probably have been done for. Naruto scowled. How bad? He quickly looked to the side at his other clones. They seemed perfectly fine, but they might have slept through the battle like he had. There was, however, one conspicuous absence that gave Naruto shivers. Did something happen to Ebisu? The Naruto clone shook his head. He's fine. His pride will probably be the worst hit. Where is he, then? He's still out, Jiraiya replied. And he should be back up in a few hours. I could probably wake him up, but I'm not a medic nin. Better he regains consciousness normally than what I do. Good, Naruto replied with a smile. I suppose you're like us and want an update, correct? Ariko asked, caressing the still sleeping Ichibo. I'm not the only one with scrambled memories, I suppose, Naruto said. Both Muramaru and Ariko nodded enthusiastically at that. The group sat down as Naruto's Kage Bunshin went through his tale. Judging by Jiraiya's reactions, he had already gone through this once. He nodded in all the right places and asked for further clarifications on various points. As the story advanced, Naruto scowled more and more. It was clear that, without Jiraiya's timely arrival, they would have been done for. You were lucky. From what I can tell, the man wasn't really a ninja, Jiraiya said as the tale was in its last parts. If he'd had the relevant experience along with that powerful body and his elemental ninjutsu, he'd have been an S-ranked fighter quite probably. Yeah, Naruto replied a few moments after the clone finished. Still, that doesn't feel like a victory, even if we're the last one standing. Everyone nodded at that. There'll be battles like that through your entire career, Jiraiya added, nodding wisely. I should know, I went through my share of them. In fact, I owe the title of Sannin to a battle that, even now, years after the fact, still feels like a loss. You mean the one against Hanzo the Salamander? Muramaru asked. Yes, the Toad Sage confirmed. Orochimaru, Tsunade and I survived, and that's the best we can say about that fight. The fact that the title we received spread far and wide after the battle only added salt to the wound. He scowled at the reminder. Still, you're all still alive, and your enemies are defeated. Maybe the results aren't what you'd hoped for, but take your victories where you can get them. As long as you live and learn, that's the important part of it. Naruto nodded, as did every clone. They all had things that needed improvement fast, and various ideas on how to do so. How about Naruto started? Jiraiya stopped him with a raised hand. There'll be more than enough time to discuss this later, and that's the kind of job that's tailor-made for that council of yours. Think about it, and we'll discuss it back home. There are more important things right now. Like what? Naruto asked. You're up for making shadow clones? The Sannin countered, rising. How many do you need? Naruto replied as he followed suit. As many as you can give me, the man said, pointing toward the village. I'll use Earth Jutsu to open up the sealed entrances, but I'll need hands to empty the place. That stuff needs to move pronto, especially if Orochimaru has anything interesting here, and somehow got a warning. Even the Naruto gulped as an image flashed in his mind. The bodies? I might take a few of the more complete ones back to Konoha for studying by specialists, but outside of that, no, the Toad Sannin replied. I'll build a pyre some distance from the village, and we'll burn whatever's left. I don't want anything that could be found by any sort of scavengers. Right. Naruto nodded, followed by his clones. A moment later, the clearing they were in was filled with copies of the orange-wearing blonde. So, where do we start? He asked. This time, Ebisu was happy to note, there was no scratching of quills or scathing comments as he came to. He was also untied, still clad only in his boxers, and in what seemed like a bed. He might have thought the previous time a dream if not for the few incisions Shukun had done that were still hurting him. Still, there was no reason to play possum. The first thing he noted was that this wasn't his inn room. The second was the slowly descending sun he could see outside the window. The third was the fact that Jiraiya of the Sannin was standing at his bedside while writing something down in a book. Jiraiya-sama! He exclaimed, shooting upwards. He then realized that bowing from a lying position was basically impossible, and couldn't figure out what to do. At ease, the Sannin replied, closing his book. How are you feeling? Ebisu twisted around some as a test, and found nothing wrong outside the few cuts. Nothing that would prevent me from doing my duty. Good, the sage said, turning his chair toward the bed. I'd like your report on what happened in the village. The special shrank a little. Could I be informed of the status of my students? He asked. Jiraiya simply smiled. They're all fine. They actually did very good for their rank, managing to escape the place by themselves. If it hadn't been for the trouble they'd stirred, I might not have found this place at all. That was the story the group had agreed would be the public version of what had happened. Those in the know would get the full report, but Naruto hadn't seen any reason to reveal everything to his sensei. He didn't doubt the man would treat him properly anymore, but he liked the different ways Ebisu interacted with every one of his clones. Thank the kami, Ebisu said, lowering his head. After a moment of silence, he looked straight at Sannin and nodded. Where should I start? When you arrive in Fumoto-cho would be the best. Ebisu then went over everything. It was a little shameful to admit how easily he'd been taken down by anyone, but Jiraiya was a superior, and he would have to go through this anyway with the Hokage later. Jiraiya was silent as the special went over every word the man who'd captured him had said, and kept some minutes after the discussion had ended, clearly deep in thought. Could I ask something, Jiraiya-sama? Ebisu finally said, breaking the silence. That broke Sannin out of his thoughts. Go ahead. Am I unworthy as a teacher? The Toad Sage's eyes widened in surprise. What brought that on? I'm only a special, and I've never even been invited to the trials, Ebisu replied. I'm still behind the rest of my teammates in basically every domain, while they're higher ranked than me. His face fell deeper. The day I met Naruto, he beat my shadow clone easily, and I'm pretty sure he was holding back. And now, someone who isn't even a ninja got the best of me. He took a deep breath, choking back a sob. Should I just give up, and give my team to someone else? Jiraiya smirked sadly. I know that feeling so well, you haven't a clue. What? Ebisu replied, shocked. How do you think it was, being in a team with Tsunade and Orochimaru? Sannin replied. The last Senju, and a born genius? But you're Jiraiya of the Sannin. I wasn't always that, he pointed out. And even then, I still failed. Tell me, who were my students? Yondaime, of course, the special replied. And who are the two other members of that genin team? Ebisu started, opened his mouth, then closed it without saying a word. Thought as much, Jiraiya nodded sadly. They never amounted to much. One died during his second exam, while the other was a genin all his life until the Kyuubi claimed him. And Minato was a genius like I've never seen. Even to this day I wonder if he didn't end up so skilled in spite of me. He raised his eyes, looking toward the ceiling. I said the same thing to my own teacher Hiruzen, and he told me what I'll now tell you. Jiraiya went silent for a moment for emphasis. Ask your students? But the Ebisu started, only to be interrupted. They know better than you think, Sannin said. Sometimes there are things that can only be seen from the outside. And they may be young, but they notice more than you realize. He rose. I'll leave you to your thoughts. Anyway, I have more than enough paperwork to go through. He then walked out. Ebisu stood there in his bed for a few minutes, before rising himself. It couldn't hurt to hear his team's opinion, and it was their team as well as his. They should be allowed their say at the very least. It didn't take much time for Ebisu to find his way down in the tunnels under the city, and the many Narutos there going back and forth were always happy to give him directions. He found his 3 genin in the largest room he'd seen, huddled around a blond man on the ground. Said man was still breathing, but seemed unconscious somehow. They also hadn't noticed his arrival. Good evening, students. Sensei, the 3 exclaimed as they turned. Glad to see you're all right, Muramura added, to which everyone else, including the rabbit on Ariko's head, nodded. I feel the same way, the man replied, then took a deep breath. No reason to wait. He then bowed. You 3 have my most sincere excuses for the deplorable consequences of my weakness, he said clearly, not looking up. I feel that I failed all of you today, and allowed you to be captured due to my own negligence. Wait, Sensei, Naruto replied, raising both hands up. We didn't do any better. Ichigo here probably has a better nose than the 4 of us combined, and even he detected the poison too late. Ebisu shook his head. That may be, but I am still your Jonin sensei. It is on my shoulder that your protection lies, and I've failed in that mission shamefully. He took another breath. Should you request it, I will ensure this team finds a better sensei to fill my post. You 3 have a great future ahead of you, and I would not want to be the one holding you back. He then fell silent, and waited for his judgment. Nope. Naruto was the first to reply. Nope. There's no giving up, not in this team. Yeah, Muramura continued. Why would we want to get rid of you? You could find much better teachers. A taijutsu specialist would be of much more help in developing Miramara's family style, while both kenjutsu and ninjutsu masters would be glad to have you, Naruto, as a student. And I know an Inuzuka who I'm sure would be interested in how their jutsu could work with Ichibo here. We'd much prefer if you stayed, sensei, Ariko said, and Ichibo nodded at that. And we're more than happy with the things you're teaching us. Like the illusions you started me on. The female clone didn't have them down, yet, but it was only a matter of time. Or the sensing exercises, Miramaro added. I already have a ninjutsu teacher, a kenjutsu teacher, and even a trapping teacher, which I have to thank you for, he said with a nod. I'd prefer a sensei I can trust with what I want to do with my life. Yeah, Miramaro added. And anyway, if you think you're not strong enough, just train until you're satisfied with yourself, Naruto exclaimed. What about your own training? The teacher replied. How will I be in charge of it if I'm away practicing? A shadow clone is more than enough for teaching, most of the time, sensei, Naruto pointed out. I wouldn't mind, Ariko added, to which Miramaro nodded. Ebisu was silent for a moment. Are you certain of your decision? All the genin nodded. Then the matter is closed, he said with finality. I'll leave you to your work. He glanced back down. Who is that anyway? The one in charge of this place, Naruto replied. He used a bizarre technique to take control of one of the spare bodies laying around. He indicated the surroundings with a wave of his hand, where some of the spare bodies were still present, and fell to the ground like this. We're not sure what to do with him, since he's still alive. I see, the sensei replied. Well, there are mind specialists in Konoha, which may be able to extract some valuable information. Having him transported might very well be worth it. Okay, Naruto replied, going to the walls to find something to bind the captive. Ebisu simply made his way out of the room as he did so. Then he smiled. He'd been afraid for nothing. Walking back toward the exit, he found himself accosted by a trio of clones carrying the most bizarre beast. A second followed a little later, with more still coming. Curious, he went to the source, and found piles of deceased chimeras like those he'd already seen. Now, he wasn't specialized in autopsies, but he knew enough to tell that the many monsters here had been electrocuted to death. All of them, it seemed. That was bizarre since the only lightning user he'd heard about was these beasts' master. Jiraiya wasn't one, and the one member of his team who knew any elemental jutsu was Naruto with his fire technique. In fact, looking around, he could see the results of the boy's technique. The melted hinges were especially illuminating in that regard, especially since the room on the other side was clearly a cell. Which meant his team had been right in this place. Something was wrong here. The special took a deeper look, and quickly found something else. Remains of broken arrows could be found all over, as if someone had been shooting at the people here. Taking that all together meant something even more fishy. His team was hiding something from him. Chapter 27, Homecoming. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Archeo Lumiere and Essex on Space Battles for Beta. This chapter was much improved with their generous help. Prank Day 177. Another batch of scrolls, Erosen and Naruto said, coming out of the former laboratory. Beside him, Muramaru and Ariko unloaded their own burdens, adding to Naruto's pile. I told you not to call me that, the man replied, taking the top document and quickly going over it. One of Jiraiya's shadow clones sitting beside the man did the same with the second scroll. Why can't you call me sensei, like most students do? Well, the name fits, Muramaru pointed out. You can't deny that, Mr. Super Pervert. And we already have a sensei, in case you didn't notice, Ariko continued, indicating Ebisu with a wave of her hand. The special Jonin was in charge of the pyre, and by the scowl on his face, he didn't like the job any more than the many Narutos would have. Jiraiya tossed the rolled-up scroll into one of the piles behind him. Yeah? And how is it going downstairs? We're more than halfway done, Naruto replied. Unless there's another archive down there, we should be finished before the end of the day. That was the reason why they were still in Fumoto-cho. Jiraiya was adamant that the place had to be emptied before they all left, and everyone agreed with him. But Shukun had been a scientist, which meant reams of documents and notes about both the running of this place and the experiments that had been performed therein. Going through that was a long process, especially since Jiraiya, or one of his clones, had to go through every document first. As the highest-ranked Konoha ninja in Fumotocho, it was his decision if scrolls had to be sealed from view, so he had to check them all. From there they went into multiple piles, where Naruto clones stacked, ordered and indexed them. They even sometimes copied them, as the Toad Sannin had given them leave to copy whatever jutsu scrolls weren't sealed by his order. The Uruhara library would be growing quite a bit once they were back in Konoha. The three genin were on their way back down when Jiraiya exclaimed, "Finally!" "Yes?" Ariko asked, turning around. The Sannin held up the scroll in his hands. "I was waiting for this one. It has the technical specifications for the combined tracking/control seal that was used on the villagers in this place." Said villagers were still under the seal, hiding from the ninjas. They hadn't said a word yet, and Naruto suspected that was part of their restrictions. "It even has instructions on how to perform the counter seal, which'll save me from having to build one." He looked at the three genin. "Any of you have experience in seals?" Naruto stepped forward after a moment. "Tekuno has started me on building explosive and smoke tags," he offered. The other two shook their heads, confident that Jiraiya would understand the meaning. "Okay, well, you have to start somewhere. Come here, Naruto," the Sannin said, indicating a spot beside him as he withdrew his sealing equipment. The blonde genin did so. Now Jiraiya started, taking the tone Naruto associated with the Sannin teaching. Counter seals are seal made to affect other seals. It's one of the most complex branches of Fuinjutsu, as seals often contain elements that would react to tampering. He pointed down at the scroll before him. That one was clearly made for easy removal, which means that it has very little that stops one from taking it off. Now, the main part of a counter seal is this one, which has to target the active part of the Fuinjutsu one is trying to remove. This is the capital part because. Prank Day 179. "So, anything urgent to report?" The merchant clone in charge, seated at the end of the table, asked. Silence was his answer. "Good. Meeting 63, then. First up is the trading network itself. How are things going?" "We're up by 17 contacts since last meeting, mostly in sand and water countries," a Bunshin on the left replied, his nose in a book. "Added to that are a few dozens possible suppliers, especially in fish products. We also have our first contact with the purveyor of Suna steel." "Good. No issue there?" The clone shook his head in answer, as did his three assistants. "Perfect then. Point 2, trade in Konoha. What's happening there?" "We're losing customers in Konoha," the Leaf Village representative said. Everyone turned toward him in a flash. "Come again?" "Over the last week, 3 different shops cancelled their standing orders with us, and that without any stated reason," Janae explained. "I tried going to see the shop owners in question myself, but was given excuses or faced with a closed door." "Did Ichiraku one started?" "No," Janae answered near instantly. "In fact, our orders from Tucci and the other restaurateurs having only gotten larger, as did those from Jiraiya's contacts. It's the latest customers suggested by Tucci that went and cancelled their orders." There was silence for a moment. "Did you talk to the man himself?" the clone in charge finally asked. "Not yet," Janae replied, and an aide beside his shook her head negatively. "The one time I went to Ichiraku, the man was absent, and I focused more on the shopkeepers themselves rather than the man who'd suggested them." "Do that," the leader said, and nods all around the table echoed his decision. "How about outside Konoha?" "There, trade is slowly picking up, at least in most places," a shadow clone from the other side of the table replied. "The merchants in Jincho certainly aren't, but Suna is quickly becoming our biggest secondary market," the man added with a smile. Right next to him, the pair of clones in charge of grass scowled. Naruto clones were competitive, if nothing else. "It's at least that," the leader pointed out. "Now, last point, and the most important. What's happening with our saboteurs?" There were scowls all around. "Difficult to say," the clone opposite the leader replied. "We lost 3 suppliers since last meeting. One we're pretty sure is enemy action, since the man's fishing boats burned to the ground, but the other two were less certain. The first saying it's a bad harvest, which may be due to the wet climate in the last few weeks in that region, and the other may simply be a late shipment. There were nods all around. And our defensive measures? They're slowly advancing, the Bunshin finally replied. Our quick reaction teams are ready, but getting clones close to our various suppliers is a work in progress. Most of those places aren't hiring, and that makes having inconspicuous watchers around 24/7 somewhat difficult. We do have a few places covered, at least, and we'll keep working on it. Do that, the copy in charge confirmed. Any other business that needs to be gone over? Silence answered him again. Meeting adjourned then. Next one is next week at location 17. Let's go, people! Prank Day 182. We looted all the documents we could find, along with all the jutsu information there was. They're in the second and third scroll. The Sannin indicated those with his hands. The fourth contains a few examples of Shukuin's work, in case Konoha's medics wanted to go over them. The last in the body of Shukuin himself. You may want to have Inoichi go over it. There may be more information about Orochimaru's plans and methods in the man's brain. We left the building intact behind, as taking it down would remove the town from the map. Sending a team specialized in fortifications or demolitions in that direction would be a good idea, from my guess. Ebisu did not react outwardly at the incomplete report being given, but he was thinking furiously inside. What was being hidden? Based on his previous findings, he guessed that either his team was hiding part of their skills, or that there was another person involved in his team's escape. He thought about it along the way home, and those two options were the ones that made the most sense. Especially considering that Naruto was the Kyuubi's prison, and as such could be the target of enemy actions and kidnapping attempts. But which of the two was it? Whichever it was, it didn't reflect well on him. If one of his students was a plant, he'd gone on teaching a false genin for weeks without realizing it. While Konoha had some quite decent infiltrators, the idea that he might not have noticed such a thing hurt his pride as a teacher. If that was the truth, then he would never live down the shame. The fact that Naruto would have a guardian angel would hurt his pride less, but would still sting. He knew he wasn't the greatest of shinobi, but the idea that he'd been under watch at all times without a single inkling, that ate him inside a bit. What could he do about it? Good work, the Hokage said as he put down the scroll in his hand. The special jonin pushed back the thoughts he'd been having, and focused on the present. You'll all be credited your C-rank mission, along with an extra A-rank mission for the takedown of one of Orochimaru's bases. Everyone smiled at that. I'm also ordering 2 days off your regular team training for recovery. You've been 2 weeks on mission, you deserve a few days of rest to compensate. Yes, Naruto exclaimed. Beside him, both of his other students smiled. Now dismissed, the Sannin said with a nod. Jiraiya, stay behind. I have some more questions for you. Ebisu bowed, as did his students, and the 4 of them made their way out of the tower in silence. The special jonin then directed them to a cafe close to the tower, and sat them down at a booth. I'll be quick, since I suspect everyone is anxious to get back to their own homes, he said once everyone was seated. Good work, team. The mission might not have gone as expected, but you all reacted professionally to the changes, and came through as needed. While I'll be waiting some time before asking for a second C rank, I have no complaints with your work outside the village, and I know you'll do Konoha proud in your following missions as well. He pushed back the fact that there was a secret between them to the back of his mind. Based on what he'd guessed, they might have been ordered to silence, and pushing for more information might even be treasonous in this case. Make sure to keep in shape, and we'll see each other on Friday. He bowed his head as a salute, and waved. Dismissed. His students made their goodbyes, each going in their own direction. Ebisu himself took the time to drink a good coffee, and pondered what to do. Between his abysmal performance against Shukuin, and the fact that there might be a plant on or near his team, it was clear his skills were deficient. He'd not noticed before, because he'd coasted on his talents as a teacher, and while they hadn't atrophied, his skills as a ninja certainly hadn't improved much in the last few years. He'd been content that way once, but no longer. He needed to play catch-up. The worst thing was, he had a good idea how to accomplish such a thing. It would hurt, both physically and mentally, but it was the best way to go at it. The Hokage hadn't prohibited training, only doing so as a team, and soonest started, soonest done. As such, he drained the last of his coffee in a single swig, and stepped outside into the evening air. While it was late for most people's training, he knew from experience where he could find the person he needed at this hour. He went straight for the wall and climbed up, then waited. He didn't have to do so for long. Before the minute was done, a pair of silhouettes appeared in the distance. At the speed they were going, it was but a moment before they passed Ebisu, and he forced himself to follow them. "Yash, teammate," Guy said as Ebisu fell into step beside him. "Are you here to see the youth of Konoha flourish in the dusk of the day?" he asked. The man clearly hadn't changed a bit. "Not exactly," the special Jonin replied, forcing himself to maintain the pace. "I was hoping to talk to you instead." Guy nodded seriously. "Lee, double pace," he yelled, and his student instantly increased his rhythm. Guy instead slowed down, stopping a little later near one of the newly repaired parts of the wall. "Now, what can I do for you, Ebisu?" Said ninja took a deep breath to center himself before speaking. "I need to get stronger." Guy simply smiled and nodded. "Let's get to it then." "Okay, that's done," Naruto said as the merchant network representative sat back down. "Then, let's get to the meat of this meeting. Gigi, I suppose Jiraiya updated you with the full story?" "He did." "Everyone else not clear on the happenings in Fumoto-cho?" he continued. Everyone shook their heads, having been included in the latest mass update. Naruto had informed Irika straight after leaving the rest of his team, even before said update was done. "So, it's clear, it was sheer luck that Jiraiya arrived on time to save our backsides that day." Naruto inclined his head toward the Sannin. "Thanks again for that one." "My pleasure." One thing that battle made clear is that we have a long way to go if we want to be really effective as a ninja. I've been thinking about it for a good while, and I know I'm not the only one. So, ideas, people. Relying on luck isn't something we want to be known for. Nico was the first to raise his hand. "We need some form of protocol for a situation like this one." "What?" That wasn't what Naruto had been expecting. "This is the second time we learned about a battle happening from clones dying in combat," the spying advisor continued. "While it couldn't be helped during the invasion, a simple message to the rest of us last time would have gained us nearly an hour in response time, which is enormous." The three adult ninja around that table nodded at that. "Not only that," Kyuha added as he rose, "but we also need a specific code for emergencies like this. The Hokage was in a meeting, and we could have lost time for nothing if we hadn't suspected what he'd answer. A quick way to contact Jiraiya in case of emergencies wouldn't be amiss, either." At this, said Sannin lowered his head at the memory. He clearly remembered what he'd been doing when Sara found him. Naruto was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Good point. Nico, I'm putting you in charge of this. Meet with the others, and write out a communication protocol for emergencies. Next." Miramaro was the one who rose this time. "We need to master more techniques seamlessly. We would have been completely screwed if we'd had our hands paralyzed." Everyone nodded to that. "We need better defensive techniques for clones. The chakra shield doesn't cut it. We have to get a way to immobilize opponents, especially fast ones. We need something to take down people who can tank most attacks." "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Naruto exclaimed, trying to calm people down. "One at a time. Miramaro, since sealless techniques are something you can train on outside this place, I'm putting you in charge of that. You three," he pointed to the trio of clones who'd just spoken out. "You're in charge of techniques. I'm expecting at least 6 different ones in total, since we might not manage a few, as we did last time. Everyone who has suggestions, talk to these 3 after the meeting." All the hands went down as the blonde genin finished his proclamation. "Any other details?" "You should practice summoning more." Everyone turned toward Ichibo, who was standing on Ariko's head. "We're listening," Naruto replied for the group. "From what I heard, one of the main issues at first was the fact that you were stuck underground, and that your earth-moving technique wasn't enough to make an exit." Nods all around. "Well, earth specialists are common in the Bunny clan among those that practice ninjutsu. Summoning one of those would have made escaping a lot easier." Naruto couldn't deny that. "I have to agree with the rabbit here," Jiraiya added from his seat. "If you're gonna be the rabbit sage one day, you need to know the clan you've joined. Who are the rabbits and what are their talents? Who should you call in specific situations? I'll take care of that, Ariko said, raising her hand. I'm the one who spends the most time with Ichibo outside. Might as well make something out of it. Can you bleed? Another clone at the table pointed out. A second later, Ariko's hand went back down as her face lowered. I'll have to take care of that one myself. Ariko, if you can go over the members of the rabbit clan with Ichibo before I start summoning them, that would already be helpful. Both the female clone and the rabbit nodded in approval. The boy then looked around. Anything else anyone wants to bring up? A recommendation, if you will, the Sandaime said. Go ahead. The man rose. Since number aren't an issue, I'd suggest that there should always be a clone team close in case you need support. That way, if you three are taken out by surprise, a rescue group is at least close at hand. Yeah, Naruto said, dejected. I'd thought about that also. He didn't like the fact that he made things worse with bad decisions. Remember one thing, Irika spoke up as he saw Naruto's face. You made it through. Sure, there were wrong choices and questionable actions, but the important part is that you made it, and can learn from it. He waved around. There isn't anybody here who never made a bad decision. That's just being human. But as long as it helps you improve, it's already that much earned, he said with a smile. He wasn't the only one. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen nodded at that, similar smiles on their lips. Nothing more? Naruto finally said after a moment. Meeting adjourned. We'll be expecting reports from everyone on their tasks next week. Dismissed. The three adults instantly vanished, being clones, while the rest of the group quickly made their way downstairs. Naruto wasn't far behind. If he hurried, he might manage to reach Ichiraku before Tucci closed shop. 11 days without Ichiraku ramen had been more than enough fasting, and he had a date with the largest bowl he could find. Prank Day 184. Uzumaki, a voice said, coming from right behind him. Naruto turned away from his ramen to find Uchiha Sasuke coming his way. He nearly replied to his usual theme, but suddenly realized his former rival had actually used his name, and not one of insults he usually bandied about. Uchiha, he finally replied, unsure of what else to say. The dark-haired boy took that as an invitation, and sat down beside him at the counter. He even ordered a plate of tomatoes as he did so. Now even more confused, he released a burst of chakra, hoping to break whatever illusion he was under. No such luck. Just back from your first C rank from what I've heard, correct? Sasuke said between two slices of tomato. The great Uchiha doing normal conversation? Impossible. Naruto had to force himself not to check that the sky was falling. He simply nodded instead, taking another bite of his noodles. How was it for you? The Uchiha asked. For a second, Naruto didn't know what to say. The happenings in Fumotocho hadn't yet been released to the general public, and there was enough information under seal that he didn't know what to answer. You had your own C ranks, so I'm pretty sure you know the drill by now, he evasively replied instead. Sasuke looked up to the sky. Long, boring, and seemingly pointless? Naruto simply nodded, even though it hadn't been anything like that. I hear you. Naruto finished his bowl in silence while Sasuke snacked beside him. He was pretty sure this meeting wasn't a coincidence, and he wanted to get at the bottom of it. Thank you for the meal, he said to Ayam as he pushed back his bowl on the counter. Are you busy after this? Sasuke asked as soon as his bowl was gone. The blonde had expected a request like this one. Not particularly. He was headed down below for more training, but it wasn't anything pressing. And he was wondering what could have made Sasuke become civil out of the blue. You up for a spar? The Uchiha asked, smirking as he usually had. Naruto remembered that he'd hated that smirk, but now for some reason it didn't have the impact it had before. He thought for a moment. While he'd trained a lot, the number of people he'd sparred against was minimal. Outside his clones, only Irika had been a frequent training partner. Add to that a few sessions with Ebisu, and that was the sum total of his sparring experience ever since he'd graduated. A new challenger might be a good reference point, especially one his age. Sure. What kind? Ninjutsu, Kenjutsu, Taijutsu? The smirk just grew. All of it. Some alarm bells started ringing in Naruto's mind. Why? He finally asked. I heard about your performance during the invasion, he answered, scowling somewhat. And that you were promoted because of it. I just wanted to know how I compared to that. Naruto was sure there was something else there, but he lost nothing in humoring his former classmate. Okay. When and where? He said, gesturing to his own lack of equipment. Sasuke thought for a moment. How about training ground 19 at 2? Naruto nodded. I'll be there. Good, Sasuke said with the slightest hint of a smile. He quickly ate the rest of his snack, paid for his meal and left. Naruto did the same. He had a little more than an hour to get ready, and he planned on being as prepared as he could. At the academy, Sasuke had always been one to go for victory at all costs, and Naruto wasn't planning on losing this one. Naruto wasn't the only one to have come prepared. The Uchiha had 2 more bandoliers of kunai and shuriken on his sides, along with what looked like a pocket full of explosive tags. He was stretching himself from left to right, preparing himself for quick movement. He stopped as soon as the blonde arrived within 4 paces of him. You need time to prepare? Naruto shook his head. He'd never need it, and he wasn't going to start now. Ready when you are, he answered with a smile. He had to agree that he was looking forward to this match. The Uchiha had won all spars they'd had at the academy, and it would be a good measure of his growth since then. Said Ninja withdrew a single kunai. We start when this touches the ground, okay? Naruto nodded. Sasuke threw the kunai high in the air, then took position. He did the same, and the two stuck to the pose for the couple of seconds it took for the kunai to reach the ground. When it did, Sasuke dashed forward instantly, then redirected his charge in an instant to come from the side. The blonde wasn't surprised. He'd done the same many times at the academy. He dodged the first 2 punches, rolled under the kick, then stepped back to evade a second one. 3 quick parries with his Bakuto followed, as Sasuke launched a trio of kunai in quick succession. It was clear Sasuke was testing him, and he was doing the same. His former rival was faster than when they'd last fought, but he had no problem in keeping up with him. My turn, Naruto said, and it was he that charged this time. He launched himself in what was basically his 4th kata, and by the 3rd strike Sasuke had a kunai in hand to block the various strikes. Naruto didn't let the pressure fall. He even tried to place a punch in the middle, as Iruka had done on him, but the dark-haired boy noticed, flipping back at the last instant. And then he was blind. Genjutsu? Naruto wondered. He'd not seen Sasuke do the seals. Still, he needed to react. He stepped to the side to dodge the 3 shuriken he could hear coming, then swiped his blade straight at Sasuke once he could hear the boy was in range. By the sound the dark-haired boy had made, he hadn't been expecting that, and had thrown himself to the side to evade. This gave him enough time to make a genjutsu dissipation seal. Kai! Nice one, Naruto said as he turned to the rising Sasuke. The Uchiha had his serious face on, and his fingers were moving into seals. Seals he recognized, and his own fingers moved to the counter. Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu. Katan Akaraka Jigoki. The black sphere appeared just as Sasuke turned to exhale, and the flame he spat quickly vanished inside the darkness of the ball. What is that? He yelled. Like I'm gonna tell in the middle of combat, Naruto replied, shifting the sphere to his offhand and pulling his sword up once more. Had enough? The Uchiha scowled. No. He launched a brace of shuriken with his answer, and dashed toward the trees that surrounded their practice area. Like most training grounds in Konoha, Area 19 was surrounded on 3 sides by woods. Sasuke quickly disappeared into those, vanishing into the underbrush. Rushing to the edge of the forested area, Naruto stopped to listen, trying to sense his foe. As usual, Sasuke was good. There wasn't a sound out of place, and he couldn't feel his sparring partner anywhere. It was the perfect setup for an ambush or a trap. And he knew how to deal with those. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A wave of clones rushed forward, and Naruto made sure to follow as if he was one of the many clones. His black ball changed hands to a clone on his left, and a few more hellfire spheres appeared in the group, summoned by the clones. And that happened just in time, as a number of smaller fireballs shot outwards from deeper in the woods. Spread out! He yelled as 2 of the clones with spheres rushed forward. The flames were quickly absorbed, but the shuriken they hid weren't, and the two Bunshin burst as their spheres exploded at the contact. Another wave of clones replaced them, but by now Sasuke had clearly changed position. Sasuke Uchiha forced himself not to pant as he hid in the trees, having just done a quick shunshin after a fireball. Around him, he could hear the many Narutos slowly canvassing the place, looking for his position. It had been at least 15 minutes since he'd entered the forest, and they hadn't let up. He was tired. He knew his reserves were greater than most genin, especially after Kakashi's grueling training, but he was still running out of chakra. He was also down to 3 kunai, and less than half his tags. His shuriken was long gone, and Naruto was now wise to most of his tricks, which never worked twice. Whatever he thought of the boy in the past, he couldn't deny that this wasn't the dead last he'd faced at the academy. His sword work was tight and effective, even in a wooded area where obstacles were everywhere. His reactions were fast, and he knew how to use his jutsu well. Even by sneak attack, his clones took 3 or 4 hits before they went down, and by now they went everywhere in teams of 3, cutting down that option. Kakashi had been right. Unless they made a mistake, taking on those trios was a losing proposition. He couldn't see how he could win this one. It hurt inside to admit, but he was losing. And worse was, even if he managed to win, it would be more luck than anything, and it wouldn't satisfy him. Naruto had taken all he could deal, and had come out on top. It was. A squirrel dropped down on the branch he was hiding on, and he kicked it near instantly as he reacted. The beast disappeared in a burst of smoke, and he knew he was found. Shit! He did a quick shunshin 4 meters away, only for a quartet of what he supposed were clones to appear instantly around him. Grabbing 2 kunai, he rushed the closest, who managed to block or dodge the first 7 strikes. The 8th burst him, but he found himself surrounded by clones holding explosive tags at chest height. "You're out, Sasuke," Naruto's voice came from deeper in the woods. Fubaku Hajin. He didn't know the technique, but the arm tags were bad enough. He supposed he had enough for another pair of shushin, but outside of that he was dry. And he didn't think he could manage a reversal. "I surrender," he spat out, grimacing. He let his kunai drop from his hands as he said so. The clones did a couple of seals before removing the tags, and they stepped back as another Naruto came forward. "Good spar," Naruto said, and Sasuke suspected it was the original. "I lost," the Uchiha spat out, as if it explained everything. "Yeah, and?" Naruto countered. "I know I learned a lot from this spar. That hiding shuriken and fireballs trick, it was great, and you might have gotten me with it if you'd used it earlier." "Good for you," the Uchiha growled. "You can't tell me you learned nothing from this spar," Naruto countered. "Yeah, like what?" Sasuke said, looking down at his training partner. Said Blonde raised a single finger. "Well, you at least know what to work on. First, you clearly need better endurance," he pointed out, then raised a second finger. "Your speed at hand seals is good, so a quick jutsu for close range would be a good addition. Third finger. Some trap training might be useful, also. It probably wouldn't have worked on me, since it's one of my specialties, but you could have made that forest a lot more difficult to hunt you in, and your talent with wires makes it a natural progression of your skill set. Fourth. Some blind fighting training might be useful, also. I could tell you used mostly your eyes for sensing, and since you're an Uchiha, that's a big flaw." "That's all?" Sasuke replied, clearly unhappy. "And where would I find such a jutsu?" "Well, your sensei is Kakashi of 1,000 jutsu, so I'm pretty sure he has at least 1 or 2 that fit those criteria," Naruto countered. "Now you want another match?" "Nah," Sasuke replied, ambling away from the training ground, going straight for home. He didn't need to be hammered into the ground once more, and, judging by how tired he was, he wouldn't be giving his best anyway. "See you, then," Naruto replied cheerfully. "Come again for another spar someday." Yeah? His head was down, and he was stuck in his thoughts all the way back to the Uchiha district. He felt like he'd fallen back miles from being ready to face his brother. If the so-called dead last could beat him after less than a year, how much behind was he, and how could he ever catch up to Itachi? Clearly, Kakashi wasn't helping him improve fast enough if Naruto could have so easily passed him. He needed more. But who else could he go to for training? Prank Day 187. Tora sat down on the pillow reserved for him in the underground chamber that Jin Shippu never left. Behind him were the rest of the leaders of the Torasen, each seated in his own spot. Before him, on her throne-like chair, was the Lord Jin herself, with her two most loyal retainers beside her. So, the Lord said, her voice firm. How goes our people? There Tora started, his head bowed. There hasn't been a change, Jin-sama. While the Torasen have been guarding this city and there have been no serious altercations, a few drunks here and there. The people are still fearful and reticent. Shops are empty at near all times, and the streets are deserted. It is clear that they don't believe the Yakuza are gone, only that this is the calm before the storm, and they hide as if it was soon to come. Outside of the Yakuza themselves being captured, I do not think this will change any time soon. Disappointing, the Lord replied. And how does one find them? We do have some leads, Jin-sama, but everything points toward the bulk of our enemies not being in the city at the moment, Tora replied. Moreover, we've heard rumors of a meeting, which might explain why they are gone. There were infiltrators as rats and mice in the few shops they'd discovered were Yakuza fronts, but these were nearly abandoned with only a few members still inside, and no one that could be termed leadership. There are a few businesses that we've identified as Yakuza fronts, but these are silent as any, and we've found nothing illegal when searched. Any person we could use as a source of information? She asked. Tora shook his head. None, Jin-sama. Whoever was left behind is either an unmarked member or hired help, and wouldn't be high enough in the ranks to have important information. So we are waiting. Sadly, yes, Jin-sama, Tora answered. There is no crime we can crack down on in the city, and outside sending troops to seek our enemies, there is not much more we can do. Shippu inclined her head. Should we do that? No, Tora instantly replied, shaking his head. The members of the Torasen behind him did the same, echoing his thoughts. It may be exactly what our enemies are waiting for. Like the population of the city, I do not believe this is over. Splitting our forces would only help our enemies if they returned. He didn't say that they'd already done exactly that. While the official members of the Torasen stayed in Jincho, there were Naruto clones going all over the peninsula. Numbers were their strength, and they'd use it as much as possible. It hadn't given any results yet, but they were sure it would. The question was, would it be in time? Chapter 28, Retribution. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This chapter is unfortunately unbeaten, as I wanted to have it sent to everyone as soon as possible, and it was late already. This part may change later if my betas have time. Note: Ordo Hereticus has used Exterminatus on all the errors he could find. Prank Day 190. Gaara knew the nighttime desert better than anyone else. His insomnia had made it so that he'd lived long hours after sunset simply appreciating the solitude of the sands. He knew the sounds of the desert wind better than the words of his own father. He could tell much simply by being there and listening. That was how he knew he had company. And who that company was specifically. Hello, Naruto, he called out, his eyes closed. Hello yourself, Gaara, the clone replied. Gaara knew very well this wasn't the real one, but he had no reason to treat him otherwise. Simple relaxation or training this time? The Konoha genin asked. Training, the Ichibi's jailer replied, raising a sand clone from the ground. A ninja must always strive to better himself, must he not? He didn't say that he'd recently been put on the short list of possible candidates to replace the Yondaime Kazekage. He didn't know how his friend would take it, with his own ambitions. Mind if I watch? The clone asked. Gaara shook his head. I told you I didn't mind your presence, and I am not practicing anything particularly dangerous today. Just verifying, Naruto replied, sitting down. Gaara spent the next hour building sand clones, both singularly and in groups. The Naruto clone was now and they were training in their own way. 3 were juggling those black spheres Gaara had seen before, while the last was watching his own training. Are you always training your sand, Gaara? That clone finally asked. The sand boy nodded. It is what I am best at, he countered. Yeah, but it can't be useful in all situations, Kage Bunshin replied. Like, if you're fighting at sea, or something. Or against attacks that can go through your defenses, another clone pointed out as he caught and sent back a trio of balls. Gaara had to admit he never thought about it. He'd rarely been sent outside the village, and never for longer than during the recent exam. And within the desert, he was deadly at every range. Are you sure? He couldn't think of his reliance on sand as a weakness. Even in Konoha, there was enough sand around him that he could gather the equivalent of his gourd in a few moments, if necessary. Sure. I had my own wake-up call about relying on a limited number of techniques, he replied, not saying anything more. Gaara thought for a moment, reviewing his time in Konoha mentally. He didn't remember much of the time after he'd tried releasing the Ichibi, but he knew that the boy who'd been fighting him hadn't been defeated, having retreated instead after a long battle. But the time before that was clear and painful. He'd been a punching bag for the Konoha genin, having neither the speed nor the strength to do anything but take the blows. If training in a different way could prevent such a situation from happening again, he was all for it. What do you recommend? He asked, stepping up to where the clones were. The 4 clones looked at each other for a moment and nodded in concert. The many spheres were caught and burst on purpose, feeding the flames inside into the last remaining ball. Any specifics? The clone said, rising. None that come to mind. He thought for a moment. Your sand skin is automatic and doesn't need anything to remain active, right? He asked. Gaara shook his head. Not as far as I know. I've had it since forever, and before you came around, I've never had it taken off. Good, he said. Then I'd recommend starting with exactly what Rock Lee used, taijutsu. That surprised the Suna child. Why that in particular? Well, first, it's clearly not something you've put much attention in. Gaara nodded at that, as he couldn't really deny it. And with better speed and endurance, everything one trains in gets better. But what really makes taijutsu interesting for you is that you already have an advantage over most people in the form of your natural armor. Also, another clone pointed out, with your current skill set, staying at a distance from you gives you the advantage, unless they have armor-piercing, long-range attacks. So, most people would rush to close range, hoping to take control over the battle's rhythm and stop you from using your sand. Improving your taijutsu would give you a much better chance to survive encounters like those. Gaara thought for a moment, then nodded. It made sense. How should I go about it? You haven't learned a style at your academy? Naruto asked. Academy? He countered. Never mind, the clone replied, stepping opposite to Gaara. We'll simply see where you're at. A spar, with no jutsu, no weapons, no sand. He took a combat posture. I'll be on the defensive first. Come at me. It took a moment before Gaara understood what the Naruto Bunshin meant. The following charge was weak, and his blows weren't anything to write home about. A lot of people had said of Naruto's original style that it was the one of a street brawler, but Gaara's wasn't even that. It was like he had no clue how to hurt people with his hands and feet. The only good thing Naruto could say about his fellow Jinchuriki was that he didn't tire, hitting and hitting without stopping. Clearly, they had their work cut out for them. Prank Day 192. Good day, students, Ebisu said cheerfully, which was a complete contrast to his appearance. He had a black eye and a sizable bruise on the opposite side of his face. Today we will be starting on a new form of training. The etiquette training is done, then? Naruto asked. He might understand its use more now than before, but that didn't make it any more interesting. The special shook his head. No, this will be added to our training schedule and not replace any of our current subjects. And what is this new training? Miramara asked. Elemental ninjutsu, Ebisu exclaimed. Nice. Naruto exclaimed, only to be silenced by a hand sign from his teacher. More specifically, he explained, we will be finding out what each of your elemental affinities is and, as such, what form of elemental ninjutsu you can use. Ariko raised her hand. Can't everyone use every type of element? The Naruto clones knew jutsu of each type, and while it had taken time to master them, they could indeed use them all. Ebisu nodded. Indeed, it is possible to learn jutsu of every element. However, people tend to have a particular ease with one or more forms of elemental shaping. He looked at the 3 in turn. For a genin like you 3, it is better to start learning with the element that will come the easiest. And how is this training done? Miramara asked. First, this, Ebisu said, withdrawing a set of small paper sheets from one of his pockets. He then handed each of the genin one. How does that work? Naruto asked, looking from one side of the sheet to the other. Not like that, he said, taking Naruto's hand. He then placed the paper square right on his palm. Now channel some chakra into the paper. Naruto did as ordered, and slowly but surely, the paper cut itself down the middle. Is that normal? Naruto asked. Ebisu nodded. It is one of the possible results of this exercise, the special explained. The paper cutting itself like this means that your primary elemental affinity is with wind. He scratched his chin. I am surprised, I have to admit. Based on your black sphere jutsu, I would have expected you to be of a fire nature. Wind is the very opposite of fire, and the rarest element to be found within Konoha's borders. Mirumaru gulped at those words. If wind was Naruto's base element, then the two of them as Kage Bunshin would probably have the very same. And if it was the rarest here, 3 people on the same team with that element would clearly indicate something was going on. Ariko just smiled toward Mirumaru as if she knew what he was thinking and stepped up to their teacher. She put the paper in her palm and focused. Instantly, the paper started wrinkling. Does that mean? She asked. This is the result when used by someone with affinity with lightning techniques, Ebisu said with a nod. He then turned toward his last student. And you, Mirumaru? The boy racked his head for a second, trying to find a solution, when he understood what Ariko had done. He put the paper in his hand, and focused as if he was trying to feed flame into one of their spheres. The paper instantly ignited and turned to ash. Fire, I suppose? He said, hoping that another result wasn't expected. Indeed, he replied. I must say, I have a very offensively minded team. Why is that? Ariko asked. These 3 particular elements are well known to be used mostly offensively, especially compared to the other 2 who are mainly defensively oriented, he explained. In particular, the wind element has numerous cutting techniques, as well as wind blasts at longer ranges. Fire is self-explanatory, as combustion is naturally damaging, and lightning techniques are well known for their armor-piercing properties. Now gather round. We'll go over how each element interacts with the others. Prank Day 196. Okay, so that's it for the spy network, Naruto said, turning toward the other side of the table. Anybody have anything else to add on the subject? Silence was the only answer. Jiraiya had to admit he liked being part of these council meetings. Being made near entirely of clones, there wasn't the usual politics and manipulations inherent with humans trying to one-up each other for hierarchy purposes. Here, the hierarchy was clear, and no one tried to put himself forward for more credit or to protect himself. As such, he made sure to have a clone present at every meeting since he'd been invited. Watching his godson slowly become an important part of the Leaf military system was something he wouldn't have missed for the world. It was also a breath of fresh air compared to the other meetings Hiruzen had brought him to. So, techniques, the Real Naruto said, turning and pointing to a trio of Bunshin on his left side. Your show! We're still going through everything, the middle one said, rising. Our primary selection of techniques got us 23 possibles, and we're currently going over. He then stopped, his face blanking up for a moment. In fact, Jiraiya noticed that particular clone wasn't the only one. Every Naruto's face had instantly frozen. What? They exclaimed as one. Jiraiya had no clue what, but something had clearly just happened. He supposed a clone had just burst or sent a message, and said the message wasn't anything good. What's happening? The many Narutos ignored him, rushing out of their chairs. One even transferred himself across the room with a kawarimi, and he had the door halfway open when Naruto interrupted everyone. Stop! He yelled, updating everyone with a hand seal. All the clones obeyed, stopping instantly. What are you saying? One of the council members countered. It was clear from Naruto's face that he was holding himself back from doing something violent. His hands were gripping the table tightly, and Jiraiya could feel the strength of his godson's chakra lashing out. We already have a clone present and helping. Most of us won't be much of a help. He turned toward Janae. You're the one here closest to him from the merchant network, correct? Janae nodded. Go. Find out what you can. The merchant jumped out of his seat and ran out. What's happening? Sandaime asked. Jiraiya had to admit he was also curious. He'd never seen Naruto so angry. He turned to the Hokage, face blank. Ichiraku is burning, he answered simply, his voice filled with wrath. When Janae arrived, the fire was at least under control. He could see a couple of clones with black spheres inside, keeping the flames from advancing. As such, he went directly toward Tucci, who was standing with his daughter on the side of the road. Are you and I am okay? He asked. He had a flashback earlier this year, when these same positions were reversed. He liked it even less than last time. Tucci didn't look at him, keeping his eyes on the still burning Ichiraku ramen. I'm fine. I am too. The restaurant, however. Tucci didn't need to continue. It was clear that the building was a near-complete loss. You have insurance, at least? Janae seemed to remember that the building was insured from one of the many conversations the two had about their respective businesses. No, the chef replied sadly. My insurance company changed hands recently, and my coverage was suspended pending an investigation of the building. Janae scowled. After what had happened to the warehouse with his own goods, he didn't believe in coincidences anymore. Especially not after a dozen or so customers canceled their own orders in the last few weeks. A pair had even closed, and he'd not thought of checking into the reasons. He had the feeling that the false ANBU had moved into a new phase of their offensive. Anything I can do? Janae asked. I don't know, the man finally answered. I can't. He fell to his knees. Janae took a deep breath and forced himself not to react. To Tucci, he was a business partner, and not much more. He didn't know that one of the few safe places of his younger times was burning right before him. Contact me if there's anything I can do. You know I have contacts. He put one hand on Tucci's shoulder and one on Iam's. You'll get through this. His only answer was a sad nod. The merchant clone then turned back and vanished in an alley between two buildings. He made sure he wasn't observed, and his hands flashed into the usual cross seal. Get me Nico, he called out, rage evident in his tone. There's something rotten in Konoha, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. Jiraiya curved around the burnt counters, stepping inside what was formerly Ichiraku Ramen. Most of the building by now was covered with tarps, hiding the interior. So, what happened? The Toad Hermit asked the first clone that came in sight. Fire, evidently, he said with a scowl. From what Ichiraku said, it started in the back, where spices and alcohol were stored. He tried extinguishing it, but water didn't do anything. Jiraiya didn't like the sound of that. Show me where. The clone led him deeper in the building, past a few other Naruto. There were still flames here and there, but they slowly faded, their heat drawn into spheres. Here, the clone said, pointing. The Sannin wasted no time in crouching, pressing a finger on the ground and looking at the results. He then rose and went around the room, looking at the walls above head height. It didn't take long for him to find a spot that was still wet. He tasted it. He then scowled. Mist oil, he said as he spat to the ground. Mist oil? Naruto repeated. A clever mix of oil, petrol, tar and alcohol that the Mist Ninja invented. Only they know the exact proportions, though most villages have their own version. Mist is the most effective, the Sannin explained. Unless you use massive amounts of liquid, throwing water at it is only going to spread it more. He looked around. Not something anybody can get their hands on. Any clue why someone would use it on a civilian target like Tucci? He's been helping the merchant network, finding customers in Konoha, the clone replied. Most of them canceled their orders in the last few weeks. Some of your own contacts did the same, actually, he added. Jiraiya turned toward him. That's very interesting, he replied. Can you tell me who? The clone gave him the name of 2 brothels and of a single bar in Konoha. I'll be checking on those myself, if you don't mind, Sannin said. Go right ahead, the Bunshin replied. We have more than enough on our side to occupy ourselves. Jiraiya turned to walk out, stopping in what had been the door frame. Meeting tonight? The clone nodded seriously. Meeting tonight. Be seeing you, then, he said as he left. Tucci had been a close ally of Naruto, and that for years. Jiraiya wasn't going to leave a single stone unturned on this subject. Luckily, most of his contacts were opened late. He'd thought better from the owner of the Shadow's Rest, and he was going to get to the bottom of this. Prank Day 197. The atmosphere of the council room wasn't the same today. Iruka had been present yesterday when Naruto had dropped his bombshell, but he hadn't had anything he could say. While Ichiraku Ramen had been one of his favorite places to eat in, he'd never been as close to Tucci as Naruto had been. He'd made sure to go and offer his condolences to the man during his lunch break, but there wasn't much he could do. Not while being head teacher at the academy. Iruka had been one of the first in, knowing the path by heart now. As such, he was present when everyone got in and took their seats. The various Naruto clones were somewhere between sad and angry as a rule, while Jiraiya was scowling at something. Only the Hokage was anything normal, and even then his usual smile at the proceeding wasn't present. Okay, Naruto said from his place as Kyuha, who was the last member this time, fell into his chair. The blonde genin instantly turned to his right. Janae, what happened? The merchant clone rose, and tiredness was evident in his body language. I'm pretty sure that, by now, everyone here knows what happened yesterday to Ichiraku. Nods all around, including Ichibo. We had Nico and other clones going around, both looking into what happened and the surrounding situation in Konoha. In short, along with the false Anbu from before, whoever is behind this is also buying out Konoha businesses by the dozens, and using them to put pressure on the rest, Janae explained. Hiruzen joined Jiraiya in scowling. What kind of businesses? Janae withdrew a sheet of paper. Here's the list. He passed it around. With 27 entries, it was well past the single dozen. Iruka looked it over, but recognized only half. They were insurance companies, banks, and other such businesses. There were also a few equipment suppliers. The rest seemed mainly like import places and production facilities. Jiraiya gave the sheet a quick look, then passed it on. On my side, 3 of my contacts in Konoha reported being closed for health citations, and having problems with the inspectors. I checked the places, and I couldn't find any issues present, he said. And I don't need to be a spy master to see something wrong there. Bribes, probably. So you're saying someone's fighting us with money? The real Naruto asked. Essentially, Jiraiya answered. There are no rules in Konoha about buying or creating businesses, as the village tries to encourage trade and growth. And how do you fight that? Naruto asked. There are rules about ninja implication into civilian markets, Hiruzen pointed out. I'm not going to send ninja against civilians, not without any proof of treason, at least. Naruto shook his head. That's not what I meant. With money, Jiraiya replied. The same methods that are being used against you can also be used against them. Like the Akamichi did when the Shura tried buying out their restaurants. That was the first Naruto heard of something like that. Knowing what was generally the result when someone got between choji and food, it can have been pretty. What happened? The Akimichi pooled their money and bought them out instead, Jiraiya replied. And where they couldn't, they bought the suppliers, or opened businesses that undercut their opponents. Within a year, the Shura family was gone from Konoha, and everything they'd owned was in Akamichi hands. He looked to the full council. We have the money. Is anybody here opposed to doing the same thing? The many clones shook their heads, while Jiraiya smiled viciously. Iruka sighed but said nothing, knowing that Naruto wouldn't take an attack on Ichiraku any other way. The Hokage rose, withdrawing himself from the council. This isn't a ninja issue, and as such I'll keep my hands off it. You don't agree? Naruto said, face falling. Jiraiya was the one that answered. No, he replied. As Hokage, he isn't allowed to involve himself in these kinds of economic affairs, at least not outside of certain situations such as wars and the like. Naruto, he said from the room's threshold. He then looked into Naruto's eyes and nodded. Good luck, he said, closing the door behind him. Silence reigned for a moment. You know that this'll draw the attention of whoever's attacking your suppliers, right? Iruka pointed out. Naruto's smile was vicious. Let them come. Prank Day 199. With the Merchant Council going into economic offensive, the call had gone for clones to gather money. They might have an enormous nest egg with Gato's resources, but Jiraiya had been clear that battles like this one were won by those who had the most means, and the Naruto clones didn't want to leave anything to chance. With most of the clones outside Konoha having jobs, there was already a steady flow of money going in. While their individual salaries weren't anything large, the sheer number of clones meant that this was still a tidy sum. And there were places where money flowed much quicker. Full house, queens over nines, for Tenko Midori, the dealer said. Is anyone better? The men around the table grumbled and folded. The dealer pushed the pot toward Midori, who added it to her already sizable winnings. She already had more than 100,000 ryo worth of chips, and she was still going strong. Before the last few days, the Naruto clones weren't much into gambling. While they hadn't been rich for most of their lives, money hadn't really been the issue. Finding places that would allow Naruto to buy stuff was much more of a problem. And with the money they'd made off Gato and their trading network, even that was a thing of the past. As such, money hadn't been much of a priority. Added to that was the fact that casinos were very often depressing places. While the rich who came weren't an issue, there were always people of modest means trying to make it out through chance. And that rarely worked. Because of that, the many Narutos had only frequented casinos socially with others, and not otherwise. Operation Buyout had changed that. There was now a rotating group of clones in Tanzakagai, going from place to place and winning money. Their luck still hadn't deserted them, and the Naruto clones made millions daily in total from the casinos. Another hand? The dealer asked. Midori nodded, as did two of the men at the table, but the last pushed his chair back. I'm out. I'll take that chair, then, a female voice interrupted. Good, good, the dealer said, his smile abnormally large. This table is a 5-card draw, Densetsu no Kamosama. Will that be okay with you? Fine by me, she replied, pulling out a stack of chips. Midori didn't need to be told who that was. With Jiraiya as a sensei and after having met Orochimaru, the Bunshin had made sure to gather information about the last member of the Sannin, Tsunade. It wasn't good reading. The female Sannin had lost much more than the other two, and had basically given up. While Naruto wasn't one to give up, he couldn't say he'd lost as much as the granddaughter of the Shodaime, and not in the way that she did. Still, she was undercover, and as such she wasn't to draw attention. She simply continued playing as if she was facing any other opponent. And continued winning. Betting against Tsunade was bizarre. She always called and never folded, even if she had a handful of junk. Midori wasn't sure, but it also seemed like she was satisfied with losing for some reason. There were some players like that, mostly rich men and women who were here mainly for the challenge, but she didn't seem like those. It was more as if, by losing, she made sure of something. Puzzling. Tsunade also didn't give up, not before the casino closed for the night. From there she went straight to the nearest bar, and started drinking. And the next day, she was back at the table as if nothing had happened. After the third day of such, she made an extra clone to follow Tsunade. She might be a gambler and a drunkard, but she was still one of the Sannin. And Jiraiya might be interested in what was happening to his former teammate. Prank Day 201. Tora had the night shift. As leader of the Torasen, that was what he'd selected. After the long nights he'd had canvassing wave for signs of Gato, he'd not easily been able to go back to a day's shift. And since he was the leader, he had the ability to decide. And at night it was. The situation in Jin hadn't changed, either for better or for worse. The tension was still there, and the former Yakuza businesses were of no use in figuring out what was happening. Worse still, the spreading network had no better idea of what was going on. Clones had spread all over the peninsula, and no sign of the missing Yakuza had been found. In fact, outside the Jin region, there was no organized crime of any kind, something that the many Narutos found surprising. Normally, things like that spread from place to place. Here, it was limited only to Jin. The night shift also had a specific advantage: he could train more easily. After a few days, the Jin retainers had gotten accustomed to the presence of the Torasen, and had left most of the security issues to those specialized in it. Their lack of numbers had helped. By the time the Torasen had arrived in Jin, there were barely a dozen of them left. Being alone at night meant that those on the guard shift could practice techniques that no samurai should have knowledge of. Each of those guarding had their own peculiar aspect they were training in. Tora, on his side, was trying to mix kenjutsu with the sharp fist. Channeling chakra down his blade was still something he didn't have down, but he was at least making progress. Well, he was until a scream interrupted his training. He reacted instantly, opening the door and dashing inside. He didn't hesitate, going straight toward the sound, while the two others present stood in the door, blocking the only path out of the room. No, no, no! He could hear Lord Jin yell out. He didn't stop a moment, barreling behind the screen that separated her throne room from her bedroom. No! He arrived at Lord Jin's bedside with a sword drawn, ready to cut whoever it was that was attacking in half. Only, there was nobody. No! Lord Jin continued screaming, clearly having a nightmare. Daddy, no! Tora sheathed his sword and sat Saiza beside the Lord's bed. Wake up, Lord Jin, he said softly. You are having a nightmare. That didn't stop her. After 3 similar tries, he shook her shoulder lightly, hoping to break her out of her nightmare. She reacted instantly, jumping back as if she was attacked, eyes wide. Tora withdrew his hand and bowed. I am sorry for my presumption, but you were having a nightmare, Jin-sama. It took a moment before she was able to calm herself and return her breathing to normal. Yes, she finally said. My thanks, Tora-san. He bowed again. I will leave you to sleep then. He then rose. Would it be possible for you to stay? She quickly asked. If that is what you wish, Jin-sama, Tora replied. Let me just send your other guards back to their posts. He did as he said, quickly messaging the 2 remaining clones of what was happening with hand signs. He then returned to Jin-sama's bedside. What can I do for you, Jin-sama? While we are alone here, you may call me Shippu, Tora-san, she replied. I wouldn't be so presumptuous, Tora replied. It was what he expected a samurai should answer. My father the Lord Jin had a saying, Tora-san, the Lord replied, sniffing. All are equal before sickness, dreams, and to the Shinigami. While I am in my bed like this, treat me as one of your men. I much prefer it. If that is your will, Shippu-sama, Tora replied. I must say that your father was a wise man. Better, at least, Shippu replied. And yes, he was, she said, her face downcast. How about your own, Tora-san? She asked, clearly trying to change the subject. I never knew him, Shippu-sama, he replied. From what I heard, he died very shortly after my birth. It was the truth, at least as far as he knew. And he supposed he could be true for anyone, not only ninja. I'm sorry, Shippu replied, for bringing up such painful memories. Tora shook his head. No worries, Shippu-sama, he answered. I've long gotten over the fact that I will never know my parents. Shippu's eyes went wide. Parents? Both? Tora nodded. So you also were raised by retainers, I suppose? Something like that. Tell me your story, Shippu asked. Well, he said, building the story he was going to tell in his mind. It all started on an unlucky day, as a monster attacked our village on the day I was brought into the world. Both my father and mother were warriors, and as such they fought. It was a mix of bits of the stories he'd heard of the many samurai under his command, along with a retelling of his life in Konoha where ninja were replaced by samurai. Actually, some of the parts fit abnormally well. Having Sasuke as a snobbish samurai from a major clan who ended up losing his family to a traitor, Iruka as a strict but warm swordsmanship teacher, and the Hokage as the wise and old shogun, past his prime but still to be reckoned with, seemed just right. Shippu fell asleep halfway through his time at the academy. Tora simply smiled and tucked her in. Sasuke had been someone who'd been serious all the time, and look at what he was now. Talented he was, but there was still something clearly wrong with him. He was glad to see that Shippu could at least put the burden away for a few hours. Still, he kept in place and guarded her bed. He'd at least be there if she had another nightmare. And she needed sleep. Chapter 29, Eyes Everywhere. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said. This time, credit goes to Archeo Lumiere, Logos and Ordo Hereticus in space battles for Beta. This chapter wouldn't be as good without their help. Prank Day 204. Welcome, Hokage-sama, the man beside the table said, bowing deeply. I wasn't expecting your august person to come to this meeting. Sandaime nodded slightly. Rise. I am still allowed, am I not? He looked around. Is Midokado-san absent? The merchant rose. Of course you are welcome, Hokage-sama, he replied. As for Midokado-san, he tends to arrive at the last minute to these proceedings. He looked around, unsure. Do you have anything to bring to the council? Hiruzen shook his head. No. I am just spectating today. After the invasion, I was much too busy to do so, and I wish to make sure that Konoha's economy is still running smoothly, regardless of the setbacks. Of course it is, Hokage-sama, the man replied. He then looked to the left of the Hokage. I suppose this is your latest secretary, Sandaime-sama? Sarutobi nodded. Indeed she is. This is Tsuya, and she'll be taking notes while the meeting goes on. The village leader looked around. Is this everyone? Save Midokado-san, yes, the council member replied. Seems much smaller than I remember, the Hokage noted. I do not see the Akamichi and Nara members either. It is, Hokage-sama, the man replied, lowering his head. The invasion hurt us all. As for our esteemed ninja members, they have unfortunately not survived the battle with sand and sound. You are planning on inducting new members, correct? His eyes went around the room once more. From what I remember, you barely have quorum right now. The council member nodded. Indeed we are. This is actually one of the points being discussed today. We have a number of candidates, which are still being evaluated. Please forward my secretary copies of the relevant documents, the Hokage ordered. I want to look them over before anyone is sworn in. We wouldn't need an enemy agent to manage to get a hand on Konoha's finances, right? With pleasure, Hokage-sama, the man said with a wide smile. Hiruzen then sat down, and his conversation partner did the same, the discussion clearly over. Midokado arrived less than a minute later. He and Sarutobi talked for a few moments, then he took his spot as the meeting started. The Naruto clone disguised as Tsuya noted as much as she could, which was made easy by the fact that everyone was calm and that no one talked over each other. Still, the meeting was a boring 3 hours long, with various council members arguing over minutiae and others clearly not caring much about what was happening. One even seemed to be sleeping behind an open ledger. In fact, there was a nagging feeling in the back of Tsuya's mind that wouldn't go away. Still, the meeting came to an end as the dinner hour came, and the various merchants made their way out in turn. The Hokage did the same, Tsuya right behind him, and the two returned directly to the Hokage's office. So, what do you think? The Hokage asked once they were back behind the office's privacy seals. Is it just me or did the whole meeting seem rehearsed? Tsuya asked. Sarutobi shook his head. It's not only you, he replied. It's been that way as far as I can remember, at least ever since your birth. And the guy sleeping? The Hokage smiled. Do it every time, without fail. His face then turned serious. I want you to go over all the documents you have here, along with the ones in the scroll. He pointed to a meter-high scroll that had been placed beside the man's desk. It contains copies of all the documents I received from the Merchant Council. I do not know if they are simply incompetent or are actually going against Konoha laws, but it is clear there is something not right here. Since you're already investigating what happened to Ichiraku, and since this is probably connected, I'm putting you in charge of this. With what Jiraiya's been teaching you, you should be able to get to the bottom of this, and you can put more trusted eyes on this than I could ever find. Hi, Hokage-sama, Tsuya said, saluting. Dismissed then, Sarutobi said with a nod and a smile. Godspeed on your search, Genin. Prank Day 206. As was usually the case during the evenings, Naruto, Ariko, and Muramaru were underground in the Urahara tunnels, training. Sure, they had clones above pretending to be them, or being them, as the case were, but the originals were down here trying new things away from prying eyes. As was said during the last meeting of those in the know, Muramaru's task was all about doing techniques seamlessly. And, as it turned out, this wasn't something easily done. At first, he tried to go at it alone, as Naruto clones often did, but after a few days without results, he'd enlisted Irika's help in managing such a thing. While the Chunin had never mastered such a thing, he knew how it was performed from his own time as a genin. And it was all chakra control. One controlled his inner energies the same way the head seals did, only without doing them. Easier said than done. The thing was, while the clones were, for some reason, better at chakra control than the real Naruto was, they were still pants at it. They had visible proof with their various attempts at a normal bunshin. They still needed more than 6 clones at the time to have real valid ones. There were chakra control exercises, true, but by now the ones the Naruto clones knew they could do by heart, and weren't getting much out of them. Gaara has actually added one to the list recently, one that was practiced in Suna, that allowed someone to walk over sand, or earth, or pretty much anything else, without leaving tracks. There were actually a few dozen clones practicing kenjutsu using the method, and being forced to start their katas over if they left any trace behind. Muramaru, however, wasn't doing that, or another version of the exercise. He was training the Kawarimi. The Kawarimi was, outside possibly the shadow clone, the technique they knew the best. The reason for that was simple. There were, at any time, dozens of Kage Bunshin warping around the elemental nations using this technique. This familiarity was one of the reasons why he'd selected it. The other reason was its enormous potential once mastered. As Naruto had said to Konohamaru and his group, the replacement technique was a very efficient dodging method, and with shadow clones being as solid as they were, dodging was something they needed to do a lot of. Not that he'd been advancing much. The male clone had tried various things during the past week and a half, all without success. As such, he'd taken a page from Naruto's book, and started going at it the completely opposite way. He was doing the hand seals, all of them instead of simply the last one, and doing so as slow as he possibly could and still succeed. It was already helping quite a bit, since doing it slowly made the changes he forced on his chakra only more evident. It wasn't something that he could really describe, as he could not find valid words to express what he felt his chakra doing, but he could still track it and feel it. And, hopefully, replicate it. It took him a good 2 hours to have the pattern down, during which Naruto and Ariko behind him summoned 3 rabbits he'd never heard of. He forced himself to ignore that, and focused on his own work. Managing to transform his chakra properly to perform the technique took another hour, and that was when going at the slowest possible speed. Even there, taking 2 minutes a hit, it would be useful, as it already was something better than all the rope escape tricks they'd been taught at the academy. And most of all, the Naruto clones were very good at getting incremental improvement out of practice. Muramaru moved to an emptier region of the Urahara basement, leaving Naruto and the bunnies behind, and summoned as many shadow clones as he could once there. There was an instant nod between them, and they turned to improving their Kawarimi. It might be 2 minutes now, but they'd shave that down in time. That's what they were best at. Prank Day 209. Janae was a man on a mission. Konoha normally had dozens of clones running around under different disguises, and Ichiraku burning down had only increased their numbers. All of the merchant network suppliers and customers were under watch, and that even in Leaf Village. That was how they'd learned that Ichiraku Tuchi, one of Naruto's precious people, was out in the streets, looking for work. On one hand, that didn't surprise Naruto. Tuchi certainly couldn't work at Ichiraku until it was rebuilt. But the man was clearly having issues, if his face was any indication. He'd already done a dozen different restaurants, and judging by his actions he wasn't having much luck there. Now, while Naruto wanted to help, as himself, he couldn't really officially offer the man a job. Sure, he had money to spare, even with the amounts he was pouring into running Konoha's merchant council into the ground, but Tuchi would never accept it from him. From a fellow businessman, however, as an investment. Janae stopped before the restaurant in front of him. It wasn't one he, or any other Naruto clone, had even been to, but the okonomiyaki place was, from what he understood, a respectable one. No reason to be rude and go inside. Not when waiting gave the same results. Tuchi came out before 10 minutes were done, and it was clear he still hadn't found anything. He had a face Naruto knew well, the mix of tired resignation and hard-headed perseverance he'd put forward for a long time before he'd passed the academy. Good day, Ichiraku-san. Good day, Jisei-san, the man replied. I'm sorry to say, but I have to get going. I have a lot of other places to. Janae stopped him with a raised hand. Correct me if I am wrong, Ichiraka-san, but I heard you were looking for a job. The ramen chef straightened. I am. Would you be open to working with me? The clone asked. You have a restaurant? Tucci replied, surprised. That's the first I've heard about it. Janae shook his head. I don't, he quickly countered. I would be hiring you for your other talents. Which are? Tucci asked. Walk with me, if you will, Janae answered. We should discuss things in a more private environment. Tucci simply nodded and followed. The two talked of less serious subjects on the way, if the state of Ichiraku ramen could be defined that way. It seemed the ramen chef did not have much luck with getting the necessary loan to get his business going again, mainly because he was currently out of work. Which was the reason why he was hitting the streets for a job. Janae led Tucci to the back room of the Kiriniko shop, where a half-dozen other people were waiting. They were all Naruto clones, not that Tucci had any idea of that, but they were all bunched and assigned to the merchant network in Konoha, or working in related fields. Each introduced himself in turn, though Janae was the one who introduced his supposed wife, after which everybody took a seat. You still haven't told me what you would hire me for, Tucci pointed out to Janae. The clones simply nodded. I, along with everyone in this room, are planning on breaking the monopoly that the Konoha Merchant Council is trying to get. Tucci's eyes widened, and he looked around, only to see grim faces answering him. The clones didn't need to act for that. The simple idea that someone would ham Ichiraku ramen was an anathema to them. As much as I agree with the idea, Tucci replied, I don't see what a real chef could do to help. We need someone from Konoha, Nico replied from his spot at the table. We need someone who knows the people, the businesses, the culture. Everyone else around this table, he waved his hands. Our two recently arrived in Konoha to do the work. We need someone who can be the face of this project, someone Konoha knows and respects. And we think you can be that man. And you have to have money for such an undertaking? Tucci asked, unsure. A project like this one might take years to see to fruition, and could cost billions of ryo. You have that kind of money? Ichiko, who was the third of the original merchant clones in charge of Konoha, was the one to answer. Money is no object, not now. Not when there are people dead because of this. Tucci moved back in surprise. People dead? You mean that there have been assassinations because of this? Everyone else nodded sadly. Janae rose. We are being very serious with this. We have the means and the will, now we simply need the people. And you're at the head of the list of those that can help. Why me? He asked. You're a long-time Konoha citizen, Janae explained, and you know how the businesses work. You have contacts that can help, and you know who's dangerous. Moreover, you need a job, and with what the Konoha Merchant Council did to your business, I'm sure you have no love for them. Are you sure it was them? Tucci asked with a small voice. Janae shook his head. 100% sure? No, he replied. But the timing is pretty indicative, as it was for all the other events. 1 is luck, twice is coincidence, but 3 times is enemy action. And we have long passed 3 separate events. We simply have no concrete proof, or we'd be going to the Hokage with this. Tucci was silent for a moment. And my shop? As a gesture of good faith, we'll finance the repairs of Ichiraku ramen. Either then or buying you a new place to work from, equipment and all. If Ichiraku ramen was a thorn in the side of the council, we would want it to stay. Could I have this in writing? The ramen chef asked. Janae nodded, and brought out the necessary papers. There was the requisite arguing over terms and salaries, but not much, as the Naruto clones had no issue with paying Tucci as much as he wanted, and weren't trying to get one over him. The man read the final version twice, then signed the 3 copies at the bottom. The contracts then went around collecting the remaining signature from the other clones. Welcome aboard, Ichiraka-san, Nico said. The man shook his head. If we're going to be working together, call me Tucci. I'd be much more happy with that. Ichiko and Janae nodded. The same for me. Welcome to the network, the latter said. Glad to be here. Prank Day 209. Nadagama was the clone now in charge of tracking Tsunade. That wasn't the only thing he did, as he also hit the casinos for money along with his target, but that was his main job. And it wasn't as easy as it might seem. The first 2 days had gone well. He'd switched disguises and identities a dozen times over the days, alternating between male and female, and Tsunade hadn't seemed to be getting any hint. Then, one night while halfway drunk, she turned around and blanched. And she was gone the next minute. It was sheer luck that Nadagama had managed to catch on her trail, even with all the clones he produced. She was clearly going more for speed than for stealth, going directly toward her next target without deviating. That actually allowed the clones to preempt her there, and to keep watch without being too suspicious. There, she returned to her usual routine, with casinos in the day and bars in the night. Then, 3 days later, she did the very same. This time, Nadagama was sure his clone group wasn't the one who'd sparked her escape. None of them had even been within sight of her, preferring to keep away and observe from farther. Still, she ran out in the middle of the night, her apprentice and her pet pig right behind her. This time, the group had been ready, and they'd had people in every city within 100 miles that had either a casino or a place to take bets. The group had been thinking about approaching her and talking things over, but that now seemed a pipe dream. She clearly had more issues than the group had expected. Still, they'd keep watching. Maybe they'd learn more by doing so. Prank Day 211. Originally, the Naruto clones hadn't infiltrated Konoha as they had the other cities in their path. That hadn't seen it as useful. The real Naruto was living there without the need for any disguise or trickery, and they already had numerous clones legally in the town. Further infiltration was seen as pretty pointless, with the numbers they already had access to. Then Ichiraku burned down, and everything changed. There was one thing that became certain: they had enemies in Konoha itself, and they needed information about their foes. One of the primary targets was the company that Tucci had dealt with for insurance, as the timing made it pretty evident that there was something wrong happening there. It took barely a week before the Kage Bunshin managed to get someone inside. The company had already been recruiting, since they were somehow growing regardless of the invasion, and the network sent clones there under different guises and histories until one finally got in. It wasn't in any important position or anywhere with power, basically being a gopher for more important people, but it was perfect for what the Narutos wanted. Gophers had access to the archives since they came and went with documents, and often worked long hours after the place was closed and the bosses were gone. Regardless of how it was when the leaders of the company were present, the atmosphere relaxed quite a bit once the lower-rank staff were the only people remaining. And with everyone in a hurry to leave, the Naruto clone in the building had no difficulty being the last there. He'd made sure to work at half speed just to have work remaining on purpose, simply to have a reason to stay behind before hitting the bars with the rest of the group. Between Nanaboa's genjutsu, dozens of shadow clones copying documents, and easy access to the sewers, the group had copies of every document the company had on site. Going through them all wasn't the job of a few hours, but against that the Naruto clones could do what they did best, that is throw numbers at it. And that's what they did, with hundreds of bunchings down in the Urahara basement going over everything sheet by sheet. Ichiraku's former contract was quickly found and analyzed. He'd been with that company for years, and his last insurance request was dated 2 weeks after Naruto's own birth. Just the date would have been enough. It was clear what had caused him to go to his insurance company. Nothing outside of that. He'd had regular inspections twice a year, with notices going long in the past. Outside of small details here and there, nothing jumped out as a warning flag. Then, 2 days before Naruto's birthday, the company was bought out. So far, every active account had their contracts cancelled pending inspection. There were piles of reports just from that, with 24 clones going through them meticulously. Tucci actually had an inspection planned a couple of days after the exam, which was cancelled 2 days after the invasion happened. There was nothing after that. No request for another inspection, no other paper trail. It was as if Tucci's account had fallen into the cracks. At least, it would, if it wasn't one of many accounts facing the same issue. There were dozens of people like Tucci, some still unharmed, others having fallen during the invasion. Tucci was actually the only one the Naruto clones could find that had something happen afterward. And there was something else there, something that they needed better eyes on, just to be sure. Prank Day 212. That's not just me seeing things, right? The Naruto clone asked. Jiraiya shook his head. No, it's not just you, he growled. The timing's pretty indicative. As are the other details. They had advance notice, I could bet my hand on it. By now, they had read enough that they had a good general view of the last few months, from the moment the insurance company changed hands until now. And it was clear that said company knew beforehand that the invasion was coming. The person who'd bought the company had all contracts cancelled pending a new inspection, and started doing said inspections the very next day. But only with council businesses. Are you sure those, he pointed to the pile on the side, containing the inspections made pre-invasion, are all merchant council businesses? Jiraiya fixed him with a blank look. I'm Konoha's spymaster, and this is my job. I might not have your widespread network, but the village I know like my left foot. The clone raised his hands. Withdrawn. Doing all those inspections in a little more than 4 weeks meant overtime, which was pretty easy to track in all the paperwork. It wasn't anything surprising, not with the cancellation of all contracts. It was, however, when it stopped, 3 days before the third exam. Normally, the inspections should have continued, as the company hadn't yet gone through every cancelled account, but it stopped nonetheless. What inspections were already scheduled, those not under the council's umbrella, this time, each got postponed a week or two due to what were clearly bogus reasons. And there were a good number of paid vacation days to those newly arrived in the company's leadership. Like they were going out of the village for something. Is it enough to have the Hokage bring ninja in? The first clone asked. Jiraiya shook his head sadly. Not yet, no. Yamanaka might be able to get us more, but this doesn't fall under treason yet, which would be the only reason where the Hokage might allow it. That's not treason? The Bunshin asked. No, he said with a shake of his head. They didn't work against the Hokage's rule, and there is nothing here that proves that they helped their enemies. And there is no law forcing civilians to report this kind of information to the Hokage. Why is that? Because civilians aren't ninjas, he explained. They aren't trained in looking out for what to report, which means they can't be blamed when they fail to do so. And if it is really someone in the Konoha hierarchy that is working against the village, they might actually have been following what they expected were valid orders. The clone scowled. Now what? You still have documents to go through? The clones nodded. Then continue with that. If they're really working against Konoha interests, you'll either manage to go down the chain until you find the source, or find something they can actually be prosecuted for. He then smiled. Or they'll make a mistake you can pick up on, and we'll have them. Make sure I'm present whenever you storm whatever place they're working from. I want my pound of flesh, also. The clone saluted. Hi, sensei. Prank Day 215. I will be going out in the city today, Tora-san, the Jin Lord said with a smile. Please have a small escort force prepared to accompany me through the city. After their first, Tora had had many nighttime discussions with Shippa, as she expected to be called then. They talked of all kinds of subjects save the city's issues, which were reserved for the day. Because of that, Tora now knew the Jin Lord better than most. She wasn't close to breaking, as he'd first feared, but still felt the pressure. She'd sworn along with the rest of her family, on her father's deathbed, that they'd keep the city and the family proud and honorable, and she'd done her best to do so when it was her time on the throne. Still, that was the first he heard about her going out of the compound. It would be the first time she'd done so ever since he'd been in San no Kuni. Tora bowed. May I ask why, Jin-sama? You may, the girl answered. Today is founding day and, as tradition dictates, I will be going around the city, then visiting my ancestors' graves. Please prepare the men as such. Tora scowled, his face hidden by his position. One thing he'd learned from the night discussions was that Shippa was very traditional, as she'd not been raised with much knowledge on how to rule. Instead, she followed how things had been done before, hoping that this would be enough. He also knew that he wouldn't be able to dissuade her. I will have the men ready, Tora answered. He'd have more than her guard. This was the perfect setup for an assassination, and one that could be planned beforehand with ease. He'd have people all over the place, in disguise or not. He then turned and left the Lord's room, going directly to the place that was given to the group to use as barracks. So, what's up? Hyo asked as soon as he came in, noting the clone's face. Jin-sama's going in the city today, and you're all part of the guard force, he exclaimed. Everyone scowled, then nodded. You want members at every corner, I suppose, Kuga asked. Tora simply nodded. Yes. Rayon, light a fire under the Kuroneko. I want to have spies over every roof and a new check of all the Yakuza buildings. I don't have to tell you, but this is the perfect ambush scenario. Everyone nodded. Yo, you've been watching people practicing, right? Said Clone confirmed. I want the 20 best we have, and at least half of them warm bodies. He looked everyone in the eyes. I need people who can take hits, not an entire group who could be taken out by lucky strikes. Hi, Hyo replied, instantly running out. The rest of the group wasn't far behind. They had work to do. As was usual in Jin, the streets were empty when Shippu and her entourage finally stepped out of her mansion. Surprisingly, however, it didn't stay that way, as slowly and surely the people came out to look and see their lord among the commoners. She stopped here and there, talking to people and referring them by name, and slowly but surely the tension bled out of the atmosphere. Where, yesterday, people were scared and tense, now there were smiles and cheers. Still, the Torasen keep a firm guard over the young lord. Nobody stepped within 10 meters of Shippu, and both Tora and Rayon were ever-present shadows at her side. Still, this didn't affect the rising atmosphere. On the contrary, the samurai received many deep bows and thanks from numerous civilians. It was nice to see that the Torasen were actually appreciated, after all the work that was done. By the time the sun came down and the group reached Jincho's main graveyard, there were now dozens of civilians following with a good number of extra samurai providing protection. They split here and there toward different grave sites, each family going to their own ancestors' graves. They then started talking, as if they were explaining what had happened in the past year. So, that's what this holiday was about, Tora noted. It was easy to see where Shippu was going. In the middle of the graveyard, there was a sizable silver mausoleum that stood higher than anything else in the place. Seems not all Jin members agreed that everyone is equal before the Shinigami, Tora thought silently. Shippu stopped a dozen meters before the mausoleum, then turned to her guard. I will be going alone from here on, she exclaimed. Please wait for my return. Rayon stepped forward. Are you sure you do not want a guard inside? There may be enemies hidden in wait. Both Shippu and her retainers smiled. Then, try to reach the mausoleum, Rayon-san. If you manage to reach it, I will be glad to have your company as I go meet my ancestors. The smiles around him clearly indicated something was up, but he did as ordered nonetheless. He barely walked a couple of meters more than he was stopped suddenly, and couldn't go an inch forward. A barrier! He exclaimed. Indeed, said Getsuko, who had been with them the whole way. A couple of generations ago, there was an issue with grave robbers looting the fallen lord's resting place. There lived a wandering monk in the village then, and he put a barrier around the site, keeping those not members of the lord's family from entering. Tora nodded, then thought for a moment. How are the Jin members buried then? I mean, if only they can enter, it means he started, then noticed the current lord's face. My apologies, Jin-sama. I spoke without thinking. The sadness was evident in Shippu's face. You do not need to excuse yourself, Tora-san, as you are correct. I have had to bury members of my family myself in this place, and sometimes I was alone in doing so. There was a moment of silence as everyone digested that. How long will you be, Jin-sama? Kuga said, changing the subject. I should not be more than 30 minutes, Kuga-san, the lord responded. You may go until then. The samurai clones looked among themselves, then nodded. We will remain here until you come out, Jin-sama, Tora replied, talking for everyone. It is a samurai's job to wait patiently for his master, after all. Shippu smiled at that. Truly, I am well served. I will be seeing the Torasen once more soon then. She then walked forward alone, and went unstopped past where Rayon had been immobilized. She then disappeared down the stairs themselves. The 4 Torasen sat in the grass before the mausoleum, and waited. 10, 20, 30 minutes passed. By then the last shards of the sunset were slowly disappearing, and the dark was reclaiming the cemetery. Many of the civilians had gone back to their home, the holiday done, but some still remained to watch the Jinn Lord return. But she did not. Still, the Taurusan remained calm. There might not be a way to tell time inside the tomb, and Shippa might have simply had more to tell. But when an hour had finally passed, and the dark had fully claimed the cemetery, Tora had to admit something had gone wrong. Maybe it was something benign, like the young girl falling asleep, or maybe she'd slipped and fell, and could rise back up. But there were other, darker possibilities. With a few hand signs, Tora had the cemetery cleaned out. Some of the civilians grumbled at that, but the samurai paid them no mind. Their job was the Lord's security, and this might very well be an attempt on her. 10 minutes later, the place was empty, save for members of the Taurusan. Only clone members too, as they would have to show some of the skills they'd hidden. Now, it was time to stop being a samurai, and to be a ninja once more. Chapter 30, Rescue. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Essex, Logos and Ordo Hereticus in space battles for Beta. This chapter wouldn't be as good without their help. Note: this chapter is also in honor of the late Larry Huss, who is unfortunately no longer with us. Wherever he is now, I wish him good luck, and thank you for all the great stories you shared with us. Prank Day 215. As soon as everyone save the Taurusan were out of the cemetery, the clone members launched themselves into action. They threw themselves at the barrier, trying to bypass it by any means, and from every direction. They failed. The barrier was solid like nothing else, and there wasn't a single flaw to be found. A clone even stood on it, and jumped repeatedly to no effect. It took a good hour before they found something that worked. Like it had before, the chakra drain technique managed to make a hole in the barrier. It took 6 different clones working in concert to manage that, and even then the hole was no bigger than one's fist. Yamamaya, the clone charged with going through, had to transform himself into a squirrel just to pass. But once past that, nothing stopped him. Shippa had now been missing for more than 2 hours. Unless she'd fallen asleep, something which the Kage Bunshin doubted heavily, it meant that something had happened. And probably nothing good. Luckily, tracking the Jinn heir was easily done. She'd lit torches as she'd gone further in, and the dust on the ground made following her footprints easy. To make sure he didn't mess those up, Yamamaya was walking on the ceiling, slowly advancing as he traced Shippa's steps. Following those clearly gained him time. Shippa was ignoring the side rooms, which the clones supposed belonged to other branches of the family, going straight down instead. At the very bottom of the mausoleum was a wide room, with silver coffins not even reaching halfway to the stairs. Compared to the rest of the place, this part was barely illuminated, with a few torches in the end, where the coffins were. As such, Yamamaya generated a small ball of flame above his hand and continued, only to stop not a dozen feet inside. There was a new set of tracks there. He might have missed them if it wasn't for the fact that the 2 pairs of footprints in the dust were one beside the other. The new prints were at least an inch bigger, and spaced differently. He suspected it was a man, but that was a guess more than anything. Shippa had gone straight to the tomb at the very end, which was placed on a dais above the other ones. Yamamaya supposed it belonged to the line's founder. From what little he could see, she'd stopped there in prayer, and that was when the other person had struck. There were surprisingly few signs of battle, only Shippa's dropped torch and the marks in the dust. The clone had no clue if this was because of the man's size or something else, but it seemed there hadn't been much fighting. From that point, it seemed like Shippa had been unconscious, as it looked like she'd been dragged on the ground. That trail was even easier to follow, though it didn't lead very far. It led to another of the coffins a little further down. Like all those present, it was flat on the ground, with a tombstone against the wall describing the man's accomplishments. Shippa's grandfather, Yamamaya noted belatedly, trying to figure out where the tracks led. There was nothing after that. Yamamaya did what Naruto clones did best, and summoned a dozen more copies. The many Kage Bunshin then went over the room in detail, leaving nothing unchecked. Careful examination revealed that, compared to the other coffins, this one wasn't flush with its tombstone. It was also quite a bit lighter than the rest. Once that was noticed, it didn't take long for the Naruto clones to find the tunnel underneath. Yamamaya tried to follow it out, but the shield continued underground, and getting 6 clones down in the cramped tunnel to drain the barrier wasn't a possibility. He did light and threw Shippu's torch deeper, just to see how far the tunnel led. It turned out to be not very, since the torch fell a meter short of a ladder. He immediately dispersed himself, trusting in his clones in the chamber above to get the message and disperse as well. Tora needed to know, and pronto. The leader of the Taurusan stood, immobile, looking straight at the door to the mausoleum. He couldn't help but go over what had happened and try to find where he had failed. More guards wouldn't have helped, nor better training. Could someone have managed to pass through the barrier by taking a small enough shape and going at the same time as Shippu? He had no clue. Yamamaya's memories then hit the group like a hammer, and the reactions were immediate. Fan out! Tora yelled, looking at the mausoleum and trying to figure out where the tunnel ended. It wasn't too difficult to find. With what little idea they had of the layout, there was really only a single possibility: another mausoleum, this one much smaller, standing a dozen or so meters from the first. There were hedges and trees hiding it partially from view, and it could barely be seen from the Jin Mausoleum's entrance. Unfortunately, this one was better kept, and there were no tracks to be found. Sure enough, the other end of the tunnel was easily located, but nothing more. No hide nor hair of the missing Jin heir, or her kidnapper. Now what? Rayon asked. Tora had to admit he had no clue. Sure, they could field numbers enough that they might be able to go over the entire city, but it would be neither stealthy nor quick. The population would panic once more, and for what? They weren't even sure that Shippu was still in Jincho. They had no clue how long the kidnapping took. By now, their enemies had a 2-hour head start, if not more. No clue, Tora replied. They could have gone anywhere from here. With how many people were in this place, tracking them all isn't practical. We'd need a hint or a trail, at least. The 4 leaders stood silent for a moment, each trying to figure something out on his own. Anything? Tora finally asked. Hyo and Rayon shook their heads, as nothing had come to mind. The leader turned to Jaga, who hadn't replied. How about you? He asked. There was a moment of silence. I might have an idea, the final clone offered. Prank Day 216. I'm up, Naruto said, shaking sleep out of his thoughts. He then focused on the figure beside his bed. What's happening? He managed to get out. You're needed below in the Uruhara basement, as soon as possible, the clone beside him, a jumper, replied. Naruto quickly slipped out of his pajamas and into his regular orange jumpsuit. What is it? Another attack against our suppliers? Something in Konoha? The clone shook his head. No. The Taurusan, the jumper replied, opening the window once more. The Taurusan? Naruto repeated, following the clone down the tunnels. The Kage Bunshin was clearly in a hurry, judging by the speed at which he advanced, and he had to force himself to keep pace. Then he arrived in the basement proper, and found Ariko already present, in a huddle with a dozen other clones, along with the chibo on her head. I'm not that great at it, the rabbit said, lowering his head in shame. I've focused more on fighting than other skills, actually. Okay, what's happening? Naruto said as he reached the group. The clones instinctively made a place for him, giving him a spot opposite Ariko. Shippu's been captured, one of the copies replied instantly. Naruto instantly became serious. Okay. What are the forces we have in the area? He instantly asked. And the Taurusan, how many are left? The clone who spoke shook his head. There was no fighting, he answered. She's simply missing, and we have no clue where she's gone. Then what? Naruto started, only to be interrupted. The Taurusan need trackers, Ichibo said. And he was asking me if I could do the job. The rabbit shook his head. I can't, he said sadly. Ariko reached out and scratched him behind the ears. It's not your fault, she whispered. Nobody can do everything. Yeah, Naruto added. We Narutos as a group can't, so that's why we're asking. Who are the best trackers bunnies I could call? He asked, having figured why he'd been woken up at 2 in the morning. Ichibo thought for a moment. You have alcohol? He asked. Naruto simply nodded. The merchant network had more than enough in stock in most places, and at worst they could buy some. Summon the 400, that's your best bet. The 400? Naruto asked at the same time as a pair of clones. Nisagi, Goseiji, and the rest of that gang, the rabbit replied. They're mainly partygoers and pranksters, but they'll do anything for enough alcohol. Have enough brought out, and they'll track someone to the ends of the earth for it. Naruto nodded. Right. Can I summon them here or should I go straight to Jin? He asked Ariko's passenger. Summon them there, the rabbit replied. If you call them here, you'll have lost more than half of them before you arrive in Jin. You know best, the real Naruto replied, then made a single clone. You're me until I come back, he said, looking at the newest arrival. Go back to the apartment, and keep to Ebisu's schedule. Hopefully, I'll be back soon enough. Hi, boss. The clone said, saluting, before rushing out toward Naruto's apartment. The real ninja turned back to the group. So, who's leading me back to Jin? The jumper who'd woken Naruto up raised his hand. I am, he replied. I'm coming with you, Ichibo added, jumping on Naruto's head. I know how to deal with those drunkards best. The blonde genin wasn't going to complain about having company. Glad to have you, he replied, turning to the jumper. Said jumper turned into a Dakeshi with a single hand sign, and Naruto quickly followed suit. The two of them were then dashing through the tunnels a second later, and outside in the woods before 3 minutes were done. That way, the jumper indicated, pointing out a direction. Small jumps until we're out of the woods, then we'll see. I know the drill, Naruto replied. He might not have done this before, but he had thousands of memories of how it was performed. In fact, now that he thought deeper about it, he had some images of the cemetery in Jin coming up. Naruto's travel partner replaced himself 100 meters forward, and the no longer blonde pushed that thought aside. He'd have enough time to think about this later. Right now was the time for speed, not for introspection. Tora was still in the graveyard itself when Naruto arrived. He hadn't left, not for a minute. The entire place was cordoned off, with guards at every entrance and curtains hiding everything inside, but none of the clones from yesterday's parade had left. They'd simply trained through the night, then through the day afterward. This time, it wasn't out of desire for improvement. It was simply something to pass the time, a way to occupy oneself and not brood over what was happening. He'd done that at first, and it wasn't productive. Getting better was. He'd at least had a breakthrough, and finally managed after days of effort to channel chakra down his sword, and maintain it. It was a surprisingly personal thing, and different for every blade, but having worked it out once meant that it would be easier the next time. And it suggested another reason for a samurai to keep using the same sword at all times. There was still work to be done on that, since he couldn't manage the other things the other members of the Torison had said were possible, but it was a start. The sun had just disappeared below the horizon when Naruto touched down, which meant that he'd probably been awake ever since he'd been called. Everything okay? He asked as soon as the boss was present. Naruto simply shook his head. I'll live, he replied, then looked around. You have the alcohol? He nodded and brought out a scroll from one of his pockets. 100 barrels, just as you asked. I have it sealed here, he replied. Better not to draw attention, I thought. Perfect, Ichibo said, dropping down onto the ground. Give it here. Tora looked to Naruto for confirmation, then handed the scroll down when he received it. What now? Where did she disappear? Naruto asked. Inside this place, the Torison's leader answered, pointing to the silver mausoleum. But there's a seal around it, so I don't think it makes a good starting point. The mausoleum right to its left, he pointed once more, is where the tunnel under the building comes out. Naruto followed Ichibo there. I suppose I summoned them here? He asked. Ichibo nodded. Remember the mental image, he pointed out. Yeah, Naruto took a deep breath, then formed the seals one by one. Summoning technique, he said as he slammed his palm on the green earth, and a wave of smoke answered. When it vanished, the two of them were surrounded by rabbits of every color. Well, if it isn't the littlest staff a brown rabbit, one taller than the rest, sang out. And our newest summoner, no less. Come to see how rabbits have fun. Can it and Ichibo said, staring at the rabbit who talked. I don't have time to play around. I've got a good deal for you, and I'm pretty sure you'll be interested. I'm listening, Nisagi answered. I need someone found, and I have 100 barrels of rice wine right here to pay for it, the Black Rabbit explained, scroll in hand. Whispers rang out in the crowded mass of bunnies. 100! That's enough for we could party. You know I can't refuse that much, Ichibo, the brown rabbit replied solemnly. Who do you need found? Naruto stepped forward at that point. Her name is Jinshippu, and she was captured by an unknown person yesterday around this time. Tora nodded at that. Her captor used the tunnel down here to infiltrate the sealed mausoleum behind it, and left her unconscious at the very least. Find her, and all that alcohol is yours. The brown rabbit smiled. We have a deal, he said, then whistled stridently. The mass of rabbits surged forward inside the mausoleum, only to exit seconds later. Some of those, Nisagi included, followed what he supposed was the path the man had taken out of the cemetery, though the rest spread in all directions, noses to the ground. Tora decided to follow the leader of the 400, and was followed by Naruto under a new disguise and a good number of the remaining Tourisan. Surprisingly, they didn't turn toward the city, but toward the mountains instead. Halfway there, however, the bunch of rabbits turned onto a barely visible path going deeper into the forest, and ended up in front of an abandoned mansion overgrown with weeds a few hundred meters from the main road. The summons made a quick check around the building, only to return to the front. I'd have never found this place, Tora said, extinguishing his torch. Behind him, the rest of his group nodded. Unless the guy we're hunting's a ninja, Nisagi said to the nods of the rabbits surrounding him, he didn't leave this place. There's also a slight hint of perfume here that I associate with that girl you're looking for. That guy, Tora thought out loud. That means the kidnapper is a man. Nisagi nodded. Sure seems so. He's not alone there, however. There are a dozen or so distinct scent trails, so he's got help. Numbers aren't an issue, the leader of the Tourisan replied, turning to Naruto. You have your sword with you? He asked. Naruto shook his head. He'd not thought of bringing it, being in a hurry as he'd been. It was still beside his bed, unless his clone was currently using it for training. Then you should go back to the road and point everyone else toward the path. His hands made the usual cross seal. I'll be calling the rest of the Tourisan, and you guide them here. You'll be the backup also, in case things fail. You know I don't need my sword to fight, Naruto pointed out. Yeah, but let's keep the illusion for now, Tora countered. We never know when it could be useful, so no need to drop it unless we really need to. Naruto couldn't argue with that. Be safe, he said, walking back to the road. What about our booze? The brown rabbit asked. Should Shippu be found, I will make sure you receive every drop of it, Tora said. Now, however, time is short, and battle calls. Nisagi nodded, and the rabbit group retreated to the trees. Tora turned to the rest of his team. Prepare your swords, people. We have enemies before us, and no clue what cards they could play. Do not hold back. Everyone here is guilty of abetting treason at best. Give them no chance to escape or harm anyone else. Hi! The 20 or so Tourisan exclaimed. And as one, they marched on the manor itself. A chakra-powered sword meant that the doors offered no resistance to the Tourisan, Tora at its head. There had been a few guards here and there, 10 or so, but they hadn't lasted long, not when fighting against 3 to 4 opponents at the same time. The group had checked the upper floor first, to unfortunately no avail, then pushed to the basement hoping to find their target. They found something else first. I was wondering when you'd show up, a blonde-haired man said, his smile an unhealthy grin. He was dressed in something like a butcher's apron, and the blood there only reinforced the resemblance. Outside of that, he was nothing special, 20s, average height, average build, but his eyes grabbed their attention. They were the exact same shade as Shippu's. Beside him, another man stood at attention, a sword sheathed on his hip. Tora scowled, readying his sword. Release Jinsama, or face the edges of our blades. The man simply laughed. Your blades? He repeated mid-laughter. Your blade won't get within 5 feet of me. He turned to the man beside him. Satsuko, does your blade want more blood? Always, Shiruba-san, the swordsman replied, taking an Aijutsu stance. There can never be enough. I'll leave you to your work, then, the blonde said with a smile. My own calls, he said with a sing-song voice, scalpel now in hand. Tora didn't want to think what that man would do with such an instrument. Jaga, beside him, rushed in first, and he followed a half-step behind. Miyamoto had trained the Naruto clones in Kenjutsu, and Iaijutsu had been part of it. They knew how it worked, its advantages and disadvantages. And they knew how to profit from those. However, Satsuko drew much earlier than expected. Tora reacted instinctively, tossing himself backwards instantly. Jaga did the same, but not quickly enough. What came out of Satsuko's sheath was more like a whip than a sword. It covered the 15 feet between the swordsman and the Torisan in an instant, and cut Jaga in half where he stood, ignoring the sword the clone had put in front of him. It passed inches in front of Tora's face, then continued to cut a great swath of the wall itself. He then resheathed the blade as Tora rose from the floor. What was that? Rayan asked, stepping beside his leader. There are many famous swords around the world, Satsuko said from his Iaijutsu stance. And all of them came from somewhere. But for every famous sword, for every great success, there are 2 or 3 tries that did not go as well. Some are simply lesser failures, but in the right hands. A great cry then shook the room, coming from further in. None of the Torisan had any doubt who that was. They rushed Satsuko as one. As long as a single one managed to get close enough, they'd win. Once more the sword whip flashed out and cut through the room. 2 members of the Torisan struck the blade directly, hoping to block or deflect the sword, but their efforts were in vain. Tora and another Bunshin slid under the blade while Rayon jumped above, as did 3 of the clones behind him. None of the rest dodged in time. Worse, the blade twisted before it hit the wall, and came straight for those in the air. Dodging without purchase was nearly impossible, and none of those targeted managed it. Forewarned this time, Tora hopped over a 3rd slice, which claimed the other clone at the same time, then kicked off the wall to dodge a 4th. The 5th came right for him. He did the only thing he could think of, forcing his chakra into the right form as quickly as he could. He was rewarded when he felt his feet touch the ground, then prepared for the next attack. It didn't come. A flash step, in midair even, the man said with an even bigger smile. You're the real thing, clearly. I'd heard that some talented samurai could create afterimages and illusions of the kind, but I'd have never thought it could reach this level. He waved to the fallen swords of the group, then went once more back in his stance. You won't be like those no-name Yakuza I butchered, and those worthless mercenaries who think being strong is enough. It will be your skill against mine, and only the best will live to the dawn. He licked his lips. Just what I wanted. This time, Satsuko didn't wait for him to attack, taking 2 quick steps forward before drawing. The increased range meant that there was nowhere for Tora to go, no corner of the room outside of the reach of this whip-like blade. Sure, he could withdraw to the floor above, but that would just delay Shippu's rescue. And that was something Tora would never do. He jumped over the first attack, pushed off to dodge the second, then rolled backwards, avoiding the third. A forward rush took care of the fourth, and a back flip the fifth. Luckily, the now empty room made dodging easier. While the dead clones had left their blades behind, they weren't enough of an obstacle to stop him. Satsuko then sheathed again. Tora wasn't stupid. This was the second time a sixth strike might have ended him, but didn't come. A lesser failure, he called his sword. There was something there. Satsuko's blade had barely clicked home before it came back out, faster than before. Tora had expected it, sliding under the first and second strike, then jumping to the wall to evade number 3 and 4. A simple forward roll cleared the last. Then he charged. Satsuko was fast, sheathing and drawing in an instant, but now Tora was close enough to attack. Not for long, however, as the whip blade twirled into a spiral, covering the man. Tora's attack bounced off, and he was forced to dodge back to evade the follow-up. He now, however, had the swordsman's measure. He dodged to the right, as close to the man as possible, then was forced to jump for the wall. 3. Instead of what he'd done before, he pushed straight down from the wall, letting the blade pass to his left. 4. From that point, there was only a single possible angle of attack. Tora rushed to the side, forcing Satsuko's swing to follow him. And 5. At the last moment, he replaced himself on the man's other side, having prepared for that specific scenario even before the last set of attacks. He twirled, swinging his sword straight at the swordsman's head, only for him to roll under it and dodge. "A nice try, I have to admit," Satsuko replied, his grin still wide. "But you're not the only one who can dodge." His sword, now looking more like an actual katana than the whip it had been, slid to his left. It did not click home. "Looking for this?" Tora said, showing the sheath within his left hand. The sharp fist was all about making your hands and arms stick to things, and a non-living sheath was a lot easier to manage than living flesh. The swordsman couldn't help but look down to confirm, and that was when Tora had him. He rushed the man right there, and his opponent tried blocking with his now inert weapon. While it wasn't as fluid as before, it was still fluid enough to be useless for such a purpose, and a cut to the upper arm forced him to drop his blade. The next strike, one enhanced by chakra, took off his head. Tora sighed, turning to the door opposite the stairs. He might not have been hit once, but he could still feel the pain everywhere. Some of his dodges hadn't been any good on his muscles, and he was sweating like a pig. And along with the smell of sweat and blood, there was another that he couldn't identify, but disliked instinctively. Still, he went straight inside. "Done, Satsuko?" Shiroba asked, not even turning as he warmed some tools on an open flame. Tora stabbed him straight through the heart. "Yes, it's done," he growled out. "Tora?" came Shippa's voice from the other end of the room. The leader of the Taurus turned, and nearly vomited at the sight. Shippa was tied to a chair, naked save a pair of panties and a blindfold. It was not her state of dress that turned his stomach, though. She was grievously wounded. Her arms, legs, and torso were covered in burns, lacerations, and other, harder to identify, injuries. Some were still bleeding freely, some were burned closed, and there were even places where the flesh was still smoking. Of her visible flesh, only her face and hands had been spared from this torture. The smell of blood filled the room, and he now recognized the odor he'd noticed before. The smell of charred human flesh. "Yes, it's me, Jin-sama," the clone forced out, trying his best not to let his emotions into his voice. "I didn't break," she said, and it was clear that this was the only thing that had kept her sane. "I didn't let him break me." "No," Tora said, forcing back tears at the image. "No, you didn't. It's over. You didn't break." There was a moment of silence as Tora untied her from the chair as delicately as possible. "It hurts," Shippa finally said. "I know, Jin-sama." He looked around for anything that could help. "I'll make sure it gets better." He did find a bottle of anesthetic in the rack at the back. He recognized the smell from Ebisu's medical training. Probably how Shiroba had actually made the kidnapping. "Breathe this in," Tora said, putting the bottle before her nose. "It'll help stop the pain." "That's what the bad man used, isn't it?" Shippa asked, recognizing it. "Yes," he replied. He wasn't going to lie. "It'll take the pain away, and you'll wake up back in your bed." "Good." That was the last word she said, her head falling back a moment later. Tora removed the bottle as soon as she was unconscious, then continued untying her as delicately as possible. Inside, he was raging. Someone would pay for this. Naruto was waiting outside, right next to the building, as Tora came out with Shippa in his arms, covered with a sheet. "Not waiting by the road?" he asked. "I have a clone there," the real one replied. "Reinforcements are on their way." Tora shook his head sadly. "We're already too late." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. "She's right here, and I can see her breathing. How are we?" Tora shook his head once more. "You don't want to know." "Better now in the night than getting the memory at the wrong moment," Naruto countered. "Tell me." Tora did one better, and lifted the sheet. The clone saw his progenitor's face flash through different emotions in quick succession. Disgust, giving way to sadness, then to fear. Finally, Naruto's rage overcame all else. His brow furrowed deeply, lips curling back in a scowl. 24 clones appeared around the two so fast that Tora didn't even see the hand sign. They had grim faces, just like Naruto's. I want this place searched top to bottom, he growled out. I want nothing left out. Tear it apart if you have to. Nobody gets away with something like that. No one! The clones didn't answer, filing inside in angry silence. Naruto's hands made the cross once more, and this time he kept them there. I want Tsunade here as soon as possible, he intoned clearly. I don't care what we have to offer her. I don't care if we have to beg. I don't care what we have to pay. I want her here. Now. The message went out like that, full of rage and pain. Tora felt it echo with his own emotions, and nodded sharply. What are you gonna do? He asked. I'm staying here, Naruto said. I'm not leaving until this is done. There's nothing in Konoha more urgent than this, and if there is, I'll make the trip then. Tora nodded. As you know, we lost a number of members downstairs. You can take one of their identities until you go back. Naruto stood for a moment, then transformed with a single seal. Call me Rayon, he said in the man's characteristic voice. I'll recreate the rest later. He then walked out, followed by Tora, leaving the clones behind. Shippa needed to get home anyway. Chapter 31, Secrets. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? This time, credit goes to Essex, Archeolumiere, and Ordo Hereticus in space battles for Beta. This chapter would be a mess without their support. Prank Day 216. Naruto's message, carrying his memories and his emotions, hit the many clones like a 10-ton hammer. Unprepared, most stumbled, and it was only luck that no clone doing infiltration burst himself because of that. For Natagama, however, it was a completely different story. Since he was in charge of tracking Tsunade, all the Kage Bunshin under his command looked to him for guidance. Unfortunately, it wasn't like he had any better ideas than they did. In the end, there was only a single way he thought it might work. He sent his underlings far and wide, just in case the female Sannin decided to escape, and went straight to the woman. And fell right on his elbows and knees a few meters beside her. She was seated in a private booth in a bar, a high-class one well hidden in a remote alley. One of her favorites, from what he could tell, since unlike her usual methods she'd gone to this particular place 3 times in a row. So, one of my newest watchers finally decided to show himself, Tsunade remarked, taking a sip from her sake cup. Did you think I hadn't noticed, even with every other tale I already have? I had no doubt you knew, Natagama replied from his place on the floor, saying the complete truth. Based on the other 2 Sannin they dealt with, the clones had learned not to underestimate them. We require your aid, Senju-sama. She put the saucer down, and frowned. I am not putting one foot in a ninja village, Shinobi-san, she snapped, and no one could miss the disdain she put in the last word. I am not seeking to lead you back in ninja affairs, Senju-sama, the clone answered, and the person who requires your aid is among the nobility, not the shinobi forces. Ha! Tsunade exclaimed. Another petty tyrant fearing the smallest sickness. With his eyes to the floor, the clones missed Shizen's frown at those words. Either that or another one of these old men, wanting to live longer at any cost. The patient is but a child, and her wounds are the results of torture, Natagama gulped. Burns, lacerations, and things I do not even have a name for. He bowed lower, as if he was trying to drill his nose in the floor. I know of no one else who could help. Name your price, and we will pay it. Just say you'll help us. Tsunade took another sip of her sake, then sighed. 1 billion ryo, she finally replied. Tsunade-sama! Shizen yelled at those words, rising from her seat. Done, the clone replied, rising. You'll have the money as soon as your patient is healed. The Sannin scowled. You better not be trying to pull one over me. Natagama raised both his hands. No trick. He then reached into his pockets, and withdrew the scroll he had there. Consider this an advance, if you want, he added, handing her the scroll. Said scroll contained the results of his last few days' worth of gambling. 2 to 3 million ryo, a drop in the bucket, compared to what she asked, but worth it if it helped build confidence. Tsunade unsealed the money, counted it, and even verified it. Natagama didn't miss this time the look Shizen was giving her master from the other side of the table. Fine, she answered with a sigh as she rose. Count me hired. Now, where is my patient? How fast can you get to Jincho and San no Kuni? The clone asked in return. That was clearly not what she'd been expecting. A week? She replied, unsure. Natagama sighed. A clone could make that distance in less than a day, as Naruto had proved handily earlier this morning. But they never tried carrying people, and now wasn't the time to take such risks. It will have to do. Please hurry. I am no medic, and I have no clue if she'll last that long. There was at least one advantage to Tsunade's normal habits. She was ready to go in the next minute. The three of them, and their pet pig, were out of the city barely a moment later, and the Sannin only picked up speed from that point on. While, using the replacement technique, Natagama could beat her speed on land, he couldn't deny that she was much faster than him otherwise. Which was good, since time was of the essence. Prank Day 217. Ebisu could tell there was something wrong with his team. The three of them had barely been working together for an hour this morning, and already the special Jonin could see that the usual team dynamic was off. He couldn't properly say what was causing the problem, however. As such, he kept on. Maybe you'll all understand it better with a practical exercise, the teacher finally admitted. Naruto, a dozen clones if you will? The required number appeared a second later. Ebisu did note that, for some reason, there was less smoke than usual. He simply filed that information in the back of his mind and continued. Now you will play the captured enemy, he explained, pointing to a singular clone. No fighting back, just pretend that you are unconscious. Said clone scowled but nodded, clearly unhappy with his given part. The rest will be with me as members of the pursuit force. Your role as a team is to escape this training ground with your captives still alive. You're going to aim at him? Miramara asked, shocked. Ebisu simply nodded. Indeed I am. Evidently, the man you captured has valuable information, of the kind that could ruin the entire village's plans. If he is dead, he cannot talk, which is better than him being both captured and alive. He looked at his team, who visibly didn't like what they were hearing. Unfortunately, missions like this have been given in the past, and will probably be in the future. Such requests are generally handled by ANBU members, but one can never be sure when he or she will find himself on the other side of such a mission. Right, Ariko resolutely answered with a nod. Ebisu pointed to his left. Your start point will be the lake at the middle of the training ground, while the clones will accompany me into the forest. He then took an hourglass out of his pocket. Start when the sand runs out. He clapped. Places, everyone. The group's first attempt was abysmal, the fake prisoner lasting not even a minute. The second went no better, and neither did the third. The special Jonin couldn't help but find it odd. Usually, his three students were more on the ball, but today was a disaster. He made a clone of himself to handle his role, and decided to watch from afar. From a more remote vantage point, it was evident what was wrong. Contrary to their usual habit, the three genin of Team 1 were fighting as if they were each alone. Even the rabbit on Ariko's head was less active than usual, barely moving from his perch. He then looked at the preparations his team performed between matches, and even then there were issues. Compared to the usual, the three were nearly silent, barely talking and making no plans. Both Ariko and Miromaru, as usual, were looking to Naruto for guidance, but this time the blonde boy didn't rise to the occasion. He simply stood there, as if waiting for something. Then the three rose as the hourglass emptied once more, and Ebisu had to act. Stop! He yelled, using Shunshin to appear before them. The three genin looked at him uncertainly. He ignored them. Is anything wrong, Naruto? He asked, lowering himself so his eyes were level with those of his shortest student. No, the boy replied, taking a step back. Nothing's wrong. His actions spoke differently. Well, you are clearly not up to your usual level of enthusiasm, the teacher pointed out. Are you having any issues with this exercise? He shook his head negatively. Ebisu nearly probed further, then decided that doing so may do more harm than good. His student might be preoccupied with something he didn't want to talk to his fellows about, and pushing probably wouldn't help. He decided to go with something else, then. Clearly, this exercise isn't working today. Let's shelve it for another time, and focus on other basics. The same basics he was learning once more, from one who'd once been a teammate. 3 laps of Konoha, at marathon speed. 3 groans answered him. Now, he countered, and he couldn't help but smile. When the mind is busy, occupy the body. And if the 3 of you aren't done before lunch, each of you will have to do 200 push-ups after that. They groaned again, but quickly started for the wall. Ebisu followed, as a teacher should always teach by example. And it would give him time to think and to study his students some more. Prank Day 219. The forest mansion looked no better when seen by the light of the day. In fact, it was made to look even worse. The state of the walls and windows no longer hidden by the darkness, it looked like it could crumble at any moment. With what the Torisan had found here, Naruto would have preferred never stepping in this place again. But the clones he charged with investigating had called upon him, and he was going to get to the bottom of this, whatever the cost. Which meant, right now, dodging between drunk rabbits to make his way in. The 400 hadn't left once done, as he'd expected. Instead of returning, they swarmed the woods around Jin, unsealed all the barrels, and started partying. A party that hadn't ended yet by the looks of it. Shichibo sighed from his usual position as Naruto jumped over a pair of sleeping summons. Do you guys know the meaning of moderation? Sure we do, a swaying rabbit answered. It's the reason we ain't going back until we've drunk everything. Here. The 200 or so summons currently awake exclaimed. The rabbit who talked made a mock bow, did a face plant in the grass, then rose amongst the laughter of the rest of the group. He then jumped straight into an open barrel and did not come out. Naruto could feel Ichibo shaking his head above his hair. Such a waste, he groaned, and Naruto couldn't agree more. Still, they'd done what had been asked of them, so they had the right to enjoy the rewards. Luckily, the noise outside tapered off quickly once the 2 of them made their way through the doors. There was a clone seated there, one that was probably waiting for them. Status report? Naruto asked, and the Kage Bunshin rose instantly. You're not gonna like what we found, the clone warned. I haven't liked anything that's happened in this place, Naruto countered. Better I know if there's another group out there that's coming for us. The Kage Bunshin shook his head. At least that's not going to be an issue. Explain. The clone waved for him to follow. You know how we were told there were 2 rival Yakuza gangs fighting it out? Naruto nodded, with Ichibo maintaining his balance atop his head without issue. Well, that was true, but not completely. There were 2 groups fighting it out, but that was all part of someone's plan, the clone explained. Naruto waved for him to continue as the 3 of them descended into the basement where they'd found Shippa. The 2 groups were the Senketsu and the Kawajiri, minor Yakuza families from Tanzaka-gai, the Kage continued. Unimportant ones, mainly because they were too busy fighting each other instead of trying to grow stronger. They probably would have eliminated each other before long if Shiruba hadn't gotten involved. Shiruba? Naruto asked. You've remembered the blonde man from the Torisan's memories? The copy asked, to which Naruto nodded. That was Shiruba. No family name that I could find, though he clearly believed he deserved a specific one. Naruto inclined his head, uncomprehending. The clone took a deep breath. Shiruba was a Jin, technically. Shippa's second cousin to be exact. Naruto's eyes went wide. Yeah, we clones had pretty much the same reaction, the Kage Bunshin confirmed. Turns out, Shippa's grandfather liked frequenting brothels and the like. And he didn't believe in taking precautions about it. Naruto might have not had the best ninja education, but sex ed was something Irika had made certain he'd attended. He got someone pregnant. The clone nodded. Less than a month before he died, yes? Karai was her name, and she gave birth to a daughter. Unfortunately, she didn't live very long, and died before the daughter, Arizen, was 10. And you can guess what happened then. Naruto nodded and scowled. She ended up working in that same brothel. He'd heard about how those places worked. Sadly, yes, the Kage Bunshin confirmed. And one thing leading to another, she ended up pregnant herself. The issue was, Karai knew who her daughter's father was, which is why she named her daughter Arizen. And she passed the information on before she died. Naruto grimaced as he started to see where that led. Following the tradition, she named her son Shiruba. Unfortunately, by the time the son was 5, Arizen became infected with the usual kind of sickness that brothels spread, and she was kicked out the door with nothing but her son and the clothes on her back. Let me guess, Naruto interrupted. She went to see the Jin family for help. You got it, the clone confirmed with a sad nod. And you can guess the rest, I suppose. The Jin patriarch sent her away without a yen. Yup, the clone answered as he sat down on a bench. Unsurprising, since like Shiruba and unlike the Jin family, she was golden blonde. She ended up dying from whatever sickness she contracted, and was buried in an unmarked grave in the woods by her son, who swore revenge against the Jin family. Which brings us back to those 2 Yakuza families, the original stated. The clone simply nodded. Shiruba might have been a monster, but he wasn't an idiot. He bided his time, stealing from the Jin graves simply to survive, while planning the rest of the time. Unlike most people, he didn't care how long it took him, as long as he got his revenge in the end. Shiruba was 18 when he met Satsuko, which was when his plan really started. They got on like a house on fire, especially since Satsuko liked killing all the time and Shiruba didn't care who died as long as the Jin did. With someone to protect his back, he approached both families separately, saying that he was the true heir to the Jin domain, and offering them a noble title if they helped him reclaim his throne. And he could prove it. Since he could access the Jin mausoleum, Naruto stated. Exactly, the clone confirmed. He played both Yakuza houses one against the other, pushing them onward by exploiting their rivalry. They took big hits, but little by little they acquired all the power in the region. The only thing that was left was the other gang, Naruto realized. So he set up a situation where they'd fight each other. That's what he did. It was all documented, a final battle between the 2 clans. They all called on everyone they had that could lift a blade, which was the reason the city was so calm and the citizens so fearful. They saw the Yakuza leave group by group, and knew they would be coming back. But they didn't, Naruto pointed out. The actual battle happened a few days after we arrived in Jin, the clone explained. The Senketsu one, but it was for nothing. Shiruba, Satsuko, and a few people under him intercepted the wounded remnants of the Senketsu, and killed them off. Shiruba didn't need them, now that Shippu was the only one left. So, he'd been planning the kidnapping all along. Something like it, yes, the Kage Bunshin confirmed. He'd first planned it as a way to exterminate the entire family, with poison or the like, but he wanted more. There's one thing I don't get, Naruto finally said after a moment's thinking. Why torture Shippu? He could have simply killed her, and he'd have had his vengeance. Shiruba didn't want to kill the Jin, the clone explained with a scowl. He thought the Jin had stolen everything from him, so he wanted to take everything the Jin had in return. His plan was to torture and break the will of one of the Jin daughters, then marry her as her rescuer. He'd wait until she'd given him a child, then she'd have an accident, and wouldn't survive it. He'd then rule over all of Jin. That's sick! Naruto exclaimed. The clone shook his head. You haven't seen everything yet. He rose, then led his creator to one of the rooms past where they'd found Shippu. In here. The room was a simple cell, which clearly hadn't been washed in a long time. The only thing inside was a single open coffin, whose occupant was hidden by a simple sheet. Who's that? Naruto asked. Shippu's eldest sister Kagami, the Kage Bunshin pointed out. She wasn't in a coffin when we found her. A horrible realization came to Naruto's mind. You said one of the Jin daughters, which means? He nodded sadly. She was tortured, also, the clone confirmed. Much worse than Shippu, too. Shiruba might have been a good torturer by the time we reached him, but he became that good through experience. You mean all those other rooms? Naruto asked, afraid of the answer. All cells, each with its own dead occupant. Remember the woman who came to Kuroneko, asking for barrels of alcohol? Naruto nodded. Ever heard from her again? Naruto thought for a moment. Not that I remember. She's on the opposite side, 2 cells to the left, the clone pointed out. She was one of the few Kawajiri who didn't go to fight. Shiruba had her grabbed because she was at a loose end, and because he needed more training at dealing with women. Naruto closed his mouth, trying to stop his lunch from coming up. How many? A dozen bodies, but we're certain there were more. The original took a moment to calm himself. How, he finally asked? How did you get all that? Shiruba took copious notes, and he had his mother's journal with him. The notes were in code, true, but... Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya had started them on code breaking a few weeks ago, and this was an area where numbers made a difference. He doubted his code had been that difficult to figure out. Anything else? Naruto asked. Well. And that's all we found, Rayon said from his place at Shippu's bedside. Tora stood at the other, as he had for the past 2 days. It was one of the rare times she was awake, the doctors keeping her out of it as much as possible. They also tended to her wounds and made sure they didn't get infected, but anything more was beyond them. All that because of the demented plans of a single man, the Jin Lord commented. Yes. It was a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Numbers might be a great force multiplier, but the right man in the right place could accomplish just as much. What about this mansion? She asked. It still stands for the moment, Rayon replied. We were planning to burn it down as soon as we finished clearing the place. Actually, they were waiting for the 400 to finish with their drunken debauchery and go back home. The clones had already taken everything they needed out, but they didn't want fire anywhere near what was left of the alcohol they'd brought. Good, Shippa sighed. Hopefully, I'll be better soon enough. It wouldn't do to leave my sister without her deserved rest. Shippa had taken that news as well as it could be, actually. She'd long been certain her sister had been among the deceased, and was relieved to know she could be buried with the rest of the family, and not left alone to rot unremembered. You should rest yourself, Jin-sama, Tora pointed out from his own seat. You're clearly tired, and you need to recuperate. I've slept more than enough already, the female lord mumbled out. Still, it barely took a minute before she was asleep once more. How long? Tora asked as soon as he was sure Shippa wouldn't hear. His face made it clear he didn't like the delay one bit. 3 more days, Rayon ground out. He didn't like it any better. Shippa had grown on the Torisan, and on Naruto by extension. Seeing her hurt like this, and worst of all trying to present a strong face, only made it more painful to endure. Prank Day 221. Hello, Sensei. The 3 pre-academy students sang out in chorus. Welcome back, students. Ready to learn more? Naruto hadn't expected it, but his lesson on the Kawarimi became the first of many. Konohamaru, Moegi and Udan now met with a clone at least once a week, and they'd always managed to finagle a lesson out of the blonde genin. By their 3rd meeting, he was either sensei or Naruto-sensei, and nothing else. And he found that he liked it. The 3 students nodded, clearly eager. Anything in particular? He then asked, though he knew what kind of answer he'd get. More. Konohamaru cried out, echoed by his 2 compatriots not a second later. Again? The clone asked. Didn't you get the lesson last time? And the 4 times before also. Yeah, I get it, the basics are important, he sighed. But I already can do all of them, and more than well enough. Watch. He then did a perfect pair of normal clones, followed by a mirror-worthy transformation and a textbook replacement. See? I can do them all. The clone couldn't deny that. How about the both of you? He inquired, looking at Konohamaru's 2 followers. The pair did the same exercise right before his eyes. Moegi's replacement was a little slow, and Udan's transformation wasn't all that great, but Iruka would have clearly given those a passing grade. And he could understand feeling like he wasn't learning anything. He'd lived through 3 years of it. Fine, I get it, he finally replied. Tree walking technique? It was another basic exercise that changed everything. Not everyone could fight that easily in 3 dimensions, he learned. I already know it, Konohamaru replied. I managed to have Uncle Asuma teach it to me a few months ago. Show me. The boy walked straight up the closest tree without issue, then walked back down. A quick look at the other 2 revealed that they weren't as advanced as their friend. Naruto thought about teaching the method today, but he'd always hated the classes where they went over things he already knew. And he wasn't going to subject Konohamaru to that, Fire candle technique, then, the clone exclaimed. What's that? Konohamaru asked, coming closer. The Naruto clone raised a single finger, a flame popping at the top. That's pretty weak, Udon pointed out. Both the other two nodded at that. Maybe, but everyone has to start somewhere. It's the first fire technique I learned, and it helped me a lot when I tried for more difficult ones. Not to mention that it could easily be used seamlessly, as they'd recently learned. Really? Moegi asked, uncertain. The clone nodded wisely. Really. Those who start with the Great Fireball often burn their lips and tongue when they fail. That was one of the comments on the Uchiha scroll they'd used to master generating fire chakra. I don't think you want to try that, do you? The three kids shook their heads in unison. Then, let's get to it. Everyone, show me your tiger seal. 3 perfect tiger seals answered him. Very good. Now, the tiger seal is often used for fire techniques, and is the best for this kind of exercise. Now focus on your chakra and… Unsurprisingly, Konohamaru was the first who managed a burst of flame, and before the hour was done, he could even manage to keep one active for a few seconds. Udon succeeded in a small burst once, but not again, while Moegi didn't even get that. The clone did point out that not everyone had the same affinity for fire, and that Moegi might simply be better at water or earth techniques. He even gave homework, something he'd never had expected. He told Konohamaru that he had until next week to teach his fellow members the tree walking technique, and if he didn't, the next lesson would be on that subject and not on anything new. Judging by the enthusiastic nod he got, he was pretty sure he wouldn't need to teach that particular technique. Still, it brought a smile to his face to see that others wouldn't have to face the issues he did. He'd make sure of it. Prank Day 222. Tsunade didn't know what to think of her current job. On the plus side, she owed money to no one in Jin, and in fact had barely been there once in her life, on a mission with her team ages ago. With luck, she'd be able to gamble the entire payout of this operation over the next few years without having to worry about her debts. On the other side, there were plenty of warning flags attached to this job already. Tsunade had expected to leave her tail behind during the run, but whenever he'd fallen behind far enough, he'd suddenly appear a few hundred meters ahead, still keeping the pace. And she could tell it wasn't a shunshin he employed. Curious. His contacts were also a sticking point. Whenever she decided on a place to stop and stay the night, she'd find a couple of rooms reserved already for her. Which meant that her employer either had rooms reserved in every city along the way, or that he had a method of communication better than most hidden villages. And most of all, who blew 1 billion ryo on a healer, even one of her caliber? At least, it seemed her recruiter hadn't lied about the nobility thing. Once in Jin, he led her straight to the mansion at the center of the town, and the samurai standing guard at the gates didn't even stop him. The one at the door was another thing, though. Tall and wide, with long blonde hair in a top knot. Visibly an important member of this group. Finally, he exclaimed, then turned to her and bowed. I am Rayon, and a member of the Taurus charged with the security of Lord Jin. Please come with me. The Lord needs you right away. She exchanged a look with her student, who clearly didn't know any better. I would rather go directly to my patient, she countered. She wanted to be done as soon as possible, and back on her own. Ninjas and samurai and nobility, that was a little too much heat. What was next? Pirates? Yakuza? I am leading you directly to her, the man replied, turning a corner to go down a stairwell. She ended up in what she supposed was the most isolated room in the building. There were guards at every corner, and some retainers were even standing around in the corridors, just to be close if something happened. One of them, an older man with nothing but gray hair, noticed her escort, and ran directly toward him. Is this? He asked. Rayon simply nodded. The man simply threw himself at her feet. Please, Senju-sama. Please save our lord. She. Rayon bent down to put a hand on the man's shoulder. I am sure she will do her best, Getsuko-san. Let's let her work. The retainer suddenly realized he was in the way, and shoved himself to the side. Please, he muttered, his hands clasped in prayer. She didn't say anything, but had to admit she was intrigued. Nobles were usually assholes from what she'd seen, with only a few exceptions. They thought themselves better than the rest, and as such proved that they weren't. But loyalty, like she'd seen, tended to be harshly earned. The three of them finally arrived at a bed where a young girl was fitfully sleeping. Judging by the twitches she made as she rested, this was clearly her patient. "This is Lord Jin, I suppose?" she asked, just to confirm. "Yes." She stepped forward, taking both heartbeat and temperature. Nothing urgent there. She followed those by a quick scan of her head, which again revealed nothing pressing. She quickly slapped both a pain-blocking and a sleeping genjutsu on the girl, and was rewarded with her falling into a deeper, more restful sleep. Still, she needed to see the rest. "Everybody out," she ordered. The few retainers in the room quickly left, but the samurai did not budge an inch. "I'm not going to operate on the body of a 10-year-old girl with half a dozen men in the room," she growled. "Out." Rayon and the man at the Lord's bedside nodded to each other, then ordered the rest of the men out, who left without a word. They stayed behind, though. "That includes the both of you, actually," Tsunade huffed, though she couldn't help but respect their moxie. They clearly took this girl's security seriously. "We were the two who rescued her. There is nothing here that we haven't already seen," Rayon spoke, brooking no argument. "And Lord Jin has ordered me not to leave her side," the other added. "Fine," she exclaimed, and removed the sheets in a single move. Well, she couldn't say the man recruiting her had lied. From ankle to hip and from wrist and neck to stomach, the girl was a mass of cuts, lacerations and burns one atop the other. With all the charred flesh, she at least wasn't bleeding, which meant she could continue with the diagnosis. She also could now see why they wanted someone of her caliber so urgently, and why they were willing to pay 1 billion ryo for the best. "Shizen," she ordered, and her apprentice appeared right beside her shoulder. "Get me hot water, bandages, disinfectant, and something nourishing in case she wakes up, because she'll need it. Then find whatever doctors they had here and get me the list of everything they gave her." "Hi, Tsunade-sama," Shizen answered, and she was out of the room just as the last syllable rang out. Tsunade did a deeper scan this time, and noted that the doctors had at least managed to keep most of her wounds from getting infected. There were a few zones on her back that would need to be disinfected, but nothing compared to what it could have been. There was at least nothing urgent, though her breasts and her legs were the most damaged. The rest was mainly superficial, cosmetic damage, which would need treatment but wasn't as big an issue. Whoever had done that to her clearly knew what he was doing. "Legs first, then," she said to herself. While this Lord Jin would probably be in bed for weeks, just knowing she could walk around would be a boost to morale. She focused on her hands, and started channeling healing chakra down the girl's leg. She clearly had her work cut out for her. Chapter 32, Setbacks. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Thanks go to Essex, Ordo Hereticus, speaker for the Silent and Archeo Lumiere in space battles for using hostility on all the errors they found. This chapter wouldn't be as good without their support. Prank Day 223. Naruto blocked the first blow, then dodged the second. A simple step back took him out of the third's range, and gave him a perfect opening, which he didn't hesitate to take. Point! The clone-playing referee yelled. The two fighters then stepped back. "I have not even managed a glancing hit on you yet, Naruto," Gaara said with a sigh. "Are you sure this is helping?" "Yeah," the clone said. "You are getting better." The worst thing was that this was true. Since they'd started working together on his taijutsu, he made large strides forward. His defenses were a lot tighter, his attacks flowing better, and even his speed had improved. It did help that Gaara had pulled another trick from his bag. He'd come one day with large gauntlets made out of sand, copied from another sand jonin. Normally, something like that impaired the practitioner and required quite a bit of training, but Gaara's sand control made that a non-issue. No, the main problem was that Gaara was too mechanical in his fighting. He followed the academy katas he'd been taught to the letter, not deviating in the least from the pattern. While this didn't cause much of an issue on the defensive side, his attacks were uninspired and easily anticipated. And then dodged. You just need to be more creative in your attacks. Right now you're too easy to predict, and that's a big flaw, the Naruto clone continued. I'd recommend finding other styles and incorporating what works for you in your own personal style. Gaara nodded, letting his gauntlets crumble into desert sand. He wasn't even winded, even though the two of them had been training for the past hour. Apart from that, exercise, Kage Bunshin pointed out. You're still slower than you should be, and there's unfortunately no two ways to go about it. Gaara sighed again. Is there not something that would give faster results? The Naruto clone raised an eyebrow. That wasn't like Gaara at all. The Ichibi Jinchuriki had only been training his sand before Naruto had arrived in Suna, and that was more because he found such exercises restful than anything else. Something was clearly up. That's not the way you usually think, Naruto pointed out. Why the sudden change? Gaara lowered his head. I was sure you would pick up on it, he sighed. He then sat down. Ever since the captured sand ninja returned from Konoha, the Suna Council has been planning and preparing to select a new Kazekage. I found out yesterday from Baki that I am on the short list of those who might get the post, and a number of the others on the list are clearly not interested in this rank. The Naruto clone's eyes went wide. Really? Congratulations, he said, clapping Gaara on the shoulder. You do not mind? The Sand Genin asked. Why would I? Being the leader of your own village has been your dream, from what you have said repeatedly, Gaara explained. I was afraid you would take it badly that someone as young as you achieved the same before you did. Naruto shook his head. I'm not in the same situation as you are. The current Hokage is still alive, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to him just so I could have a chance at the job. And I suppose the fact that you're the son of the previous Kazekage had some impact, am I right? Gaara nodded. The traditionalists are very much on my side because of exactly that. Also, the fact that my father's magnet release and my sand control have similar uses reinforces that link. Well, the clone said, that's clearly not an advantage I have. Given that the last two Hokages weren't of the same family line, I'm not too worried by the blood issue. And anyway, I want to be chosen for the role by everyone through my own merits, and not because of whom I was related to. No offense. None taken, Gaara said with a slight smile. There was a moment of silence as Naruto thought. So, you're planning on taking the role if it's offered to you, and you want to make sure you're ready for it, correct? The Sand Genin nodded. I want to prove that what I am right now is not all I can be. Most of the other candidates are much older, and I want to show that even as young as I am, I can still compete with them. Naruto nodded sagely. He understood the feeling very well. So, something that could be learned quickly. That ruled taijutsu out completely, given that it was endless rote repetition that had an impact in that domain. Genjutsu might have been a possibility, but Naruto only knew a single one of those, and not one that would be useful for a Kage. Ninjutsu it was going to have to be. The Kage Bunshin technique would have helped in this situation, but it turned out that Gaara couldn't use it. Sure, he could perform the jutsu perfectly, but each clone Gaara generated reflexively armored himself in its own sand skin, which was unfortunately enough interference to force it to dispel. It was still a work in progress. Naruto then turned his thoughts towards Gaara's sand. It was what the Ichibi Jinchuriki could use the most easily, and new ways to fight with it could very well help them in a relatively short amount of time. Let's focus on your sand then, the clone said, and Gaara straightened. How well can you feel through your sand? I can feel every single step your clones are taking back there, Gaara explained, pointing. I have never measured my range exactly, but I know it is more than a kilometer. That was pretty epic, Naruto had to admit. How about when it's in the air? Like in a sandstorm or something? Gaara's face turned pensive. I have to say I am not sure, he finally replied. Then let's try, Naruto exclaimed. It turned out that, yes, Gaara could feel someone in a sandstorm. It wasn't as efficient as his normal sand sense, but it was more than good enough for valid targeting. The next hour was spent refining that. Gaara maintained a cloud of sand 20 meters wide, and Naruto sent in clones from various directions. Before the hour was halfway done, none of the clones got in more than a meter deep without getting hit by a sand bullet. And that only got better as time went on. Then Naruto had another idea. How about a sand tornado? The clones had to perform one themselves to provide an example, but Gaara picked it up pretty quickly. It was also, based on his words, pretty tiring. Keeping that much sand airborne and moving requires constant effort, Gaara pointed out. And used my chakra a lot quicker. The two of them tried various configurations to no avail. Making the funnel bigger didn't help. The farther he was from the moving walls of sand, the slower they went. At a couple of meters away, it wasn't much more than a breeze, and impaired Gaara's sight too much to be useful. In close range, it was at least fast enough to deflect attacks and make it difficult to reach him, but not much else. Gaara let his latest tornado go. This will still require much more training before it is usable in combat, the Sand Genin decided. Let us move on to something else. The Naruto Kage Bunshin was pensive though. Does something come to mind? Gaara asked. You can make a simple disk of sand, right? Gaara nodded, and created one, a simple 2 hand spans wide, just above his fingers. How fast can you make it spin? Quite fast was the answer. It was difficult to put an exact number on it, but it was clearly blurring. Try hitting a rock with that, the clone suggested. Gaara did so. I will admit it is better than my sand bullets, he remarked. A good trick, but nothing groundbreaking. Try from close range instead, Naruto asked. That had a lot more impact. The sand disk shaved through the rock in an instant, leaving a disc-shaped hole in the desert stone. The Naruto clone grimaced. Given what that had done to stone, he didn't want to see what it could do to flesh. That's pretty effective. Gaara, however, wasn't finished. He extended a single sand-armored finger of his right hand toward the rock face and poked. There was a great grinding sound as Gaara's finger sank right into the stone with a spray of powdered rock. When he removed it, a polished hole was left behind, several centimeters deep. Seeing that, the Kage Bunshin had a flash of inspiration. Can you do that with your gauntlets while you fight? He asked. Gaara generated his gauntlets once more and focused. First one, then both of Gaara's arms became covered with a spinning vortex of sand. It does require some concentration, the Sand Genin pointed out. And I do not see how this is better to attack with than using a disc. He slammed his forearm on the rock face, where it ground into the mineral. It is not very practical. Naruto simply smiled. For attacking, no, it isn't better. For defense, though, Naruto grabbed a rock from the ground and tossed it straight at Gaara's shoulder. He reacted as he most recently trained, and made a picture-perfect block in the Konoha Academy style. And the rock ground itself to dust on his gauntlet. Gaara looked at that and grinned a little. I see. Defense and offense at the same time. Naruto nodded. Even better, this forces opponents to be a lot more careful about what they do. It gives you another advantage in close range, which is where your enemies have the most chance of hurting you. Gaara nodded, and launched himself in the first kata of the academy style, keeping the grinding edges of his gauntlets going all the while. Want some opponents? The clone offered. Please, Gaara replied, not deviating from the combat pattern. A wave of Kage Bunshin joined the fight not long afterwards. The clone smiled as Gaara fought and eliminated clone after clone. Being a Kage's teacher? He very much liked the sound of that. Prank Day 225. The Naruto clones in the village had done what they did best. That is, they'd spread. When they found no more information at Ichiraku's former insurer, they went and repeated the same process in all of the other businesses owned by the Konoha Merchant Council. Sure, they didn't succeed everywhere. Some places weren't hiring, or had requirements that were difficult to fake. Those they left for later if necessary. But the many places they did infiltrate meant they had piles of data to go through. They did as their teacher had taught them. Follow the money was one of the main precepts that Jiraiya had brought up in regards to seeking out information. This was because someone either paid for something to happen, or profited from it in some way. And profit was very often money. Of course, a couple of dozen businesses had piles of money coming in or out, so it would take a determined army days going on weeks to find anything in all of that. Unfortunately for the Konoha Merchant Council, armies were exactly what it was facing. Got something, one of the many clones said. A few other clones turned around, but most kept on their work. It wasn't the first time Kage Bunshin thought he had found something, only to be wrong. And it probably wouldn't be the last. Show it here, Nico said. As leader of the spy network, he was in charge of this part of the investigation as well. He, like all the others, passed his time poring over the documents recovered by the infiltrators. At least, when he wasn't having class with Jiraiya. The document the clone brought was nothing special, simply the confirmation of a payment made by this insurance company to one of its clients. A sizable payment, true, but outside of that nothing that drew flags. So, Nico asked, what's special about this one? This client doesn't exist, the clone pointed out. And that's not all. Continue, Nico said, looking the document over once more. Other clones around them stopped, also curious. The address seems valid, but it isn't. The check number doesn't match to anything else, even though it seems to be in a valid format. And this isn't the only payment made to this customer, the Kage Bunshin explained. Show me, Nico said. The clone came back with a pile of documents. A bigger pile than Nico had expected, actually. Nico and said clone went through the entire thing, and were quickly joined by other Narutos that had abandoned their own documents. There were no inspections attached to those supposed insurance payments. No requests, no internal paperwork. Nico would have pegged it as an error or a test document if he'd found one. Only this error had happened dozens of times. Worse were the dates. The original document the clone had found was dated the very day after the Ichiraku arson, and there was one paper dated the very same day the warehouse they'd been using had burned to the ground. It was more than suspicious at this point. That business directly belongs to a council member, you said? Nico asked. The clone nodded. Councilman Yoku, yes. How many people do we have inside? The spy leader asked everyone in the room. Only one, a clone in the back replied. Try to get some more of our people hired, Nico ordered, answering nods. Put the place under surveillance as best we can. Find out more about this Councilman Yoku, I want to know everything he does. And if he makes contact with anyone, I want to know. This is the best lead we have, and we're not gonna let go until we shake something loose. All the clones nodded grimly. Like every single Naruto, they wanted blood over what happened to old man Ichiraku. And they'd make sure they were going to get it. Prank Day 227. Tsunade stepped out of Shippa's room, wiping sweat from her brow. While she was still a better healer than her apprentice, there were some things she couldn't do. And surgery was one of them. She cringed just at the thought. The idea of all that blood of those. Tsunade shook her head. That was in the past, not the present. And she had better stuff to do. Everything fine, Senju-sama? Her ever-present shadow asked. While Tora hadn't left the room Shippa was in, to her knowledge since she got here, Rayon had appointed himself as her own bodyguard. He was never too far, though never close enough to be in the way. If you forgot that she was one of the Sannin, it even made sense. As Shippa's healer, she was the second most important person in the building. And Tsunade knew Shizen had her own samurai following her around. Yes, Rayon-san, she replied. Just tired. And then she stumbled. Rayon was at her side instantly, fast enough that if he was a ninja she'd have bet on a shoe-shin. Thank you, she replied, placing her hand on his back for balance. He didn't see her hand flash green for an instant. Tsunade instantly straightened. So, you're the mastermind of all this, she spoke, staring straight in Rayon's eyes. It might have been only a low-powered scan, but it was enough to tell the difference between a clone and a real person. His chakra was also similar to one of the clones, which clearly revealed he was the summoner. There was something bizarre in said chakra, something she knew she should have immediately pegged, but which currently evaded her. Said Samurai blanched. Tsunade glared. What's the plot here? A takeover of the country? Did you assassinate the rest of her family? Did one of your men cause those wounds? One thing was sure, this was something big. Her skin had been enough to get a good idea of Rayon's reserves, and he was clearly high jonin, if not better. And not anybody could use Kage Bunshin freely like this man was doing. Not here, Rayon countered. He quickly walked out, going straight for a building Tsunade knew was used as barracks by the samurai group. Still, she followed. They needed her skills as a healer, that was certain given the amount she'd been promised, and she didn't feel endangered by a simple group of samurai whose majority were Kage Bunshin. If it came to fighting, they wouldn't last long against one of the Sannin. Rayon led her to one of the smaller rooms, where another pair of samurai were resting. She would need to scan them personally to be certain, but she was pretty sure those two were also clones. What's the issue? The first asked. Tsunade seemed to remember his name was Kuga, or something like that. She knows, Rayon said, voice grave. The two residents of the room tensed instantly. How? The second asked. Rayon was silent for a moment. I have no clue, actually. Everyone then turned toward Tsunade. She had no real reason to hide what she'd done. Nothing had been any form of secret art. I'm a medic and a chakra specialist. I can tell when something's not right with someone, given enough time. After that, a quick scanning palm was all I needed, she explained with a grin. Now, explanations. And remove that henge too. You noticed that as well? Let's just say I'm very familiar with the technique. Not to mention her short scan had given her enough information to know his form was false. Now! She then exclaimed. She was surprised to see the tall and wide Rayon shrink into a kid. Based on what she knew of her home village, he had to be at least 11, given the leaf 8 visible on his brow. One thing was sure, it wasn't the powerful Jonin she'd expected. So talk, Tsunade said, deciding to ignore the fact that she was in front of a kid. Name? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade forced herself not to react. She knew who that was, and now that it had been pointed out, she knew what it was in his chakra that she should have recognized. What the hell was the container of the Kyuubi doing in a place like this? And what is a leaf ninja doing this far from Konoha, in San no Kuni? What's the mission here? Naruto looked at the two samurai in the room, then nodded. This isn't a ninja mission, Senju-san. This is a mission for the Torisan. And getting Shippa healed is the entirety of that mission. I'm sorry to say, but most of these Torisan are clones like those two. She pointed to the two samurai still seated, who tensed. Shadow clones even, so you can't tell me this isn't ninja business. Why would you pretend to be a group of samurai? Naruto sighed. I just can't say no to someone in need. That was clearly not the answer Tsunade had been expecting. What? The entire story came out then. Why he'd created the Torisan in Wave, and what they did there. The request from Shippa's retainer, and the long march to this country. The weeks of tense patrols, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Shippa's kidnapping and her subsequent rescue, along with their failure to keep her safe. I knew of no other medic I could trust her with, and I knew where you could be found. For a while, I was afraid she wouldn't last until you got here. And that's where we're now. He was silent for an instant. Shippa will make it, right? Right, Tsunade replied automatically, her training coming to the fore. She will most probably require a good amount of physical therapy to recover full mobility, and she might have issues breastfeeding in the future, but her survival isn't in question. The three others in the room released a happy sigh at that. Tsunade's mind, however, was going over everything as fast as it could. She knew very well he hadn't told her everything, especially given he hadn't said how he'd known where to find her. As a medic, however, she knew body language, and the boy before her had given her the truth as he knew it. Give her the scroll, the samurai whose name she didn't know said. Right, Naruto exclaimed, running towards a set of bags. He came back less than a minute later with a rolled scroll bearing the insignia of Konoha, which he then offered to her. Tsunade realized something instantly. This isn't a real scroll. Yeah, Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck. The real thing's still in the village. This is only a shadow clone copy. Keeping one eyebrow up, Tsunade unrolled the scroll and read. This was another thing she hadn't expected, a simple genin with S-ranked orders on his person. You are a genin, correct? She asked. Naruto simply nodded. The thing was, if these orders were fake, they were a better fake than any she'd ever seen. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been her Jonin teacher, and she knew his signature and his way of writing better than most anyone. And unless Naruto had fooled himself, and believed something false, He was clearly telling the truth. As such, she decided to play along. "And what are your orders?" Tsunade asked. She was curious about what a boy like him could ask with such papers. Anyway, if the worst came to worst, she'd just ignore him and continue on as if nothing happened. "Just don't tell anybody about this, okay?" He waved around the room as he spoke. "Nothing about the Taurus being clones or me being there, right?" "The third knows about this, right?" Naruto nodded. "I told him myself about the Taurus, and he was present at the last meeting where we went over what was happening in San no Kuni." There was a little evasion here, but Tsunade was still reading everything he said as truth, which put her in a dilemma. She was technically not a missing nin simply because her sensei had decided not to pursue her. Sure, he sent messengers every few years to try and bring her back to the village, but there was never the threat of force behind those. Tsunade knew that there were some lines she wasn't supposed to cross, and that was why she'd not involved herself in any ninja business. Just to make sure that the third wouldn't push too hard to bring her back. And now something like this fell into her lap. "You're not under any order to bring me back, aren't you?" Naruto shook his head negatively. "I heal Shippu, get my payment, and everything is square between us, right? No bad blood, and I can leave any time I want after that." "Sure," Naruto exclaimed. "That's a promise, and you can believe it." He extended his hand to shake. Tsunade sighed. However he'd found her, he'd done it at least twice, of that she was certain. While she was pretty sure she could escape at any time, she'd be leaving behind the biggest payoff she'd had in a long time. And she hated leaving some of her work half done. Not to mention how much Shizen would complain about leaving someone like Shippu without her services. She would have to take the risk. She grasped Naruto's hand and shook twice, not using any of her super strength. "You have a deal," she said. "Just know that if you betray me, you'll find out what it is to fight one of the Sannin." He shook his head quickly. "I already had a Sannin fight against me once," he said, shuddering, "and that was more than enough for a single lifetime." Tsunade wanted to push for more information about that, but unfortunately a voice rang through the Taurusan's barracks. "Tsunade-sama, I'm done with the surgery. Please come and do your checkup as soon as possible." She sighed and turned to leave. "We'll discuss this later. Is that fine with you?" "Right," Naruto replied. Then he made a single hand seal, and Rayon was back in the room. Tsunade simply left. She was one of the greatest medics in the land, and one did not become so by leaving things to chance. While she trusted her apprentice to have done good work, the longer she waited before checking, the worse any subsequent issue would be. And she had to agree, that noble kid was slowly growing on her. Prank Day 230. "No, Naruto, I will not be sending your team to the Chunin exams," the Hokage exclaimed, sighing. "I had told you so, Naruto," Ebisu pointed out. "Why?" Naruto countered, ignoring his sensei. "We're ready! We're more than ready! We did all the missions we needed, and even more than Team 7 had when they took the exam." "That's not it, Naruto." "Then why aren't we good enough?" The blonde genin continued, waving to his team. Both Muramaru and Ariko were looking intently at the village leader, also awaiting an answer. "The next Chunin exam is in Iwagakure," Hiruzen sighed once more. "I know you followed the last exam. Tell me, how many teams from Earth Country were present for that exam?" Naruto stepped back to think for a moment. "I don't remember any, actually." The Sandaime nodded. "Correct. There wasn't an Earth team in the last exam, nor in any of the previous for the last 10 years. How many teams are I planning to send to the exam in stone?" "I don't know, 4, I suppose?" the blonde answered. That was the number of Miss Village teams there had been in Konoha's exam. "None." "What?" Naruto replied, shocked. The two other genin in the room had similar reactions. "I am not sending any genin team to Earth Country," the Hokage repeated. "Not for this exam, nor for any in the future. There hasn't been a genin team sent there in a decade, at least." "Why?" Naruto whined, face dropping. "May I, Hokage-sama?" Ebisu asked, stepping forward. "You may." "A little more than a decade ago was the time of the last great ninja war," Ebisu recited. The Third Shinobi War, to be exact. Many villages fought each other, but none more viciously than Konoha and Iwa. The latter invaded grass country, hoping to lay siege to the land of fire. The fighting was long and hard, but Minato Namikaze, the man who would become the fourth Hokage, broke the stalemate. Using his legendary speed as the Yellow Flash, he led counterattacks that inflicted heavy casualties against Iwa, crippling or eliminating half the Iwa force. He then looked at all three genin in turn. And Iwa has not forgotten their loss. Indeed they haven't, Hiruzen said. And that is why no genin teams are sent to Earth Country. Similarly, we do not send a team to the exam in Lightning Country, given the still recent fighting between Konoha and Kumo. But that could mean Ariko started. No, Sandane countered, knowing full well what she was thinking of. The next exam after this one is in Water Country, followed by Suna's exam, and I will be sending teams to both. You need not fear for chances to prove yourselves, you will have as many as you need. He smiled. I wouldn't have given your sensei a task he couldn't accomplish, after all. Naruto was silent for a moment. You promise, Gigi? I promise. Your team will be one of those sent to the Kirigakure exam, and to Suna if it becomes necessary. Right. Naruto said, once again, all smiles. What did you want to see us for, Gigi? Hiruzen echoed Naruto's smile. I have here another C-rank mission for your team. This one isn't like the last one, being a... Jiraiya shook his head. Clearly, there was something bothering his student tonight, and it made for an unproductive jutsu training session. What's bothering you, Naruto? The genin scowled. I should be a chunin already, he answered. Jiraiya sat down in front of his student. What brought that on? The third isn't sending anyone to the next chunin exams, Naruto pointed out. On Earth? Thank the gods! Sannin exclaimed. He'd be a fool to do so. The village has enough problems with Earth teams during Nizu's exam. I wouldn't want to see how bad it would be on their home ground. He paused for a second. I mean, why do you think that? Hinata started years after me, as did Shino. Both are now already chunin. That's not counting those of the previous class, or the one before, the blonde explained. There's people I went to class with that are now at their fourth exam, while I have to wait another 6 months for a chance? That's not fair. Unfortunately, life is rarely fair, Jiraiya countered. And while the fact that it took you years to get where you are is sad, it is better than the alternative. How? Well, let's say you passed on your first attempt. Let's even say you passed your Jonin's test, the Sannin said. Test? Normally, Jonin have the right to refuse the team they've been given, Jiraiya continued, and they test the genin that falls under their umbrella for the values they find important in a ninja, and fail them if they don't make the cut. I understand Kakashi was famous for doing just that before he passed Team 7. You were a special case, given that you were promoted outside the exams directly by the Hokage. But no matter. You passed that test too. How good a shinobi would you be? The Toad Hermit asked. Would you be as good as you are now? Naruto had to admit he couldn't be sure. Sure, having a couple more years under a good Jonin sensei might have made him good enough to be chunin, but he wouldn't be the same person. He wouldn't know the Kagebunshin, that was certain, and that was such an important part of everything he did that he had no clue what he would be without it. What do you think? He asked his teacher. Jiraiya shook his head. No chance. You're a one-of-a-kind shinobi right now, and there's no way you could have ended up the same. Sure, it took you a while to get there, but do you regret what happened? Meeting Iruka, the rabbits, all the people your clones got close to. He was silent for a moment. Not to mention Konoha might not be standing now if it wasn't for your clone army. Naruto cringed at that. He had to agree with Jiraiya that Konoha's fall might have been a possibility. Nobody but he managed to take that barrier down, and his clones had eliminated dozens if not hundreds of opponents. Even if Konoha had still stood without him, the damage would have been extensive. On average, Jiraiya continued, a genin is promoted during his third or fourth exam. Most that break this pattern are promoted at home, which is where they have the most advantage. Fourth? Jiraiya nodded. Yup. Those that do it less usually skip an exam or two. Think about it. How many of the Konoha teams even reached the third exam last time? 3. Hinata's team, Rock Lee's team, and Shikamaru's team. Out of how many? A lot. More genuine teams than Naruto had known Konoha had, actually. The genin didn't have to say anything. His face was more than enough. Think about it this way, it's another 6 months to get ready to pass. Are you a better ninja than you were 6 months ago? Definitely. Then I don't doubt at least one of your identities will pass unmissed. And that's if you're unlucky and end up fighting yourselves early, Jiraiya exclaimed, sure of himself. Naruto shook himself, and rose. He wasn't someone who liked focusing on the sad side of events. Not when there was something he could do about it. He rose. So, what's the best way to ensure I pass? Jiraiya had been a Jonin sensei once, and a genin himself at one point. He had to know what a genin faced. Well, I can't say much about the first 2 exams, since they change every time, but the last is always a one-on-one fighting tournament, Sannin explained. Winning isn't necessary, though it sure helps. Any tips? Pulling out new techniques seems to help the most, as well as effective strategy and tactics. He paused. Which actually brings me to a subject I was planning to talk to you about. Yes? New techniques. From what I heard, you haven't had much luck with the Scroll of Forbidden Seals and finding new things to train in, correct? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. Most of the jutsu that could be found in the scroll were there for a good reason, and those that were safe weren't any real improvement over what they already had. Right. So I had 2 things in mind. First, the Sannin raised his hand, and a spiraling sphere of chakra appeared there. The Rasengan. That's the technique you used to defeat Shikuin, Naruto replied. I'm not about to forget it. Exactly. It's a powerful piercing technique, and always a crowd pleaser, Jiraiya explained. You'd have to only use it as Naruto, since I'm pretty much the last person who knows it, but it would be a big help if you're ever stuck in a situation like before. Naruto smiled widely at the idea. And the other point? He asked after a moment of silence. Creating your own jutsu, the Toad Sage said. Every great ninja ends up doing that, and is pretty much a given at higher ranks. Most don't start this early, but with the numbers you have it'd be a waste not to. By that point, Naruto was nearly salivating. His own techniques. He knew the previous Hokages had created many of them, and it was a great step on that path. How does that go? He exclaimed, creating a clone the very next instant. Said clone disappeared, then reappeared with pen and paper in hand, sitting down right beside its creator. I see you're interested, Jiraiya pointed out with a smile. Well, first you have to start with Prank Day 232. To most, Kusako was a newly arrived merchant, who'd fled the big city to make money in the very deepest parts of grass. Some said that she was escaping an unwanted marriage, others thought that her beau had spurned her, and she had left the capital in tears only to make the best of her situation in the deep prairies. Of course, none of them had it right. Kusako was a Naruto clone, one that was part of the merchant network. She was the only clone in this particular city, trading mainly in Kusa tobacco and a few medicinal herbs that could be found close to her place of residence. However, she also had a second, very important role. That role was why, every Friday of the year, rain or shine, she went for a walk through the city's park. She took her time doing so, and often took her lunch at the foot of the statue there, an ancient carving of a former daimyo of the country. Only those who knew the Naruto clones well would have noticed Kusako's reaction that day. Still, she acted as she did usually, eating her sandwich with her back to the stone. Then she went back to work, and nobody saw anything abnormal about what had happened. But that night at midnight, when everyone was asleep in the town, she was back in the park and in front of the statue. That was her second role. Here in Kusucho, deep within grass, was the spot given by Zabuza as a contact point. The sign indicating the awaiting message was very simple and very easy to ignore, a single blade of grass stuck between the stone fingers of the statue. On one side to give a message, on another if an answer was awaiting. And a message was waiting. She snuck to the back of the statue, easily finding the slit in the stone that had been carved there. She slid out the piece of paper therein, slipping it into the pockets of her suit. And then she rushed back home, closed the door behind her, and lit a single candle to read the message. Only, there was someone with her in the room. I was starting to wonder if I would have to wait another day, the voice said. Kusako had no clue how this person had managed to slip inside unnoticed, especially in the subdued floral kimono they were wearing. The clone did, however, recognize them from the memories of their mission in Wave. You're Haku, right? Kage Bunshin asked, just to confirm. The androgynous figure nodded. And based on the fact that you are a clone, I suppose you're another member of the so-called Hidden Spirit Village, as rumor would call it? Kusako nodded. The network was well aware of the name they'd been given by the few survivors who escaped, and had seen no reason to quash it. It was another layer of misdirection that kept people from looking for them in Konoha, and that was fine. Haku seated themselves at the table. You may read the message now. The clone had nearly forgotten about that. Kusako snuck the message out of the pocket it was in, and quickly read it. It had all the necessary code words, but outside of that it had very little content. Haku will have your message, it said. It also gave an encrypted password to recite to the contact. The Kage Bunshin turned back to her visitor and did so. You're my message, then? Indeed, they said. I have a request from my master, and from my master's master. They are wondering if the forces that took down Gato's soldiers could be hired for a mission. Kusako was surprised by that. Haku, from what little the clones knew, was high chunin at the very least, and their master was stronger than any regular jonin for certain. And that was not even counting the two other members of their group. She couldn't see what mission these two would have that they couldn't do by themselves. Still, protocol had to be followed. This was way above Kusako's mandate, and as such was a question for a meeting of those in the know. I'll need more information than that if you want to get a positive answer, she explained, because I'm pretty sure that, as it is, you're gonna get a simple no. Haku nodded and invited Kusako to sit, which she did. The water rebels are looking for help, they started. Are you aware of the situation in Mizu? Some. Well, ever since the last Mizukage has been. Chapter 33, In the Know. Disclaimer, Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Thanks go to Mad Reviewer, Ordo Hereticus, speaker for The Silent and Alico on space battles, and elsewhere, for giving cold to all the errors they found. This chapter wouldn't be as good without their support. Prank Day 234. While the meetings of those in the know weren't always fully attended, this one was short on more people than usual. This was unsurprising, given that this meeting had been called in a hurry and Team 1 was on a C-ranked mission at the borders of the Land of Fire. Still, Naruto had once more made the journey from San no Kuni to Konoha to preside over this meeting, even if the council was already missing 5 members. The message they had was that important. Welcome to the latest meeting of those in the know, Naruto said from his spot at the end of the council table. There's only one subject today, and that is the request we received from Grass Country's merchant network, he continued, mostly for the non-clone members of the council. Which is? Iruka asked. Naruto turned to the clone in charge of the western part of the merchant network, who rose. The Mizu rebels are looking to hire a number of members of the Hidden Spirit Village to support their operations in preparation for and leading up to an attempt at taking down the 4th Mizukage, the clone explained, reading from a scroll that had traveled straight to Konoha from Kusucho by jumper. The Hidden Spirit Village? The Chunin replied, curious. That was the nickname given to the forces who took down Gato in Wave, of which I was part, Nico answered proudly. We could easily create a large enough force to help, that's for certain, he added. Creating more clones isn't an issue here, Jiraiya continued. The main question is, do you want to get involved in something like that? This is a civil war you're talking about, and those are never any good even when they are necessary. Are you sure you want to take part in that? I'm not, and that's why I'm asking, Naruto replied. I don't know what's best in this case, for either Konoha or Mizu. The network hasn't spread much in that direction, and they tend to stay out of ninja villages unless otherwise specified. One thing is sure, I'm not planning on setting foot in Mist myself anytime soon, unless a mission sends me that way. Any opinions? He asked the non-clones around the table. There was a moment of silence before Hiruzen finally spoke up. I don't have much information on the water rebels themselves, but the current Mizukage is another issue. He's currently the youngest of the 4 living ages, and has ruled for surprisingly long considering his age. Unfortunately, that isn't a good thing, Jiraiya pointed out. Explain? Naruto asked. There are reasons why Mist Village is currently in a state of civil war, Jiraiya continued. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, is a hard and cruel man, and somewhat paranoid at best. He's more feared than respected in Mist, and he hunts down whoever he suspects is a traitor bloodily and relentlessly. He also did nothing to oppose the bloodline purges that have been happening in Mist, and his staying with his hand has been taken by most as tacit approval of removing the bloodline-carrying clans from the country. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. 3 bloodline clans are already known to have defected from Mist, 2 of them to Kumo and 1 to IWA. 4, Jiraiya corrected. The few remaining Ryugawa left Kiri last month. They haven't resettled anywhere, which is why the news hasn't spread yet. 4, then, the Hokage amended. There are those who fear that, once Kiri has finally pushed away or eliminated all of the bloodline clans inside their own borders, they'll turn to the other villages with theirs and start the next great ninja war. A war could start that easily? Naruto asked. Both the Hokage and Jiraiya nodded sadly. Unfortunately, yes, the former pointed out. It only takes one village attacking another, and the wars would start all over again. The only reason a war didn't start when Sand and Sound invaded was that Konoha and Suna were nominally allies, and because it happened and ended so fast nobody really had time to react. Konoha won decisively enough that Kumo didn't want to get involved, and both IWA and Kiri weren't ready, the former not having yet recovered from the end of the previous war, and the latter two involved in the issue we're talking about right now. The grudges that led to the Third Shinobi War still haven't faded, and there are still hot embers ready to fan the flames of battle once more. Naruto digested that for a moment. So you're saying that this civil war could lead to another shinobi one? Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen nodded in confirmation. Yes, and that on both sides of the issue. If the rebels win, they may weaken the current stalemate enough that one of the other great powers takes a shot at them, while even if the current Mizukage maintains his rule the same could happen. That is not to speak of the lesser powers that could see the current turbulence as an opportunity to steal the seat of one of the 5 powers. There was another moment of silence. So, what you're saying is that the best-case scenario for maintaining the current peace is for the rebels to end this war as decisively as possible, and with the least amount of losses, correct? Naruto asked. Pretty much, the Sannin admitted. It may be that nothing can stop the beginning of a 4th shinobi war, but that's the scenario where peace has the most chance. There was a moment of silence. I'm going, then, Naruto concluded. I at least want to see what these water rebels are like. Maybe they're no better than the current Kiri leadership, or even worse, but I don't lose anything by listening to them. You're not thinking of you going, right? Iruka asked, and the emphasis on the you was clear. I have to agree with that opinion, the Hokage added, and the Sannin nodded beside him. Naruto shook his head. No worries, he replied. I wasn't planning to. The Hidden Spirit Village is well known to field clones only, and I'm not going to take the risk. Not to mention that he was going back to San no Kuni as soon as the meeting was done. After what had happened to Shippa on his watch, he wasn't willing to take the risk of something else harming her. Iruka sighed in relief. Thank God for that. That broke whatever tension was there. Anyway, from what my sources tell me, the Mizu rebels are a lot more reasonable than the current administration. They're heavy in bloodline users, of course, but outside of that they are closer to actual Konoha policy than any time before. Any other information you have? Naruto asked. Nothing I can see as useful, unfortunately, the sage admitted. I'll have to reach out to my sources for more. Please do. He paused. Is there any other subject that can't wait until the regular meeting? Naruto then asked. There was a chorus of negative answers. The meeting adjourned then, he said. The next meeting will be scheduled when Team 1 returns from the border. He then banged his gavel, and the meeting broke up. Prank Day 239. As a Naruto clone, he was nameless. He was actually one of the older clones, created during the second wave of technique training. He was part of the group who'd originally chosen the Earth technique Tsukioni no Tsuno, and who'd failed to make any significant progress during the entire time of the competition. After that he'd flitted here and there, mainly working in the technique library they'd been building. He'd ended up as part of the wave of new technique training, and was actually still training in the specific jutsu he'd chosen. But now, for the first time since the invasion, it seemed a mission was called. The original isn't available, Nico said, standing before the assembled clones in the Irohara basement. So we need clones to step up. For those who don't know, my team and I have been working on finding out who burnt down Ichiraku Ramen. There was a growl at that, and who has been going after our suppliers. We don't have exact details on who yet. From what information we have points to the fact that they are linked to the Konoha Merchant Council, who has at least been funding said group, paying for such attacks. The Naruto Council member looked around to make sure he had everyone's attention. And a new payment has just been filed for said group, one greater than the one made when Ichiraku burned down. Jiraiya agrees with me that this is probably the precursor to another wave of attacks on our suppliers. As such, we need reinforcements helping the network make sure we don't lose more of our sources. This is, in effect, a defend and capture mission, he explained. Protect our people, and capture whoever is responsible for this. We need information, so either people we can interrogate, or enough info that we can find where they're based from. If not, we're going to be stuck in this cycle for a long time, and while Jiraiya is pretty certain we'll win in the end, it's better to cut down the losses as much as possible. There were nods all around. So, is anyone willing to take part? Nico called out. The nameless clone stepped forward. Given the subject of his latest studies, that seemed right in his branch, and that might actually allow him to prove he'd mastered his latest technique. He, of course, wasn't the only one. Dozens stepped up, and were split into squads after making as many clones as they could. Time was of the essence. They had no clue how long before said attack happened, and no idea on the actual target or targets. They need to protect everywhere, and that soon. And they weren't going to fail again. Prank Day 243. Hinata walked down the steps to the Himitsu compound with a smile. She had a day off, and she was going to spend it as she preferred. That is, spending time with Naruto. She'd been meeting him here every time she had a day off, and he never failed in helping her become a better ninja. Over the last few months, they'd worked on a close combat style that she could use in conjunction with the Matsuri, and they'd made good strides on that. And hopefully they'd do some more today. With her eyes, she saw the half-dozen Naruto clones long before she arrived inside the room they used for training. She didn't mind the clones. A ninja's life was a busy one, and she understood that he had other priorities. That just made the few times the real Naruto was there more special. Good day, Naruto-san, she called out as she entered the training room. Ohio, Hinata. The group called back. Here for more training? Hi, she said with a bow. I have the day off, and continuing work on the Mastery no Odori seems the best use of my time. She paused. Is the real Naruto available? The clone before her shook his head. Team 1 has a border patrol mission, he explained, to which she nodded. Then the clone paused, clearly thinking. She waited until he'd finished his thought. Did you know we were all clones? Hi, she confirmed with a nod. How could you tell? She was the one who paused this time. Trying to explain the details of what she saw with her Byakugan had never been easy, and even now the teams she worked with had issues with that. It's about how your chakra moves? Fluctuates? Flows? She tried explaining. Living people have a pattern to them, an order in which their energy circulates. For clones it's different, and if you know what you're looking for it's reasonably easy to notice. It still took me a while to get it, but by now it's second nature. The clone thought some more. Do you think it could be faked? She now saw what the clone was working toward. Unfortunately, she couldn't say much about the idea. I don't know, she admitted. Maybe different sensors see it differently anyway. It would probably take quite strong chakra control, though. She thought about it for a second. It might make a good training exercise, actually. I'd be happy to help if you want to try. Might be something to think about in the future, the clone before her replied, but that's not why you're here today. How many clones do you think you can manage today, Hinata? She smiled brightly. I'm fully rested, so as much as you need, sensei. It did help that all this training had pushed her reserves far beyond what they'd been before she became a chunin. He smiled back. Give me 5, and we'll work in parallel. He turned to the rest of the clones. 2 swords, 2 fists, 2 kunai? He asked them. Seems fine, one of the clones answered while the rest nodded in approval. He turned to her. Your show, then. Her hands flashed into a cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, she called out. And the battle was joined. Prank Day 247. Tucci didn't know what to think of the network, as they called themselves. It wasn't that they didn't follow through on what they promised. No, it was the very opposite. The very day after he'd signed on with them, he had the money to rebuild the Ichiraku Ramen in hand. And not just to rebuild. He had enough to expand, and the funds necessary to rent a better spot. He had all he wanted, and better even. And that was the issue. He'd been in business for years, and from his experience, businessmen simply did not work like that. They cut all the corners they could, skimming all the margins just to get a little more money in their pockets. And the network didn't do any of that. They had no problems making promises and keeping them, and when they said something, you could take it to the bank. He'd worked for them nearly 2 months at this point, and he'd seen this half a dozen times over. Still, it surprised him. When he'd signed on, he'd expected to be a figurehead, a member in name only, existing just for his contacts, and no other reason. If that allowed him to bring Ichiraku Ramen back, he was fine with that. The shop had been his life, and he'd always expected to leave it to his daughter. Being a figurehead was a sacrifice he was willing to make. But it hadn't been the case. No, he was clearly an equal member here, and he had no clue why. Whenever there was a meeting, his voice carried as much weight as anyone else, and he could tell that everyone was listening intently. They'd said it was personal. Now, he was starting to believe it. Either that or the network was planning things at the very long term, in decades or more. He couldn't see the network making profits before then. That, however, didn't seem to stop them. In weeks they spent millions of ryo arranging that the last few banking and insurance companies in Konoha didn't fall under the umbrella of the Merchant Council, and also buying up transportation infrastructure in the villages closest to Konoha. Lastly, he'd been questioned on the various businesses the members of the Merchant Council owned, and Tucci was pretty sure they were planning something big there. He bet his hand on it. Still, for the moment, he was fine with the work he was doing. He was the face of the group in Konoha, as they'd said, and had recruited others tired of the machinations of the council. It wasn't nearly enough yet, but the more businessmen joined, the better it looked for the rest. He was even in talks with one of the less active members of the council over joining the network. And if one did, there might be others who'd see the way the wind was blowing. He'd been in Konoha for decades, and had seen the rise of the Merchant Council from the advisory group it was in his youth to the economic powerhouse that it was now. And right now, it seemed like he'd get to see them fall. From what he'd seen on how they did business, and what proof he'd been shown of their actions, he couldn't wait for it to happen. Prank Day 252. Haku was glad to be back in Kiri. He'd been traveling in that direction for more than 2 weeks at this point, and he was starting to get tired. And that was not to mention the hidden spirit village members accompanying him. Kosako, the informant he'd been tasked with contacting, had passed the message up the chain just as he'd expected. He'd been prepared to wait days or even possibly weeks until a reply came, as per his orders. 2 days later, there was another clone with Kosako, and he was leaving Kusucho, accompanying the new hidden spirit village ninja directly to the water rebels. This journey was the first time he was in the presence of spirit ninjas for long periods of time, and given his senses he couldn't help but pick up details. And they didn't make sense. These ghost ninjas, as he was starting to call them in his mind, didn't make sense. Their chakra fluctuated abnormally for both what types of clones he knew and for normal ninjas, sometimes diminishing rapidly, sometimes doing the very opposite. And it didn't help when other such ghosts joined the group. They joined while on the run, coming up as if expected. There was no stopping, no salutations, no nothing. They just fell in line as if they'd long been anticipated, and kept pace as if they belonged. It was eerie. Still, he thought as he saw the hill in the distance, his part was finally over. He slowed down as the group approached the caverns he'd been told would be used as a meeting point, and the clones he was accompanying did the same a second later. Then he guided them in. This place wasn't a rendezvous point in common use. but he'd made sure to be familiar with it before leaving with Mei's message. As such, he let the 12 ghosts into the earth, navigating through both the natural maze and the illusions embedded in the very walls. Still, he kept ready. He didn't think Mei would be in danger from this group, based on their reactions, but one could never be too certain in such a case. In the end, they arrived in a room that, unlike the rest of the place, had clearly been shaped by human hands. 3 people were waiting there, and Haku was glad to see that his master was one of them. "Mei-sama, Zabuza-sama, Chojuro-san, may I present to you the members of the Hidden Spirit Village," he intoned. "Shinobi of the Hidden Spirit Village, the leader of the Water Rebels, Mei Tarimi, her bodyguard, Chojuro, and my master Zabuza, who you've already met." "Greetings," Mei stated, while Zabuza grunted and Chojuro stood silent. One of the ghosts stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Good day, Shinobi-san. What should I call you?" "Mei will be fine," she replied. "So, Mei-san, what can the Hidden Spirit Village do for you?" he asked. "How much would it cost us to hire your services?" she asked. "Depends on what you want us to do, and what you offer," the lead ghost replied. "Along with your plans once this rebellion succeeds." Mei took a seat in one of the chairs in the room, and gestured for the ghost to do the same. "Let's start with the easier one," she started answering. "My goal for this rebellion is to rebuild Kirigakure, and to reclaim the strength needed to let the village hidden in the mist keep its position as one of the 5 great villages. Currently, Kiri is a hotbed of paranoia, with illusions of treachery everywhere. The current Mizukage rules through terror, and will betide anyone he sees as a potential enemy. He trusts no one, and his methods are unnecessarily bloody, which is sapping the potential of our village. This environment creates new ninjas just as paranoid and untrusting, making the problem self-perpetuating." "And how would you make Kiri stronger?" the clone asked. "Changes to the academy for a start. It isn't as bad as it was in the past, but it still needs improvement," she explained. "Modifications to the laws and greater investigation to erode the atmosphere of paranoia. New alliances to strengthen the village and give it time to recover from the rebellion. In general, make the village more of a meritocracy than it currently is, and stand down on more of the bloodier policies." The clones looked at each other and nodded. That fit their preferences, more Kiri-centric than they had in mind, but that was a given. "Also, once the fighting is all done, I'm finding myself a husband," she added as an afterthought, and based on the reactions of her fellow rebels, it wasn't the first time she'd made such a comment. "What the rebels need Spirit Village for is actually simple: numbers and infiltration," she continued. "The water rebels are skewed toward the higher ranks, mostly special and high chunins. We're more than strong enough to tackle the Mizukage and his guard with good chances of victory." "The lower ranks read the problem," Zabuza interjected with a scowl, to which Mei nodded. "If fighting starts in the village, and it quite probably will," she continued, "the genin and chunin will take a disproportionate amount of casualties compared to the higher ranks. This could set back Kiri years if not a full decade in a worst-case scenario. Every rank-and-file ninja we remove from the fighting bloodlessly is another possible future job, and every casualty we prevent makes the village better place to survive after the coup." "So you're not planning on having Rainin fighting against the Mizukage himself?" the lead clone asked. "Not particularly," Mei admitted. "I'm planning on taking on Yagura myself, possibly with some of the other rebels. Sure, we wouldn't stop the Rainins from joining in, but I'd actually prefer you saving as many of the genin and chunin as possible. Depending on spirit ninjas for the meat of the fighting make us look weak," Zabuza added with a growl. Mei nodded at that. "As for price, I doubt we can offer you enough money to make it worth your while. While we're not poor, we have nothing close to the resources that someone like Gato had. However, we can put other things on the table: access to the Mizu archives, training in various techniques, a set number of A or S ranked missions, even some of the Kiri treasures that the village has accumulated over the past decades. Discussing the details and specifics will probably take a while, but do you think we can agree in principle?" The Naruto clone in charge nodded. To be fair, the main thing they wanted was to prevent another shinobi war, the rest was icing on the cake. Still, he planned to negotiate as best he could. Appearing cheap would weaken the reputation of the group and they just end up with other people trying to abuse their generosity. "We can." Mei smiled and extended her hand. "It may be a little early, but welcome to the Mizu rebels. We're glad to have you." They shook. Prank Day 262. Given Naruto's skill at the Shadow Clone, a border patrol mission was an easy task. Still, that didn't mean he hadn't taken things seriously. Between the various checks and surveys he had his team do on their length of the border, Ebisu taught the classics of such a mission: how to patrol efficiently, how to identify important areas, how to check for passers-by, the usual lessons a team got on their first border mission. Still, such a mission along with Naruto's Army on Demand meant that it was easy to arrange for extra training, like the sparring his 3 students were doing right at this moment. And he was paying close attention to said spar from his perch. He had a persistent itch that needed scratching. He was still stuck over the fact that his team either had an infiltrator or a guardian angel. He'd been paying extra attention to everyone since they'd arrived on the grass border, hoping to catch this A and BU member unaware, but nothing on that front. No unexplained tracks, no bizarre shadows, no eyes in the distance. So, he was currently leaning more towards infiltrators than anything else. He looked toward Ariko at first, given her lightning affinity, but if she was a fake genin, she was a better actress than anyone he'd ever seen. She made mistakes understandable of a genin, but ones that a better trained ninja would have difficulty performing, even on purpose. Instincts were what they were, and managing the illusion in the middle of combat was difficult. Still, there were other details he noticed, which amounted to a massive number of puzzle pieces that didn't fit together. He had an example right before him. Below, in the clearing the team had claimed as a base, Team 1 was fighting a trio of his shadow clones. To make things more challenging, Naruto had been forbidden from using the Kage Bunshin, so it was 3-on-3. And, as the fake ninjutsu specialist of the opposing team sent forth a wave of flame-hiding blunted shurikens, all 3 dodged. And did so the exact same way. It wasn't the first time that Ebisu had noted something like this. Yes, it was common for teammates to have some moves in common, as they picked up on each other's styles, but Team 1 pushed it farther. A lot farther. They had similar stances, similar evasion patterns, even similar tics and reactions sometimes. And they hadn't been a team for a year yet. That attracted his attention, but that was the opposite of what an infiltrator would do. Sure, keeping to the level of the team was necessary, but imitating them to that point would be counter to their plans. Again, Ariko doing a parry on a kunai, a picture-perfect sharp fist block. Normally, he'd take that as a fluke, but after more than a dozen times that excuse felt weak. But he'd verified, and there wasn't any other sharp fist user left in the village, so it couldn't be her being an infiltrator. Then Miramaro was twisted aside by the man who'd grappled with him, and he took a fireball to the side. "Stop!" he called out, and shushened right beside his wounded student. Everyone had frozen in place, and Ebisu ordered one of his clones to go grab the first aid kit without even looking at him. He was too busy with Miramaro. Taking out a kunai, he quickly removed the boy's smoldering shirt off of him. Leaving it there would only burn under it. There were no burns. He froze at the sight. Under his shirt, Miramaro had pristine skin, without any trace of damage. In fact, his skin wasn't even hot, just the warmth of someone doing physical exercise, not that of chakra-fueled flames. That was impossible. His eyes rose, and Ebisu noticed the boy's hair. There wasn't even a burned end in sight, which made no sense. Hair burned so easily there were dozens of fire users, such as he had when much younger, who'd burned their own locks by mistake. There wasn't even the quite recognizable smell that burning hair had. "Kai!" Ebisu called out, sending a surge of chakra Miramaru's way. There was no change, so it wasn't an illusion. Now that he thought about it, he'd never seen his team wounded save superficial scratches. He racked his head for anything like that, and finally remembered Naruto bleeding from a few slices that quickly closed, but nothing from his other 2 students. And that was the last drop. "Sit down!" he called out, and he was happy that his team obeyed without hesitation. "Explain this." "What?" Miramaro replied, clearly trying to pretend nothing was wrong. Ebisu didn't fall for it. "You took a fireball to the shoulder, and there's no hint of anything on you." "Is it my fault that the fireball was weak?" he retorted. "It was strong enough to burn your shirt, so your hair should be a mess," the teacher continued. And that's not all. He chucked the kunai he was still holding straight at the side of Ariko's head, who slapped it aside instinctively. That's a perfect sharp fist block, Ebisu added, and you're not even bleeding, regardless of the fact this wasn't a blunted kunai that you blocked with your bare arm. He glared down at his 3 students. Outside Naruto, I've never seen a drop of blood or wound on any of you, he ranted. No one manages to get out unscathed from training that way. No one! Only Naruto's clones. He froze. Only clones would be that undamaged, as clones would vanish before taking wounds like that. And Naruto was probably the most talented person in the village at the Kagebunshin. Still, that made no sense. He'd have noticed if his students had been replaced by clones one day. There wasn't a town in miles, so there was no real reason for some of his students to play hooky. What was going on here? Are you all clones? He asked, and saw all 3 of his students flinch, then look at each other. That set his mind up. I'm not moving from this until you all explain to me what's going on. This has gone on long enough, and either I'm getting an explanation from you, or from the Hokage in 3 days when we arrive back in Konoha. Ebisu glared at them again. So, what's it going to be? Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!